Futures back in positive territory today, guys, as the market looks to bounce off a relatively negative day yesterday. We've got lots moving. Tesla, again, moving, but this time to the upside. We've got love getting the attention of regulators. Secretary Buttigieg, south of the border now, weighing in on some liability possibilities here for Southwest. We've also got crypto yesterday making new 52-week lows for many of the big names in the equity markets there, so we'll look to see how crypto rebounds. We'll get to that one in a sec. November pending home sales coming in today at 10 a.m. And we've got some nice small cap movers. Fans of the Midday Show will know I love these ones. Cala and Loosing today, guys. It's Wednesday, December 28th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, North American markets looking up here, guys. S&P 500 up 0.2%. The Dow always leading here, it seems, up 0.25%. And the NASDAQ 0.16. The TSX back open today, basically flat, 0.01%. Brazil up 0.4. Crude made a move yesterday on news that Putin will ban sales to countries honoring the price cap. Bitcoin, like I spoke about, and Ethereum both making a move to the downside. Ethereum, though, leading the way. And you heard Neil on the morning video mention Solana moving as well. So we'll have a look at these ones, guys. What do we expect today for the markets?
Well, I'm kind of hoping we get a bounce. We're still on.
I think maybe more downside.
I know. I'm not like, it's not to laugh about it or anything like that. It's just, it kind of felt like there were a few things that were making some bottoms. Like Tesla, in early pre-market, Tesla got as low as like 105, like crazy move, and it had rebounded somewhat to try to go green. And I looked at what happened in some of the. It's still green right now. Tesla's still up, by the way. Coinbase has gotten crushed. It's actually holding its overnight lows. So I guess there's a chance, I suppose, that you could see a little bit of a rally, but the futures have started to turn right back into the downside. Home sales is going to be there. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. We'll want to talk some oil because after watching what happened in XOM in yesterday's trade, I think there should be some interesting levels, obviously. And look, I don't want to ignore any of those like Chinese names, guys. And whether it was Alibaba, Pinduoduo, and JD.com is the one I want to get at, because I know for myself, I had the right level on Pinduoduo. I didn't get the short right, didn't stay in it long enough, and then only to see it come all the way back into the downside. These are all flat today, but they are all poised to move. NEO's at big levels. The EV space has been insane. So buckle up. Pun intended. It's going to be a wild ride. Volatility is here. Even if volumes are lighter, volatility is here. I was hearing on the way in, put-call ratios at the highest they've been in quite some time, which does reflect what we've been seeing in this market.
Yeah, what's up? If you guys are wondering, there will be, unless we get it figured out, no watch list today. So if you guys are wondering about that, we are having an issue sending it out. So there'll be no watch list, and I'm working right now on the sticky note to get that out. So you'll be able to find that at TraderTV Shawn, and hopefully retweeted by the main account as well. But yeah, lots of stuff, man. I've just got short right now. I'm short AMC right now. I don't know. It just dipped right down below $4. We took the short. We're short at 398 right now, but it's at 4, so it's same levels, nothing much happening. I like AMC here. We sort of tried to break, well, we did break right now. That sort of shelf right there. We'll see if it can hold it. It's not a big position. This is just something to get into early because it did break that 4. So let's see if we can get down. The last time we saw something like this in the pre-market, it was 380, 370 bottom. So we'll see if AMC wants to continue to drift down as Arun, they're taking a pay holiday until they get this all figured out. So I'm going to go short. Nothing. I don't think the news is that great. It's a weak market. Pretty sure we're going to go we're going to go red again after we just dumped down right there, 30 points, almost in a straight line. It sucks. Yesterday we were sort of rocking for a green day, and then the market opened, and then that was the end of that thought. and we were pretty red. So let's see if we can continue to go short here on some of these names. I'm looking at Amazon. There's a few ideas that we have here on the sticky note, but yeah, it's going to be another good one. Yesterday, you never know where you're going to butter your bread, right? And so I have Netflix on the watch list as well today. Should be a good one. We've got Cherif at the big desk working 9 to 5, this guy. He'll also be with us in the afternoon as well. So thanks, Cherif. Thanks for everything. Hopefully Brendan's having a good time. Fahad's on the 1s and 2s, and we're getting ready to rock and roll. I'm going to work on this sticky note. Should be out in a minute. And a big shout out to you, Bears versus Bulls. I mean, the hardest working guy here. You know, we take vacations.
He never takes vacations.
This guy's never taking a vacation. So let us know if you need some time
At some point,
off.
you might need a day off, brother.
I mean, I was just thinking about that. Like, we're all taking these days off.
That's a good point.
This man is here every single day. So a big shout out to you, Bears versus Bulls. So thank you so much for continuing to support the show and for being the best moderator on YouTube. All right, let's go over to Cherif at the big desk and let's get this party started.
Yes, moderator extraordinaire. Shout out Bears versus Bulls. First segment is brought to you guys by Search Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off, guys. I'm seeing a new one come into the mix here in terms of small cappers, 61.8%. UNCY making a move. Didn't show up on my scanner until moments ago because it was sub $1. Neil, are you interested in something like this?
I was actually just pulling it up myself. If you see me looking over here at my screen, it's because I'm trying to locate some shorts in it. I also want to get some Cala. It's just, you want to cover your bases. I'm not saying automatically you're going to short every single price when it comes to these, or you just have to take a retracement trade. But two things I like to do. The first thing is check the price of low case to see if I want to pay it. That's the first thing. You don't have to if you don't want to. But then it's not a short squeeze or anything like that. But this is a low floater. I mean, Yahoo says 5%, but I'm seeing like 8-9% from all the other sources. So you got a low float runner here. I haven't really checked too much on the news. I'm sure you will have. Hopefully you can get that to us if there is even a catalyst. Sometimes you don't see anything. But it's at that magic number, like that $1 level, maybe not as significant on the daily chart here when I look over. I do see like 110, 115, maybe a little bit of a bag holding level. But in terms of significant levels, that's that last, the 110, the $1, the 110. And then from there, you're probably looking at right here, like $2.40, maybe like a 160. And I always look to where did support turn to resistance, where were the channels on the stock. So it's got some room to run if it can sustain this move. First step would be holding that dollar.
Oh, I didn't even look at it. I'm just getting the sticky note out right now. You can go over to @TraderTV, Shawn. It should be out in a couple of seconds. It does take a while to get that out there. But yeah, look, you're going to look for little runners today for sure. That's a good one. I always look at Mullen yesterday. We talked about holding that 22 level or so here for Mullen yesterday. It did break. Remember, we had that sort of floor that we were talking about at 22. That broke right about 1 o'clock, and then you went all the way down to 21. You're going to say like 1 cent isn't that much, but still, it's a nice little move back down to the downside there. 5% move down to 21 and bouncing off 21 again here today. So look to see Mullen taking 22. Remember, EVs and everything. I mean, I know Mullen is going to be its own little beast here because of the price of the stock, but I mean, you've seen what's happened to a lot of EV names over the last 5 or 6 days. So it's no surprise that Mullen goes from 32 cents down here to 20 again. So if you're going to pick up bottoms like in Tesla and RIVN and Lucid and all these names, I mean, this is another one that has a chance. They are going to get, I would assume, their delist notice soon. But I don't know. We'll wait to see when that comes through. I don't want to quote that. I don't know the story there, but you know, you can't be under $1 for too long. Here's where we went under $1 back in July, August, July. So I feel like it's 6 months. It's probably going to get a warning soon that they have to get back over $1, which means a reverse split. So I'd watch out for Mullen here. Watch out if it does continue to go to the downside, especially if this market stays weak. You could get a nice 20-cent break here on MULN, and we are still short this, which is not moving. Still short right now. The only position I think for any of us right now is AMC to the short side. We're going to wait to see when the market opens up. Quick little look here at the imbalance locator. Absolutely a snooze fest here today. So we'll wait to see if they can get going. But for right now, nothing happening on the imbalance locator, Cherif.
Yeah, guys, UNCY right here on my screen. basically achieves primary endpoint in pivotal bioequivalence study of a drug called Renazorb. So that's the catalyst on that. Sorry, I should have mentioned that initially. Chinese EVs possibly back on watch today. They had an interesting day yesterday. Anything connected to China seemed to move. WIN was up with its connections to Macau and some of the Chinese names. Are you guys watching any of those today?
Look, NIO for sure. NIO $10 as an EV name, as one of the Chinese names that you've seen that volatility in there is going to be part of the story. I keep talking about this 50 period on the daily, and for some stocks it's the 200 period. But NIO not only rejected the 50 in yesterday's trade, it broke down this channel here at 1050. That was the week low. The trades aren't showing up because, well, you know, why would they? But you guys know, if you guys watched yesterday, it was a 1050 clean short on NIO at the open. It got to $10 and then just held. All afternoon, there was a nice bounce play. I'm pretty sure, I want to say both Luca, on the midday, I think both Luca and Prad were both long at that 10:01. It did get down to like 996, 997 or so. So it broke it, but even just barely. I think if it maintains beneath that level, you could see hat size there. Mine's like 7 3/4, and I'm not saying that's where the stock is going, but it could be headed to single digits. Until it breaks, it's still support. Pinduoduo was the one that, in this space, obviously, I had the short multiple times here. You know, if it showed up, you'd see me making some top wicks before it came right back into the downside. So it respected that 88 level, but it had to get up to 88.50. The story was the reopen. It was an explosive move to the upside on BABA, JD, PDD, and they all reversed pretty much 100%. You're now right back at the bottom end of the channel. And suddenly, I'm just looking back toward this bottom break. You know, PDD takes out 84 here. You have like 83.60, but you have so much room to the next consolidation. That was a huge gap run this made from 73. And you can look at the same thing. Look at Alibaba. Now, PDD is a stronger stock, and it's performed a heck of a lot better the last 6 months than, say, an Alibaba, which itself is up like $30 from its bottom, a little bit more than that. But you got Alibaba. There's the floor at 85. Difference being, where's BABA? It's at the top end of the range. It's still up here at 90. It's still up at 90.5. So as much as I came into yesterday thinking, hey, you have bottom breaks on both these, you're at support, suddenly you've got BABA at the top here up that 90, still respecting those highs. PDD looking like it wants to challenge that 84 to the downside. So I have an interesting way to be able to play both of these, and that's I can short off a high in Alibaba, and there can be a breakdown in PDD. If support holds on PDD, that sets up for both a dip buy off that support, and then suddenly you've got a breakout style trade on Alibaba if it takes out 91. So both these two stocks are giving you ample ways to be able to play off these key levels here. Just noting, it's not about, they're both flat on the session, they're just at very different places on the chart. One at resistance, one on support, and that gives you a wealth of ways to be able to trade off these key levels here. But obviously none more key than that 10 on NIO.
Yeah, we are. We're working on the watch list. So people asking, we should be able to get it sent out here relatively soon. So stay tuned for that. Right now, the market just went red and then just bounced back here. I'm just talking about the NASDAQ here, of course, as the ES still is holding a little bit green. NASDAQ right now 0.5. The trade that I really like to get in is going to be this Netflix trade, breaking back down through 280 right now, as we learn that the ad-supported tier is not supported that well. So we'll wait to see here if 280 can hold. I'm just bringing it up because right now you have $1.23 as a spread. It's not something I can take here in the pre-market. You're going to see me taking AMC, which is now, in the money 2 pennies. Who cares? I just want to bring that up because 280 looks like it probably will break, but we won't take this trade because even right now, if you punch short and you get short 281, well, you're instantly out of the money 93 cents. So if it battles back and forth here and kind of jumps up a little bit, next thing you know, you're going to have a $3, $4, $5 loser on your hands. But I like Netflix here breaking that 280. We're going to see what the market wants to do. It looks like it's pretty obvious what it wants to do, go to the downside, but I don't want to take a trade yet until we see some of these levels break. For me on Netflix, if it does come back up, I like a 285 Now I've zoomed in too far, but I like this. So that's 285 top here for a short if we start to rally a little bit. But I don't want to take any trades right now as the volume's not too heavy. It's only 8:44, 45 minutes until we go. So I don't really have any names to look at on the Chinese side. I just think you want to continue to go long on those names as they popped up a little bit last night, overnight, and then also with the easing of the restrictions right there in mainland and in Hong Kong. Just quickly here, I know we are going to get to Tesla, but Tesla's moving like pretty good right now. Like it just took down 112, went to 110.50, and bounced back up to 11.50 again. So let's just see. It's starting to move with decent volume, and already like I never thought we'd see the day, honestly, where it'd be 8:45 and Tesla would be doing, 7 to 10 million shares already. So that's pretty ridiculous. There's going to be tons of action on Tesla here today. Let's save the talk for when we get to it because, again, it is on the watch list. Hopefully that'll get out there, and we are going to be talking a little bit about Tesla. But wow, that name almost now more than 7 million shares here at 8:45. Crazy action here on Tesla already.
I love how you set me up for that, Shawn. Netflix and Tesla, which gets me to my segue here. The new Netflix show that's supposedly taking place based on Elon Musk's life as a billionaire acquiring Twitter. So that's an interesting little segue there, Shawn. We mentioned that yesterday on the show. Coming here to energy, guys. Okay, we heard the headline coming in yesterday about Putin banning exports to countries that impose price caps or who honor the price caps. We saw a move yesterday late in the day on some of the oil names, and we saw the futures dip there on the oil contracts. Oxy not doing much today, down 0.5%. Neither is ZOM, same thing, down 0.5%. What are you guys watching for today on some of these oil names?
Well, I'm watching ZOM now. That's for darn sure. This is my favorite part about Cherif stepping in. Obviously, Brendan has some big shoes to fill, but you get the different ways to say these tickers. So XOM, which we're now calling ZOM apparently, like traded off some good. I love it, man. It was trading off this 50 on the daily chart. I think I mentioned this yesterday, breaking out 109 off that 50 period. So you got a couple of reasons. You got a channel break to the upside, strong. I mean, obviously energy's been strong this year, and then you got a hold of the 50 period. I like what's with that wick. Let's zoom in a little bit. So I kind of like that 109 to come in as my support level. We didn't get a chance to trade off it because by the time I was looking at XOM, it was in the afternoon. So I didn't get a chance to trade off support. So checks notes, didn't put it on my iPad. I'm just going to make sure I have that locked and loaded. I might just actually sit on the bid of at 109. You have to make sure you're watching oil futures just to be sure. Like you don't want to be catching a bid or sitting on support as you're getting a major move in oil futures. You want to make sure that it's not really breaking down on its own, but I do like that 109. I'll probably get that order in at the open. Pretty light volume. Actually, even the book, I'm looking at the level 2 here. It's actually pretty thin on XOM. I wouldn't want it would take 1,000 shares to get it from 109.70 where it's sitting right now. $1, like that's how little liquidity there is right now. So I want to make sure we're opening up, holding support at 109, and then I'll slap the bid in there on XOM, just like where it's at on that daily chart. This is the one I'm picking because of that support level.
Yeah, we had XOM yesterday, and it was actually a really good trade, actually. Like one of my better trades, just the way it's set up. Well, I mean, we had a couple good trades yesterday, but I really liked this one here, XOM off of 109.90 there. Apparently Brendan is logging in or something on his vacay here to help get that watch list fixed. So hopefully that will get done pretty soon. He's just messaged me. 109.90 there was the long for me. We took it all the way up to 110.30 right there. So that was a great long to end the day. Looks like it still wants to be a top up there, 110.50. So definitely liking that for a short, especially if we're going to stay low on oil here today. But you got to love that 109 break. I mean, that's where we started yesterday. Bumped up, came back into it, then ripped up to 110.40. So if oil, I mean, again, we are watching oil. It's right down here on my screen now, so it's being blocked by my head, but there's nothing we can do. I talked about getting more screen space here. I don't really know how to do it other than really shrinking this. Or I guess I could make this. What do you guys want me to make this smaller? Maybe, I mean, maybe I could. But anyways, as oil down 1% right now, well, heading to be down 1%, breaking through 79. So as this starts to drift a little bit lower, I still do think that you're going to have XOM, making some lower moves as well. But again, only 49. We talked about it with Tesla being 7 million shares. Well, this is 49,000 shares. So a lot different here. And yeah, what Neil's talking about on the daily, we really like. I really like the action up here, though. Next time it comes to 114, 115, it's pretty much a sell. If oil's ripping, you take that out, and then it's a huge long. But if you kind of drift up here, I like to sell. But yeah, you're right here at the 50 period, 109. I think that if oil continues to go down, I do like that break right here of yesterday's bottom, 109. But it's going to have to move. Oil's going to have to go, and the market's sort of going to have to go with it here. MicroStrategy, good job. Now holding 2,500 Bitcoin as of yesterday for MSTR there. MicroStrategy holding Bitcoin. Hold on a second. MSTR. Is that what the symbol is, or have I got that wrong? MSTR. Yeah, 145. I just want to see where this name's come from, because these guys were really just holding. It says holds 130,000 Bitcoin acquired for 4.03 billion. Ooh. So their average price here, it's showing, is 30,397. Oh, so that would be, yeah, 30,000. So they're holding, their average price on a Bitcoin right now is 30,000. Let's call it 400 for MSTR. The problem is, if they were going to buy it, they kind of had to buy it all the way up. Like they had to hold it, right? I don't know. That's actually, you think when you look at it, it's probably not. I don't have VWAP on here, but I could probably put it. It's probably not a horrible price when you think about the average. It's just, you know, when you start to buy here, I guess, and this is not Bitcoin, this is their price, their stock price, but I'm just looking at this, like, if you think about where they are right now, obviously they're at the bottom, which is gonna look very similar to where crypto is, but if you have an average price and an average holding on Bitcoin of $30,000 per coin, I mean, this is a daily chart right here for Bitcoin. I mean, you're gonna have to, sure, you know, that's July. The last time we were anywhere near 30,000 was back in May. And that, you know, it's been obviously cut in half since then. Yeah, not a great average price for MSTR, needless to say. But hey, if you look in my portfolio, I'm sure I have some prices that are a lot worse than being chopped in half right now. So yeah, they ain't doing too bad, but that's not an investable name for me, MSTR, especially when you can just buy Bitcoin. Like if you're gonna buy MSTR, MicroStrategy, it doesn't make any sense, because if they've just disclosed this stock, I think this stock, I mean, right now it's as a $4 range, and it's just disaster, right? And I'm not going to give you levels to say if it breaks this, go short, but I see, like right there, the guy closes the gap $1. I think that you want to short this name, because I don't see a way to profitability right now, because if Bitcoin bounces back up, then you're going to want to hold Bitcoin. If MSTR, like if Bitcoin bumps up $5,000, does this name move up 30%? No, but Bitcoin would go up 30%. So I think you're caught between a rock and a hard place with MSTR. For anybody invested in this one, maybe there's something I'm missing, but I was pretty sure that their primary business was Bitcoins, was at least a holding of said Bitcoin.
Well, that's what it's turned into now. I mean, they have
$4 billion worth.
Nobody remembers anything about this company before, when it was like the failed tech, because Saylor was caught in the .com bubble, right? Like that was, you know, they survived that, and now the crypto winter. I mean, for me, I'm going to be looking at Coinbase today. That's kind of where my focus is. And it felt like it should have been there yesterday, so I'm going to be going back over to that one. Yeah, we'll quickly look at the market cap.
But it doesn't make any sense now, though. Then
what?
Well, because it says. Holds 132,000. Okay, MicroStrategy to increase its Bitcoin holdings by roughly 2,500. To 132,500 Bitcoin. So I feel like, I feel like you go 1.68. I mean, I don't think my calculator will work. 132,500 times 16,000.
Excuse me.
Yeah, obviously it's not going to work, but I don't know. I feel like their market cap is probably incorrect here. Anyways, we'll figure that out. There it is, the watch list fixed. Check your inboxes there. Shout out to Cherif, Brendan, whoever fixed it. Was it you, Cherif, or was it Brendan?
And I had nothing to do with that. Not moving at the moment right now, guys. RIVN, though, making new all-time lows yesterday. It's a cornucopia of like down days on this chart. I mean, do we continue down? Where's the bottom for RIVN? Is it even tradable today?
Well, RIVN, it's always tradable. I'll take one. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Randy grabbing round 2 of coffee.
Stat.
Well, do we see round 10, 20? What round would
this
this
is already
be?
extremely cold here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So round 13 of RIVN to the downside, if it ends up down
I was going to
today.
bring them home.
Since and we talk about flat bottom breaks, this is why flat bottom breaks are good a lot of times. Sometimes you just get an unbelievable follow through. You find a support level that goes, you just work it to the downside. It's now $10 down since it made that break. You'll look at this and say, okay, well, maybe you've caught a bit of a bottom. Here's 17.5, mid 1760 on RIVN, getting pummeled, but you have a bottom channel to work with here today at that 60 up into like 18.25. It's not alone. I showed you guys the Neo chart. Neo's got a very similar thing going on there. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure. I actually didn't pay for locates on this. I grabbed some Kala, grabbed some of that UNCY, and I grabbed some AMC. But I haven't paid for my RIVN shorts. If we break out of this channel to the upside, there is always a chance that you can jailbreak. And that move, when it does, or at some point when it catches the jailbreak back up, you could see easily 5 to 10%. And that's just based on any one of these level breaks getting you back to where there was price acceptance, whether it's $19.20 or up at $20. So there's room to go. It needs to clear $18.25 before it does, and then your bottom here is $17.60 on the channel. Do I like Neo at 10? Maybe a little better, just because psychologically it's $10. Possibly, but that doesn't mean that RIVN isn't the same kind of setup. If anything, if you look at the short in RIVN, it's been a much cleaner short than Neo's. I just feel like Neo just started a breakdown here and hasn't even gotten back to those 8 lows. And if EVs continue to get pummeled, I kind of feel like I know where Neo's headed, back into that 9 or 8, whereas RIVN, I keep thinking the next day is going to be that turn. I do want to have a breakout long on this at some point when it comes to RIVN. But until that day comes, I think you just respect resistance. If you've just been respecting resistance, if you get a short off of any of these previous resistance levels, like look at this. Pretty clean. Pretty clean. Breakdown, flat bottom breakdown, resistance, never gets there. Resistance never gets there the next day, and then you're constantly falling. That would be that 18.25. So if it breaks 18.25, it's not that hard to get out of the short there.
All right, I have we'll pick on Tesla, we'll pick on the EV names, but the thing about the EV space is like, Tesla cars, for example, used cars are piling up in lots, and the Tesla used car prices are absolutely plummeting. And they've given you now $7,500 on what the Y and the 3, and then I think there's various tiers there for what they're sort of offering down. So I just looked at if they're chopping the prices there. Look, people used to buy Teslas and flip them. That was the game, and people got caught up in that hysteria. Now there's too many Teslas on the road. I don't think there is, because people, EV is the way of the future, but Tesla continues to struggle for some of those reasons. The flipping game is over right now. The flippening is over right now for Tesla, and I just think that you're going to have to wait for that name. And if these guys can't make money, Tesla, with a margin of 27. Ooh la la, are we short on COUPs? But I like this.
Fancy.
I like this. All right, salute. Where's yours, man?
Look at that.
All right, cheers. Thanks, Randy.
This is very fancy.
Yesterday, Randy and I went to Tim Hortons as well. He couldn't get his app to work, so I stole the points.
How do you... Well,
Tim Hortons has the worst points.
Why wouldn't it work, though?
Oh, he couldn't load it up. I think he's on like Freedom Mobile or something.
But he borrowed Greg's phone.
I'm getting my kids, so I got my kids a phone, and she's 8 years old. I'm going to sign her up for Freedom. I don't want to pay no crazy Bell and Rogers prices.
What's so great about Freedom? I mean, look.
You know what it is? It's $100. Listen to this deal.
They're the only ones on the subway, though, right?
Listen to this deal. $100 a year, but you get 50 gigabytes. Yeah. But that's not that much.
No, but
you're always on 50 gigs?
For a kid, that's fine.
Right, so I'm saying 50 for the year is what I said. Come on, Bradley. Anyways, I just think for the kid.
Basically not. For a kid, that's fine.
Yeah, no, but it's 4 gigs a month. Yeah, I mean, I don't even want them to use data.
That's fine.
And everyone at their school
But by the way,
phone. They shouldn't even have a damn phone.
Like in Canada, we do pay we have the worst when it comes to
I feel like my deals are fine though.
No, but I'm talking relative to other countries. Everyone else is way better off than us. Well, I mean, I don't want
I don't know. I
to
pay
say everybody.
I pay 45.
But most countries are far better off than Canada.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a problem.
We keep hearing that. Same with everything. You see, with even our internet. I don't know. What do you guys pay out there? I mean, I'm $45 all in, fast internet, everything, 5G, everything. Okay, just quickly here. I like Lucid. I mean, like I was getting at here, if these names continue to struggle, you know, unfortunately, there's that Saudi money in this name. We know that. I feel like that is a floor, but at the same time, I mean, the market is only a floor until they stop buying, right? I mean, and at some point, it's going to have to give it up and just continue to, well, it already is. What am I talking about? At some point. I mean, if you look at this Lucid daily chart, it's actually way worse, I think, than every other name that we've talked about here today in the space. I mean, this was $13 a month ago, or I guess a little bit less than that, a little bit more than that. Sorry, let's go to November 14th, there, $13. Now all the way down to $6. So it's chopped in half in a month and a half almost, right? So it's a huge move down with absolutely, like, is today, like if you're gonna bet on something happening today, do you think today is going to be, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 or 18 days here, of which one was green. So it's kind of like you're at roulette, and it's just, although roulette, the odds continue to be the same every spin, but it's like red, 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 red all the way, some green in there, no black, right? No black, no green in here, no nothing. So as it comes to the downside, I feel like as long as this keeps going down, as long as the rhetoric keeps in here about, you know, Tesla being negative, the EV space not the greatest right now to invest in, I like Lucid, a break, pretty simply put here, of 620. It's going to be pretty easy. You break, yes. You break that back down below 620, and you ride with Lucid. So I'm going to be short this name, although I don't really know why we're up 1% into a floating market. What's Tesla up right now?
It's better.
Tesla was up, okay, 2. So, all right, yeah, we have these bad wicks here. We're going to have to clean those up. But, all right, so that just confirms that I actually do like Lucid short even more, because I don't think Tesla, I think it's going to be hard for Tesla to stay green today. We'll see if it can, especially if this market, well, I mean, now the market's not doing much, but if the market is red, I can see Tesla being red for sure. So I like that Lucid break of 620. I'll probably put it in, but not until the market opens. I don't want this to drift higher, and I'm caught short at the bottom. So I do want to be short Lucid today. I'm probably going to add it to the watch list here, to my own watch list, Lucid short break at this 620, guys.
All right, guys, let's get to the European markets here. Actually, we'll get to social sentiment first. Tesla obviously being on everybody's mind, taking up the biggest space there, but you also see Mullen, AMC popping up. That was a nice continuation play from yesterday. It and Ape are always moving together. Obviously, the SPY is going to be on there. Apple, Neo, some of the more standouts. Then you have ATNF, that small cap capper from yesterday, followed by HTGM. We saw that one move south yesterday after making a nice move up. Lucid also on there, some names that you've already heard this morning. Let's have a look at European markets now. Looks like England up nicely, 0.8% on the day, while Germany just a barely red there. France flat, likewise with the Borsa Italia and Italy. Spain up 0.25%. Sweden and Switzerland both finding marginal losses, but as we've seen many times before, Turkey it seems to be decidedly to the downside, guys. So we'll see how that one works out. We've got Arun in the house, the man with the good beard. What's going on, Arun? What do we see today on the ES?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a quiet session. We had that quick move down towards the 40. Remember, I gave you guys the 40 area. It cracked a little bit, but it's still in play. So that's still there in terms of the bottom. And we just kind of bounced off close to there and then kind of did a whole lot of nothing in the afternoon. So I think we're going to use the same levels here. It's going to be 38.40 still from yesterday, and then 38.80 up top. So we're kind of in like a tight range. I guess it kind of makes sense going into the end of the year. Things are starting to tighten up. We should get some activity as we close out the year, though. But for now, the market does seem somewhat quiet. We are somewhat flat, where we got 0.1 on the S&P and barely a 0.03 on the NASDAQ. So we'll see how this one all turns out. I mean, we should get some activity, but whether it's today or not remains to be seen. 38.80 up top, 38.40 down below. It's going to be a range. Trade accordingly, and then control your risk until we get a breakout. At that point, you can go for the breakout. I think that would be the easier trade, unless you're really good at playing inside of ranges, at which point you can use that 50-point range to work something inside.
Thanks for that, Arun. All right, guys, that is the watch list link there on your screen. If you haven't already, make sure to get it. It shows up every day in your inbox. Today, we had a bit of a delay with it, but that's very seldomly happens, guys. All right, let's get into the rundown. First and foremost is the stock on everybody's mind lately. Tesla, we see this one, you know, it bounced up. I think it was up 2.5% on the day. Now retracing a little bit, guys. But look at this. This is the 60-minute, that 1 hour chart. Every day seems to be creating new lows. Obviously, the catalyst there is the output. You heard Shawn talk about it ad nauseum there. Brendan and I were talking about it before he left for vacation. I'm seeing a lot of Tesla show up on the used car market, and they are for far less than what they were listing for 2 and 3 months ago. I'm talking about 20 to 30,000. Obviously anecdotal evidence, but something that I follow, guys. What do we do with Tesla, obviously?
Short.
It's a short till it's not, man. Like it's like everything else out there. Like if you break the pattern, oh, that wick, I got rid of this. It's still there again. But it's like everything else out there that's in a downward channel. Just respect the trend until you see a significant break. And to me, all that means is whenever you have these consolidations, you know, just if you break one of them, there was 130 when it happened. I remember thinking when it made that 125 bottom, oh, if it takes out 130, you could have it move up. That never happened. You just continued to the downside. Then 120 was the same thing. You had a flat bottom, 2-day bottom. You trended down off of that. And if you, is this going to be, no, it's not going to be any better. But now I'm looking at the afternoon, which had that 115 on it. So after the opening rush, you had a 115 top. So beneath 115, I think you want to play the shorts. Now my trades are finally showing up there. That was the level I was shorting around yesterday, and we had the long off 112. Well, those were the two big levels I liked yesterday, 112, 115. So I suppose those just come right back into play. If you take out the 15, you've at least broken a mild support area, a resistance area. And then I can say, okay, well, I'm out of a short if it breaks 115. As far as yesterday, I liked 112. I went back on the daily chart. I looked at my split adjusted chart. I picked out that level. I don't know that I have anything. I was looking for something equivalent to that. I just think you're really talking about the even numbers, and then you're slapping a 100, which everybody is going to be looking at. Everybody's going to be interested in the 100, thinking it's going to be a bounce play there. I'm not going to say I won't be there because I probably will just go long in front of 100 if we see that price. But first things first. If you break a 115, I'll give up a short, but that's the number I want to short into off the open.
Yeah, B Fanatic had a funny thing there. He said, oh, okay, Tesla's short. Yeah, and the sun will set in the west tonight. So, yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, to say that Tesla's going to go red today at some point, I think is pretty standard here, fair for the day. You know, you're going to get Tesla yesterday in the afternoon. I mean, I don't know why my trades aren't showing up, but we had this good short there on the 110 break all the way down to 109. It was a great trade there yesterday. This is what it looked like heading yesterday. Unfortunately, like I said, I don't know where my ticks are here, but there's going to be lots of opportunity. You had a good opportunity yesterday where Tesla ripped up and then came right back in and then just got faded all day. The thing is, you did bounce off this 111 pretty good until it eventually broke. And then you didn't even bounce really at all. Yeah, I got to get rid of those wicks. At all there at 110 before making that bottom at 109. So I'll have to edit these out and get those all fixed up. I'm going to see if I can do it right now for you. But yeah, you know, the key level there is just going to be yesterday. 108 is where we bounced off of. I always think you want to try to test some of those bottoms. So 108 there on Tesla probably coming into play. And again, remember I talked about looking to see how bad Lucid is? It's not even, Tesla's not even in the same ballpark. Lucid's way more horrendous than a Tesla. So I'm going to probably stay short on Lucid rather than Tesla today. But again, this is the same time we talked about, remember November, where Lucid was $13, now $6. Tesla was $200, I guess now $110. So I guess it's pretty close to it. I shouldn't say it's nowhere near, but Tesla not even half yet. And so you could say that, hey, if we follow the rest of these EV spaces, you will break $100 probably by Friday or so, or get down to there anyways, down another 10%. I feel like you need to get a flush spot. And I don't even really feel like Tesla's flushed yet. I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but I think you could get like a $3, $4, $5 $5 move straight to the downside where someone gets margin called or something, and then this stock is absolutely in the garbage at that point. So I think you got to wait for lower lows here or just continue to look for some shorts. I'm going to try to fix this wick, and that way I can get some better levels.
Crypto continues to suffer from negative headlines. More headlines coming out with respect to the FTX saga and the former Sam Bankman-Fried crew now disclosing new information coming out. So we will follow that. But Kraken also shutting its Japan operation, citing global layoffs. Coin yesterday hitting all-time lows. This morning, not really making the same kind of move. Yesterday was down 8%. Not really seeing the exact same move here on Bitcoin. Coin making new lows, but Bitcoin, basically hovering in at the average price lately. How do we play this one today, guys?
Well, we've sort of been talking, there's been not a story, but there's been a thing happening with Bitcoin in particular, maybe crypto in general. We haven't had as much volatility lately, and you've been sort of leveling off. And Coin, for at least a little bit, seemed to be making a bottom around 35 bucks, and it was going sideways for a few days in a row. Well, that channel broke yesterday. You got beneath 33. 35 was a good bottom. It did get breached late last week. Both Thursday and Friday, you spent beneath 35. That got reclaimed yesterday, and then it couldn't hold that 33 low. Beneath 33, the short, if it squeezes up through 33, the short's at 36. 35, 36, probably somewhere in the mid 35 range. That sets up two pretty good zones to be able to grab the short there on Coin. The other name which I usually look for shorts on, and I've gotten away from it, I think that's been a bit of a mistake on my part. That's Silvergate. Generally speaking, I've really just been looking to grab shorts on every single pop. On this name, similar trend, but it's starting to level off. So the volatility hasn't really been there, even when it breaks channel down. When that's the case, I think you want to play off support. So like 33, 35, 36 on Coin, and then Silvergate, it's going to be just the even round numbers. That's 16 and that's 17. That's all I'm looking at. No MicroStrategy for me, no Mara, no Riot. I just want to stick to those two names, and almost certainly Coinbase ahead of Silvergate, because Silvergate's not even doing volume anymore. It's falling, but it's falling on essentially no vol.
Yeah, I'm not even going to look at Coinbase. I mean, I've been, since 110, 115, I've been basically trashing the stock. If you guys watched every single day, I've been saying there'd be absolutely 0 point to holding any of this Coinbase. So when I hear Cherif say it's at 52-week lows, I just sort of, again, Pratt asked one time if he could punch himself in the face on the show, and I said yes. I'm feeling like, to have not been at least short Coinbase or to at least had some puts on that is worth a punch, but it's just one of those things where I'm too biased towards Coinbase that I couldn't probably trade it properly. So I want to pass again. This guy's got a Nether Raptors shirt on. I like this guy. They lost yesterday to, they were 7-point favorites?
Norman Powell dropped like 23 on us.
23 in 22 minutes. So right there, I saw
Hey,
Drake.
he looked pretty good in a Raptors uniform.
Norman Powell? Yeah, he would now, but he was getting paid too much. Maybe not anymore. We had to let him go anyways. But there's Tesla right now. We did fix up the chart a little bit. Tesla is starting to break lower through 110 here, and could even, like I said, man, I mean, there's that 108 right there. I don't know. It's 912 right now. We don't have any imbalances coming in for NASDAQ yet, and there's not much on here for imbalances. But, I mean, it's, we were just at 113. Like, this is the point about what I'm getting at Tesla. Like I just said, we could get it. I'm going to sneeze in a minute. I just said we could get a $4 or $5 flush. And then I thought, like, wow, that's kind of a lot. But, I mean, we just went down $3 in an hour from, on decent volume, you're at 8 million shares. But we were just at 113. Now we're at 110. So, wait until the market opens and, you get some reaction to this stock. So I still think this is a big time short. It's about picking your levels, man. Maybe it's just a 109 break, but I'm going to have Tesla open. It's already up. It's going to be ready to rock and roll all morning here. It's just disgusting that this is a $100 stock right now. People were saying it, and I don't know. Look, part of the problem with all of this is you can keep coming over here and typing in PEs and whatnot, right? So right now it's 38. The forward PE, I believe, is 22 or 23. But, when you look here, and thanks Trade Ideas for this, but I just wonder at some point, there's a growth story with Tesla, isn't there? I mean, EVs is still a thing, and you know, there are regulations coming in, and I'm not by any means, I mean, I know there's Tesla fanboys and all that kind of stuff out there. I'm by no means that, but I think Tesla's going to lead the way, and they have been leading the way in the EV space. I'm not saying anything that's rocket science here. At some point, you know, I think it's time to start to nibble in to buy some of this stuff. If valuations start to turn a little bit in the growth space, this name could just take off like absolutely wildfire. So I just think just as easy as it went down, I don't think we're retracing anywhere back to like 170 or anything anytime soon. And there probably is. If growth takes off, there are going to be better names. I mean, that are going to react, that are going to make a little more sense. But just like Cherif said, I had no idea. You're talking about those kind of prices for Tesla used vehicles. You know, if they're starting to hit the market right now at that kind of valuation, isn't it like 15, I got to get Randy around here, 15 or 20 grand for a new battery alone? Like, I mean, it's becoming pretty expensive here as gas prices continue to fall. You know, I just wonder here, is this move over? I wait for a continued flush in Tesla, and I'm going to look for that 109 possibly as the first break down, and then clear some out at 108, and then we could even break that. I'm thinking like a 108 break gets us to 105, and then we deal with it from there. So this is a day trading show, though.
It is SSR,
we said that yesterday.
It is SSR.
Oh, that's a good call.
So that's the one thing.
Yeah.
See, now I hate myself for saying
Ford's P is 5.
because we just said it's a short. But the thing you got to remember is when a stock goes short sell restricted, it is a little bit more difficult to hit that. To hit the bid to go short, right? So people can you need an uptick when that happens, or you have to wait for an uptick, or you have to be in a long position. So when hitting the bid on a big level like a 110 or a 109 on the way down is going to be trickier today. I'm still going to short in front of 114, but you could see a move. When things are SSR, that's a lot of times when they have risk of a relief rally, and it can get ugly if there's a relief rally and you're stuck short. Always have an out is all I'm saying.
I just wanted to go, oh yeah, we still have lots to talk about here. I forgot to mention, so we got our coffees here, and Prad brought us back these really nice hand-painted coasters. So I'm going to be using, you know, I'll put it, well, you won't be able to see it. Yeah, no, I'll hit it if I put it there. But shout out to Prad, brought these back here in a nice wood case and everything. So with some felt on the bottom, etc. So I was going to take them home. Maybe I will, but definitely keep one here.
They're already on my coffee table.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so,
it's just, I thought about
my
keeping
coffee
it here,
table's
but I'm
wood.
like,
I don't really.
I'm keeping, mine isn't, that's.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep it right there. Well, you can't see it, but thank you to Proudly Beal there, who's back in the building and here bright and early, and I keep seeing all of his Instagrams. This dude, so you went on the scale yesterday, it was 175, and you worked out it was 169. Faulty scale, bro. You're not dropping 5 pounds in 4 hours.
You can, it is
yeah, but it's like maybe like for a boxer.
It is possible to lose a lot of water weight. You see, like hockey goalies lose a lot. 6 pounds seems pretty extreme. I don't know what kind of workout you did. Like maybe you were wearing like you went to the sauna too.
But it's not the same scale.
It was the same scale.
Oh, okay.
It's not impossible, but that's extreme. It is pretty extreme.
What is Prad's wife's name? Pamela. All right, over to Cherif.
You're just going to send it to me just as you said that. That's hilarious. Guys, Southwest back on watch again today, now raising the ire of the regulator. Pete Buttigieg coming out this morning and basically all but saying that Southwest will have to compensate customers who have been stranded. Looks like they're having issues with regards to their staff. Their staff is stuck in certain situations and can't get where they need to be. It wasn't moving much in the pre-market, but now we are seeing a bit of a move, now down 1.74%. It had been flat earlier in the pre-market. Do we get a continuation south side, guys?
What I'm looking for. Like it was pretty simple. Like the stock wasn't doing well before this. It broke to 50. It was trending to the downside. That's 35. Essentially, you just looked at last week's bottom, short off that level. It was pretty clean. It was a round number. It gave you a couple of chances, both at the open and then a little bit later on in the session. I know Prad was watching it as well. And now you're basically breaking the double bottom from yesterday. Afternoon support was 34. Yesterday's break was 35. Rinse and repeat. Short till 34 this time. If it breaks that, fair enough. And then maybe even think about shorting it again if it gets up to 35 even. But it's almost exactly the same approach I'm going to have to Southwest as I did yesterday in the morning, which is just simply saying they're under pressure. They haven't resolved this. Everyone's beating them up for it. And every expert I've ever read that talks about the space sort of gives a couple of other names when it comes to the better balance sheets that are not named Southwest. So I'm going to be shorting this one in front of 34.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Thanks for the comments in the chat. I mean, I always think this show is nothing without humor because, I mean, if we just sit here and talk blah, blah, blah all day, it's not that enjoyable. So we throw that in there. Thanks for the comments for sure. I said this yesterday about the Jets ETF, and I just think that if you know, this is going to be a weather-related issue, which it obviously it is, then you could just get into an ETF. We talked about that with cars yesterday, with the EV space. If you really believe in the space and you don't want to pick a name, like Neil was saying, you don't want to go through balance sheets and figure all that kind of stuff out, which I don't want to do, then I think you go with an ETF there. And the Jets one has fallen down a little bit, so you've come back in just a little bit. I mean, it can get. Look, I mean, this industry, I don't know if it's investable to begin with. We've talked about that a couple of times. I think you might want to just be in it for a trade. If there is going to be a reopen, China has definitely, so you might want to get like United or something that's more of a national flyer, like here in maybe Air Canada. What did you fly over to India? British Airways, right. So a few different things like that. You want to get some international, so Southwest is going to be just domestic. But if you're going to go, I think anyways, if you're going to go down here, you know, you do have a little bit of ways to go. But again, this is a pretty safe play. The Jets ETF has definitely fallen back in here. It holds, the holdings are, I think it's 10% of the top 4 names. So 40% are like Southwest, LUV, Delta, all that, or LUV is Southwest, Delta, American, all that kind of stuff. So there's a bunch of names in this, and I think you want to take the Jets ETF just to be safe. And if you like airlines, that's where I would say plant your money. Then you take away the single stock risk there, Cherif. All right, only 9 minutes to go. What else we got? Ooh, and we've already talked about crypto, but we'll talk about the chips here. What do you got for us, Cherif?
NVIDIA, guys, down 52% year to date. It had a horrendous day yesterday, mostly on macroeconomic headwinds. Let's have a look at the chart here. Yeah, it's down marginally today, almost 1%, but look at this move down yesterday. We had highs of 154 at a point, and then basically closing off the session at $1.40, a $14 move. But look at this 1 hour chart here. We have basically a descending column of days. How do we play this one today?
It's still expensive, this stock. I mean, 60, and then, well, forward P is like 30 something, but 60 overall is not very good. That 150 break, those are the kind of moments that you look back and, you know, I've been looking at Intel every single day. And it's not that Intel hasn't been profitable, but nothing was like NVIDIA. Flat bottom breakdown, resistance, that's gone. 148, I don't think we see that today. 142 was the bottom of this channel. So you have this really tight zone in a 140 and a 142. I prefer playing off resistance than to taking 930 breakdowns. When you look at, I find it hard to believe that you could have this big a drop off 150 and then do exactly the same thing at 140. Call me a little bit skeptical about that. So I'm looking to play off the 142 level on NVIDIA. If it breaks upside, it's kind of in that Tesla bucket now. Like it's gotten, like that, the drop has been so severe. I'm not talking about in the last year, but I'm just talking about the last 4 sessions. How is 165 down to 140? You got 25 bucks. Check that. 3 sessions, I should say. You got 25 bucks in 3 sessions on NVIDIA. So I want to respect the fact that if 142 goes and we get any kind of Santa Claus rally, this could see all the way back to resistance at that 148. So hard stop in there for me. I was shifting away from Intel in the afternoon to Micron, mostly because Micron was playing off that 50 level. Well, 50 and a half looks like it's going to be that resistance. That 50, I don't know how valid it is anymore. When I look back at this, it's the 50 half here. If this breaks out 50 half, it's got room to rally. It wasn't quite as, if you look at the recovery that Micron made, double bottom, got almost all the way back to the top here. That's some signs of relative strength. So if I'm going to be long on a break, I'm feeling this 50-50 on Micron. I don't know if the market takes us there today. It's certainly not starting out like that's going to be the case. So this is the one I did want for a breakout. I thought we're a little bit closer to that when I sat down here this morning, but I'll still have the order in, locked and loaded to go long Micron 50-50 if it makes the break.
All right, 6.5K watching. Let's hit the like button. Only 900 likes right now. If we can hit the like button, that'd be fantastic. Let's get that YouTube algorithm kicking. Yesterday, AMD was like a bang trade. It was one of these kind of trades right there. We did it 4 or 5 times. We shorted, and it was an absolute banger of a trade, man. We got very, very patient with it. It was a big one for me. I think I said this the other day that I should just run the study and figure out what was my #1 stock. Maybe I'm going to do that. I'll find out if I could just. Problem is, in our statements, you can only download for 2 months, I believe, data. So I'd have to parse it all together. I'm going to see if I can get that. But right now, just thinking here. Look at this downside move right now coming for AMD. Looks like it. I wrote the sticky note that I liked a 65 break. That's when the market was up. I thought that maybe, like when I'm writing these things and we're down here at 63.50, I'm like, okay, maybe we take 64, and if the market rips, then we get back up to 65. But that's not what's happening at all right now. The market is turned red. AMD is still moving to the downside with that red market. So yeah, you're going to be looking at breaks lower right now. I still feel like you want to be patient and get that move back up. So if we do move back up into this kind of area, we cleaned out there that 63.40 off of 64 short. So even though we had it at the top yesterday, it was only $1 move. Right, and we sort of bled the rest of the afternoons. There it is. Now you're starting to break lower here. Just breaking right now. So it's 9:25. The imbalances just came out, and the market is getting pumped. So let's just see what just came out on these. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so it's Tesla, big sell on Tesla right now. Again, it's 300, it's about 1 million shares, right? Into 9 million, so it's not huge. But look at this, because you can't go short, do you see what's happening now? This is SSR. Look at this level, just keep following it down. Look at it, follow it down. It's gonna get exhausted, now it's gonna bump back up, and then another level is gonna develop again, where people are starting to line the offer up now, right? So Tesla taking this market down, this is gonna be a cold day in hell, it looks like, for Tesla one more time again here. Look at this. They get on the offer, they get taken out. Look at it, they just reap. Oh my God. Right now the market is see you later, alligator. Apple right now as well on the sell side. Amazon on the sell side. Yeah, about those sells. Looks like they're coming in pretty good here. Tesla to the downside. Weak market. Small caps moving. Yeah, we could talk about those. I don't know if they're going to be super into that today, but let's go over to Cherif quickly.
Yeah, not really moving much at the moment, guys, but Lucy coming up here, basically moving higher after the company announced a multi-billion-dollar globally licensing agreement. Let's have a look at Lucy real quick. Yeah, it's basically holding VWAP and possibly making a move through that high of day. That high of day seems to be around 1 3/4. Also here, CALA, we talked about this one earlier. This one's moving up on news that the FDA accepted its investigational new drug application. So that one moving nicely as well. Let's have a look at CALA. Same kind of shape almost as Lucy. That big move up and then that consolidation sideways through VWAP. Neil, you interested in any of these today?
Well, I like CALA off this 7 level. They got their post market lower high here today at about 680. Nice small float, so there's always a chance that if it goes, it can be a bit of a runner. That works in both directions. It breaks 6, I think you can see 520. And HTGM was the good one yesterday. That gave you multiple, it gave you multiple 25% moves, both early on and later on in the day. I think this is the same kind of play here, where if it fails the high, you probably work back into the 550 range. So I'm looking short 660 to 7, and then play it off the top. It get down to beneath that 6 even, I think we can go run. If it breaks out the high, pretty much forget about it. On the daily chart, you can see there has been resistance over here at that 7 since the reverse split. Once you get past that, it's a heck of a lot higher. NVIDIA's already broken 140. It's already broken 140. You're 1.5% into the downside. These shorts, it's just the market to short till it's not. I keep saying this. I put my order in for NEO. NEO hasn't broken yet, or I think I'd be short. Coin is still at that bottom, trying to get a little bit lower here. I know you were looking at AMC. I was going to check 8, but I almost don't care about it anymore. Tesla, I got rid of this wick, and now it's back. Tesla did briefly take out 110. It got to 109.90 and looks like it's trying to head back higher. So if it does a wick bottom at 110, that's what could lead to maybe the short around that 114 in front of 115. That's where I'm going to be sitting.
Yeah, Nvidia, Apple, Allergan. I mean, there's a lot of names bumping around right now. We're going to take a quick short in Lucid right now at this 27 mark. So we are now short Lucid right here. We just got filled there at 27. So let's wait to see here what happens coming into the downside now for LCID. Short now at 27. I have higher offers, so you know, I want to get this name into here. 35s, 34s. If we take out 50, I'm going to be gone, and then we'll re-engage it. Maybe 55, a little bit of a better a target there if we're wrong on that one. And I just want to be short Lucid. We talked about why. It's been an absolute dumpster fire of a trade for Lucid right now with only a minute left. Once again, we have absolutely nobody on the bell. Maybe someone can hit that up. I don't know, Fahad, you want to get onto that? This as we go. But here we go. Only 40 seconds now before we have some action. Actually, Fahad can't ring the bell and switch. Cherif, why don't you go get it?
Literally impossible.
No, let Cherif do it if you want to trade, Brad. Or you want to do it, Brad? All right, Sharif's there now. All right, so here we go, guys. Only 15 seconds to go. We're short Lucid. We're looking at some APE. We're looking at some AMC breaking through $4 as well. Market B tanking right now, down 0.14. I shouldn't call it a tank, but we are getting to the downside with only 15 seconds left. Thank you for hitting the like, up to 1.2K. If you're watching now, 7,500. Hit the like before this market opens. And now we only have 10 seconds. It's Cherif on the bell. So let's get ready to rock and roll with that one with only 5, 4, 3, 2, blast off. Let's go. All right. Thank you, Cherif.
Casino is
Get
open.
back to your desk.
Yes.
All right.
There could be breaking news right
Let's
now.
go. Come on, there's breaking news right now. No, there's not.
No,
all right,
there isn't.
Tesla downside a little bit. We are into Lucid right now. That's not really doing anything. Let's see if we can get a nice downside break here. Amazon breaking 82.50.
Yeah, Amazon looking pretty weak. Coin not really doing a lot, but Tesla beneath that 110. Nvidia just came. I just got Southwest for the first time here, so the first trade for me is going to be Southwest again. We just got below that 140 on Nvidia. Looks like it's trying to reclaim it back into the upside. I want to be a little bit patient with this, see if it can't take that one out. But it's a 1 day, Southwest down, 2 days, Southwest already at the low of the day. I'm going to try and rinse and repeat this one. If we can hang out in this channel, look at the channel, like 33.25, 33.50. If it pops back up, I'll try to get some more. But this one might already be gone. Like, forget about it. This market, where are the bids? Well, I mean, they're nowhere. I know the case. We just broke $10 on NEO. The low was $9.97. So I'm at $9.97 when that breaks to go to the short there. And I just got that Cala to the short side. That's a short that I have to be concerned with because it's a small cap. That could actually go up when the market goes down.
Yeah, we're absolutely crushing this Lucid trade, man. We just got a 35 offer, and it was for big boy shares. So good trade there. We talked about going short Tesla 109. Well, I didn't do it because I was trading Lucid. And right there, holy shoot, bye-bye Tesla. So it is going to break that like we talked about, that 108 area. So just watch out here for Tesla. Straight downside fire. I should already be short this name, to be honest with you. I should already be short 109, but I'm not. So we will try to take advantage of that one going through a little bit. We will punch out some more Lucid as that's retraced back up. We got a 63 bid there as well. But we are watching. Now Tesla's starting to bounce a little bit there. So we are out of half of our Lucid. Let's watch out Tesla. Just bounced through. I was going to take a 108 short, but here comes Tesla right back, man. Like,
we could have wick bottoms
huge,
here.
Huge. Yeah, huge move for Tesla back to the upside. 111 now trying to take it out. And there it goes, man. Nice bump up to 111 for Tesla.
Yeah, you always have to watch out for the wick bottom. Like when I get NEO short, I'm getting out here once it takes out that 110. Also got to watch out for that Cala. And Coinbase just came in as well. But NEO, wick bottoms, if it levels off here, I just got to get out of Dodge. If it levels off, look for 10. And sometimes you almost think about that long trade. Tesla, for me, I wanted 115 so I can be patient with it. KALA, I did get into that one. It looks like it's pretty steady at that 650. I had a chance to get some out in the 20s. But here comes Coinbase. So that last pop up in the market did engage a new short off 33 in Coin. If Coin breaks channel to the upside, that's another stock that could jailbreak because it's been so badly beaten up. So I want to make sure I get my stop order in there. I want a hard stops on anything where you're short at that bottom. Don't want to get out of pocket too far because look at it. Even Nvidia here, wick bottom through the low, now regapping to the upside. Like you're getting a big time reversal here. I like 42 to the short side, but I'll let this one come to me.
Yeah, so we got short there. We got taken out at 112. We went back into the short now. We're going to take out 112.50. We're short at 111.70 here. These aren't huge amounts of shares because we just saw Tesla move $5, 108 up to 113 or so. So we're going to have to slow this thing down or change our opinion on where we're going to go here. So there it goes. Looks like it wants to battle back upside there. Just bounced again off 12.50, but my out is right here. So if we break 12.50, we're gone. There it is, break outside. So 0 for 2 on Tesla, but very small so far on that. We are watching out for Lucid, man. If it takes that 656, good thing we took some out, but we are back in this name, so we're going to have to watch out for this, man. 656, if it takes that, we are out. So it's a nice little move upside right here for Lucid, but we're watching it, man. We also do have a new short in Amazon. The market has completely rearranged itself here to go back up to the upside. So very, very strong move here for Amazon, for everything, as we watch out now. Amazon was just in the money pretty good for me there, but now it's a nice little bounce back up. We got
there goes Nvidia.
Yep, there goes everything, man. Big time move.
So we'll power up the longs, man. It is what it is. 142 went, so you had some channel breaks. I like the short. The second it broke out, I'm out of the short, and recognizing that you can jailbreak to the upside, just scalp some out of Nvidia. The only short I got left, besides Southwest, I don't think that one's going to matter too much. And then that Cala I do have to watch out for. But same thing happened over there in Coinbase. It broke that bottom channel to 33. I think there's room to 34 here. If you get a wick bottom, if you get a wick top, I do want to jump out of this at 32.75. I think I believe in a rebound in Nvidia a little bit more than I do the reversal in Coinbase. So I'll have a tighter stop on the reversal in Coin.
All right. We were too busy looking at Lucid there and Tesla, and we sort of did not get an average in there for Amazon. So I was looking here at Amazon, basically 82.30. Like, there it is. Now we got the average in. So if we break out for Amazon, we got to get out of this one. We don't want to be, like I said, this is, the market. I always talk about being a little more patient when this market starts to act like this, especially off the open where you get these crazy moves one way and maybe they don't continue. But here goes Amazon right back up to a big level here of 83.25. This is going to be my out. It looks like it is going to break it. We're getting very, very aggressive northbound moves right now. So yeah, congratulations anybody that is net long right now. It's great for the portfolio, not great for my current day trading portfolio.
Cala halted
right now. Cala halted. Okay, so you get over to there if you want to. I'm watching out for this Amazon trade.
Yeah, quickly, I got out when it took out $7. That was my line in the sand. I had a 70 short. You'll see it get all the way up to 7. Halt to the upside. Looks like indicated 725 open. But when that opens back up, I'll get to it for you guys here. Tesla, that wick, still there. Just gave me the entry. So we're now short on Tesla in front of 114. Now 115 I think is the resistance level, so I want to respect that as well. But I grabbed some in front of 114. This is kind of like yesterday. When you jailbreak into the upside, if you're going to give me a scalp down into like 112, because remember 112 was a big level yesterday, I'll go ahead and take that. Because I'm rinsing and repeating this all the way up to 115 on Tesla. The Coinbase reversal is now all the way to 33. I should take something out here. It got to 33.40, so close enough to 50s that I feel like I want to get at least something out of here. I don't want to chase it too far down. We'll get a little bit of that reversal on Coin. This is heading back into the upside. These jailbreaks, beaten up so badly some of these stocks that a lot of times there's nowhere else to go. If there's one short that the market's screaming to 1100 on the NASDAQ. And if there's one short that ain't going anywhere but down, it's Southwest. So their troubles continue on the stock price and everything as well. There's one other name, and apologies for not getting to this one. That's all me. But I'll show you guys what the CCL chart looks like. $8 for 3 days in a row with a 750 bottom for the same 3 days in a row. Any guesses? Short in front of 8, get out in front of 750.
All right. I don't know, man. We went back into it. I don't know. I mean, so first of all, Amazon is now printing. Hopefully we get a little bit of a lower bid into that for sure. But I am just looking at, I did take another Tesla while Amazon right now just, again, failed. Went all the way down. I was bidding 95s, went down to 97 there on that retracement back in. We did take out a piece here at 05 for flat, but we need to get this back down in below 83, obviously, here for Amazon. Watch out for these futures. Again, right up to 11,000, right? We talked about, Neil just mentioned that. We talked about that yesterday for a key level. No surprise that that's where we're bouncing from, but bouncing doesn't matter. I need continuation to the downside right now. So our Lucid short, like shorting EVs, not working, man. I mean, well, I mean, whatever. We got Tesla right now, maybe, for a nice downside move. Let's hope that that can continue to go. Come on, Amazon, don't stop again. Really? Really? Are you stopping right there again at 97s? There we go. We'll take a 99 out. Come on, we're at 95. There it is. Yeah, flush, baby, flush. Let's go. Big trade alert there for me as we just covered some more there. I'm a little bit nervous for it. Let's see if we can get a flush. We also do have $1 now in the money for Tesla, right back here to 112. We'll take a piece out if it gets down there and put us back into the Greensville here for Tesla.
Yeah, I'm thinking if it breaks 112, we should see somewhere close to that 110 on Tesla, that is, I should be talking about. NVIDIA couldn't hold the 140, 150, so we're going to have a tight stop on the break. Somehow coin didn't come out. So why I just type in Netflix there? Meant NVIDIA. Netflix, by the way, rolling over off 285. That's going to be a level worth watching. But NVIDIA, it tried to get to 143. You're going to see it start to check up here at 140, 150. If I'm going to be convinced that this long is worth getting back into, it has to hold the pre-market highs, go sideways, channel, and then maybe break up. I need to see more signs of strength than what I'm seeing right now. CCL is already starting to work. We talked about Southwest. I did want to go over very quickly to Square and Coin add to the long side. Block was the one from yesterday. Load, load, low. Back beneath that $60 level. It looks like it's giving it up. I like to short off of that 60. I don't know if I'll get another chance to get there, but a wick high through $60, that's too obvious of a trade for me not to take the entry.
All right, I'm kind of just like, you know, hanging on here pretty good, but you know, hoping that Lucid can get back down. We've sort of, I'm watching Lucid. It is moving with Tesla here, so I feel like we're going to have a double whammy if we go back up to the upside. It looks like Lucid does want to break, but we just did a couple covers there, 46s and 47s. So yeah, this is going to be an L here for Lucid because yeah, Tesla right now is starting to keep going to the upside, breaking through 114 right now. We just had $1 in the money. We didn't take it, 112.30. We actually had more than that and didn't take it. So yeah, we're definitely losing out on some opportunities here to sort of cash out and in. There goes Lucid breaking higher now. So that's going to be an L. We'll flush ourselves on the toilet on Lucid. But again, you know, it's been okay morning because we've taken some profits out, but definitely not the big, huge winners that we were hoping to get on this. There goes Tesla, 0 for 3 on Tesla as that continues to make moves to the upside as well. Starting to break longs here, guys, in the market. We'll hold a little bit of this Lucid, but it's at 60 now, so we'll take a piece out anyways and just try to watch out what's happening now as we start to break a little bit.
Yeah, I did get the long in Micron. That was the one break that I was pretty sure I wanted based on the channel. I got 50-50. 50-55, it looks like, or 56 average price, 55 half. It got up to 50-80 there. I took a leg out. I'll probably take another leg out if it gets to 51. We're about to get put to the test. The second move here on Tesla, we talked about 115. That wick. We talked about 115 here, and we got the 114 initially. It came back, pulled, couldn't get through 12s. Now you're going to test that 115. That's the line in the sand. If it gets above there, I'm just going to take the L. But this is the last chance to get into it off the short-off resistance. Going back to CCL, I just got the second leg out there. I'll go to it after Tesla resolves itself at 115. A little more important, that move.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's going to resolve itself right now. Up there to 115 right now. Just keeps on going. We'll wait, guys. All right, so there goes Tesla, just breaks right now through 115, but it does look like it did stop right there. So we'll see if it takes it back out again as it's dancing around this level. Looks like it does want to clean take it or no. I had a small short there, and I got stopped out, so it must have taken out 115, but now it's looking like it wants to bounce around and take it clean right there. So there it is.
Yeah, I'm out now.
Yeah, big, huge move up there for Tesla today. You know, could have gotten ourselves away from that name, but we didn't. So that was a little bit of a mistake there for us. But again, very, very paper cuts there on Tesla as we just kept going short and didn't use a lot of shares, man, because again, very, very nervous times there for TSLA. I'm back in the Amazon short, but again, you know, this name is just, for Amazon, is continuing to rip, as so is the market. So that's 83.40 there as a top for Amazon. So, you know, that's going to be an area of concern for me. I still do like the short because we've been sort of bashing the Amazon shorts a couple times. But again, you know, to stay in it and get run over is not a super wise decision. So here it comes, pulling back down a little bit. Let's take a little bit more cash out of this trade because it's a good one right there, making some money back here on AMZN. Let's try to hold it in case the market does fall down, but you're up 0.5 today, which is a little bit of a surprise. The market was downside there just before we opened, and then we get a rally now in the NASDAQ. So ES and NASDAQ both making moves higher here as we're trying to lick our wounds a little bit here with Amazon.
Yeah, we just got 51s, power up to the upside on Micron here, up 1.74% into the market. That's 3x the NASDAQ right now. So it's on the clean break. I think you could see 50-60. Like, sorry, 51.60, just going back to where this was last week. I think we could see another 50 to 60 cents to the upside there. Nvidia's starting to go back into the upside. I still have CCL and Southwest that are short. These are holding on. Travel names. So CCL, top of the range, all the way to 770. Bottom of the range is 750. If I see 750s, I'm go ahead and take that. On a 15-minute chart, that's as clean as it gets. It's been showing you the top and telling you exactly where you want to have that short. Southwest, it just broke 33. I think we can see a continuation. But last time, right at this moment yesterday, this is when Southwest was making a bottom and then coming right back up. I want to short the pop here in Southwest, 33.20s or so, and respect the low that it made. I got burned by not getting it out and taking profit on the temporary low early. This time I don't want to do exactly the same thing. Tesla is now back beneath 115. So maybe that rejection of 11,000 on the NASDAQ, that's a couple of times now. I'm still thinking there could be some shorts inbound.
So what do we think about this market here? Man, I'm really close to shorting. Oh, sorry, we're still short Amazon. We're really close to shorting this AMD, man. You're breaking back down below 63 right now, and it looks like it wants to try to go a little lower here. Oh, man, we missed it. Okay, we'll take a 90, but very small. We'll see if it can come back upside a little bit here as the chip names continue to be weak here today, right? So you can see AMD down 0.62. We do like to trade relative weakness versus strength. So, yeah, there goes Tesla down to 114 again. As the market's giving a little bit back here. It's good, man. We're short Amazon and short AMD. Let's effing go right now. What's up, Cherif?
Guys, yes, LJAQ. Remember this one from yesterday? Halted again to the upside, now up 20%. This one went all the way north of 42 yesterday. Halted now, but on low volume, guys.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Amazon.
Oh, by the way, Kala halted, opened back up. It's headed toward $9 now. So that halted 7. It's up another 25% and looking like it's going to channel higher. Coinbase, look at the reversal. Wick top through coin. Let's reestablish 33 as resistance. Wick top just tells me the short can come back into play here. At least we got a couple of them on. You know what's still working long? Yeah, Micron's still holding the high. So as the market pulled back there, this one feels like it's going to be worth it for the long play. I don't know if you talked about Netflix, but Netflix, that's a harsh rejection of 285. Netflix is feeling like I accidentally pulled this up when I was looking at Nvidia, but this is a harsh rejection of yesterday's close price, and this one's still heading to the downside. It's got room to 276 here. If it comes up again, then I think it can be shorted off that 85.
All right, man, I'm just kind of like just getting in and out here. I mean, Amazon has just been kind of a disaster. Like, we put on our scalp hat there. We're no scalp demon like my guy Luca over there, but we're trying right now to do that as Amazon is holding up higher, but I just don't believe in the name. So, you know, I buy his short side on that one as we, you know, we're just taking some profit out here. Lucid still trying to go up here a little bit, but we are long at 46, just kind of on Tesla's strength. But, you know, let's take a piece out here at 52 if we can get it. It's been a nice little move back upside. We tried to average in on some of that, but, you know, we did get hit on the downside of Lucid. So when we were short, and it ripped up against us, of course, so we did take that hit. But we're going to watch out for Lucid there. But hey, what else is printing right now? Oh yeah, AMD. We go back to the well, man. Stay in your lane. We talk about that all the time. I said AMD I thought was my #1 stock, so first trade that we put on seems to be a good one. So it's a nice move to the downside right there, breaking through 63. We are now out of half of this trade. Again, because the market's upside right now, I'd like AMD for a short, but it wouldn't surprise me if we kind of ripped back up and tried to test going green again. So let's try to get some more out here of AMD. If the market participates and continues to move down, then hey, we've got it, and that's great. But if not, we do want to be able to reload it for a little bit higher, kind of like near this 200 period, 63.14 or so is a decent reload for me on that one. And that's why we scalp out a little bit there of Amazon, because it goes right back to a flat trade once again.
Yeah, speaking of flat trades, there have not been a lot of them this morning. Like, there's been a heck of a lot of movement. I'm going to get to Intel in a second, but reclaiming that 33, you got a higher low got put in on Coinbase. I was willing to say if it held this 33 and broke channel down, it could turn into a short. That's not the case. At least for now, it looks like it wants to head higher. So I want to respect that if it wants to jailbreak. Going back over to Micron's holding up. It looks like 36 pennies in the money. If we take out 1100, I think it's going to be a good one. But you've also got some strength here in Intel. I hate to say it. The top is 26.30. This is what I'm watching. If that can break out, fair enough. The shorts I was shorting was right here at 26.10. If it starts to roll over here, I will put a short on, but only at this price or up at 26.25. CCL looks like it's fine. LUV also looking like it's fine. And back to Tesla. It's suddenly got all kinds of buyers on every single dip. It's a very different story. Wick top that got me out 115 there out of a quick reversal. And suddenly you're just channeling a little bit higher. If this is the jailbreak to the upside, I don't want to miss the party. Once you're above that 115, I think there's room to 120. I hate to say it, but maybe this is the day. I don't hate to say it.
Yeah, I think it might be the day. I mean, hey guys, I mean, I talked about it earlier that it might be time to buy some Tesla, and that was at 110. We went short, of course, here on the show, but I was talking about more for a longer term position, but we'll see if that's going to be right or not. It's probably not. I mean, there's lots more to come here. We don't even know. We still have, more Fed speak coming, all this kind of stuff. Inflation still pretty much out of control, and we will wait to see if it is. Wow, okay, nice little move there for Lucid. We bought it back here. We took the short, but we're making a little bit of money back on this name as it came back into VWAP, and we loaded it up again right there. So again, back into VWAP, in, out, back in, and out. We just got a 58 out there as the high's been 60, 61. So as Neil was talking a little bit about Tesla there, Lucid has had a good day upside. Obviously being up 6% is a good day for any of these EV names. Okay, just, things not stopped. Things stopped going down. I mean, right there, AMD, like I said, nice move back up. I didn't even notice that. We went right to 13 again as I call this name up. So we'll short that around that 13 level. Sorry, whoops. Did I just punch out by accident? No, I did not. Okay, good. So let's go short here at 13 and see if we can get some shares. There it is. So obviously we get those shares short, reloaded into that short. We're still going to give it up to about 63.40 or so. What is that high? I don't even want to give that wick up there, 53s. Let's just go here. We break through 40. That's kind of those pre-market little levels right there on AMD. Ooh, but a nice little drop down. We'll take some 03s. Why not? We just took a 13. Let's take 10 cents real quick right there on that. Oh, Amazon broke. So I have to get out of that, although I still like the short in Amazon, but it did break higher right there. Let's just stick with what's been working. AMD right now, back in. We'll take a 63 flat, but our out's going to be 63.40. So right now we're short at 07. So that's going to be a 30-cent hit. So we need to, have this name back into the 80s before we're making any real risk to reward money on this name. But for now, we're short at 08. So, we'll scalp a couple profit spots out. Look at Amazon. Oh no, failed again, break. And now it's making the move down. Ah, yes, sir. AMD with the cash right there again. Ring the register. You got to get out first before you ring registers. There it is. 87s, 86s out. Good trade here. Yes. Bringing it back. Let's go. Too bad we got wicked out. Not wicked out. Too bad we got out of Amazon. Nice move to the downside. Let's go.
Pretty much exactly 1825 is where RIVN had that reversal here just now. We talked about this channel in the morning. I didn't get there because I was playing Tesla. Obviously, you saw what happened to Tesla. Crazy move. But now I'm going to short this thing up to 1825. It reverses on me. We'll go into the long, but it has to be at that price. I also got to reload. I'm reloaded in Southwest. It did come back yesterday. I don't think I was aggressive enough trying to short some of these pops in Southwest. This time we're going to go ahead and rectify that. If it wants to continue the trend, it's shown signs of bucking the overall market trend before, at least a couple of times here. Let's see if it can still do it. Speaking of Tesla and market trends, this is still looking pretty strong here. It won't even get back into VWAP at this point, which I'd like to be. Like I'd love a VWAP dip buy. I think that would be fantastic if we can get it. It's got a 116 double top, so if it's going to do it, it's got to do it right here. Coin still going kind of sideways. It's holding right off that pre-market breakout price. If it can't hold 75s, it's probably just going to flush the rest of the day. I reversed that one into the long side. And then Micron, that's holding up well, but 51 wick top on Micron. This could reverse on me, to be sure. I think I'm going to be looking for Intel, as that has rejected that 2610 just like yesterday.
So not much happening with, what's up guys? Thank you for joining us. Let's hit the AMC ape. Although we're short right now, it's not doing anything. So, you know, we are on the short for this name, of course, here for AMC. We talked about it breaking 4. We're short at 4, right? We're short at 98.50s actually. So we take a 95 and we take a 94. Let's see if it continues to flush a little bit lower. That would be the ultimate for me there. We talked about AMD getting into the 80s and we would start ringing some registers. So let's start ringing a little bit of register there. We got to get Cherif going on the desk there. He likes that money. And there it is, as we all should like it, as it's going to make the move to the downside right now. AMD's 25 cents in. We did take back Amazon right here. I see the NASDAQ flushing, right? So it's already made me sick that we just got stopped out there. And this is what happens when you scalp, man. You take some profits, and then you're getting out for 10-cent hit when you're wrong. But the fact that we just got out at 40, and now it's back down sub 90s, or sub 83, into the 90s. Yes! Bang! Let's go, man. Good trade right there for Amazon. We reloaded it, and it's a nice little win for us here on AMZN. So let's go, man. Yeah, we're bringing this day back right now. So good trading on AMD, good trading on Amazon. Let's just continue this move to the downside, man. Nice little break short here.
Yeah, market coming right back in here. We grab RIVN in front of 18. Already took some 1785. We get to low of the day. We'll take out some more. Do want to check it. Look, the shorts are obviously starting to pay off here. Look out for where are you, NIO? NEO. Right back at that 10-10. So I shorted the bottom break, did not want to get trapped at the low, took the L on NEO, but it's still heading to the downside. So much like RIVN, Tesla pulling back in here. I think NEO beneath that 10 can be re-engaged. PDD, do as we say, sometimes not as we do. Talked about Pinduoduo breaking this channel down. That's 83.60. I am on the offer here. I did try to grab it when it broke. That's 83.60. I'm sitting here at 83. Cross down 25 pennies to 83.35. If it comes back up to that price, I'll try to engage it. Down 3%. It's weaker than the market. It's broken a floor. I only want to be short beneath that floor. If this isn't higher than 83.60, then I want to be looking short.
All right, Luca did just dump as well there. Okay, we're just going to get in and out there. We took a 40 fill, and then we got out. We were out, so good fills there for Luca. Let's make sure that we don't catch one of those low bids again there. But it was a good one down. It just sucks because look at all these shorts they would have printed. But we did get out at 55 break, which is fine. Hit this name back in again here today. Yeah, so when it flushes, man, that's why you got to start putting on your scalping hat. We just flushed, and we got a bunch of outs in the 70s. My best out for Amazon, I believe, is 60-something. 72, sorry. My best out there. I don't know what that bottom actually turned out to be. It looks like maybe it was 72, so we wound up catching that bottom dead to right there on Amazon. We will average back in. My out's going to be 20s, I believe. I was going to give it up to about a 25 spot there for Amazon. So if that does come out, I'm just going to adjust the stop order because, again, we're out of a decent amount of that. So we'll go down a little bit more there for Amazon. We are going to average back into this right here, a little bit higher than this. We are at, actually the 200 period is right here at 12. I was waiting at like 17 or 18. I don't know because my L was going to be 25. So we probably should have taken more shares there, but we didn't. That's okay. All right, let's just regroup on all that. Right now, AMD, again, very similar. Look at that, 73 out right there for AMD. It's probably getting close to a reload level as well. The problem is, the market right now, pretty flattish, right? I mean, you did get a nice move upside, bounced around 11,000 for sure. You got to wait for those key levels. We should have engaged the short up there instead of on the way up there. We should have waited. And right now, that might be the next play. So I will take a few more shares short just in case we don't get up there. But you are above the 50 period, and you are above right now some of those pre-market levels, or right at them anyways. So this is definitely a turning spot right here in the market. We just bounced off pretty good there, the 50 period. We only went down about 20 handles off that, which created a huge move. So if it happens again, we'll have to take some more profits at some of those levels. But it looks like for now, the market's trying to hold up a little bit here, which is not great because I'm thinking we can get a nice little move. What's up, Trader Gorno? BA short? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I want to be exposed to both sides of this coin, right? But at the same time, I'm not looking at gift horses in the mouth. As Coinbase gets right back up, it holds 33. We reloaded 33. It goes right back to the quarter. Lower high being put in here. Yes, can this reverse and get to 34, 34 and a half? I do think so. But as long as I'm feeling skittish, and as long as we're beneath that 11, if the NASDAQ never breaks 11,000, like what good are some of these breakout trades? So as much as I think if we break 11,000, yeah, we got another dollar in this Coinbase, we got another dollar in Micron. It hasn't happened yet. So we're going to pay ourselves off on the way up, make sure that we're still looking for the names that we like short. Micron holding up pretty well here after that 50-50 break, still up at that 51 level. I want to check back on Netflix. I never got any fills there. It's climbing, and I like it in front of 285, but not quite enough to get me into that short, unfortunately. We already talked about Southwest, but I did not get back over to CCL for you guys. Got to the low, and now retracing back into 8. This is a pretty clean rinse and repeat. I will get right back on the offer in front of $8 and just keep shorting it until 8 breaks. And then that Cala stock, that thing's been pretty wild. It's actually holding up at the highs. I had an accidental reversal long that I took out right away. I think I made 3 cents on it. It's now gone another $1.50 to the upside, looking like it wants to take out $9. If you go from the reverse split, it did see as high as $11 even. I could see that as resistance. Makes a little sense that there's going to be a flush on this at some point, but a big runner so far.
Ooh, man, 63.50. All right, so first of all, I mean, let's go, man. Banger alert on AMD, man. We just talked about, you know, trading the names that you love and continuing to be loyal to said names. AMD, we reloaded that one. You can see where the shorts are. This continues to print. Honey, thank you so much for that. I asked for a new one because, you see, it gets cold pretty quick. I'm not even anywhere near it, but yeah, cheers. Well, I got a possum or what?
It's a hedgehog.
I got an owl.
Oh, yeah,
my daughter loves owls, actually. I don't know why, but
yeah, that's actually my grandmother's favorite animal, an owl.
it's a little awkward drinking out of this mug, I got to be honest with you.
What's up with that, man? I got to find. Oh, it still fits on Prad's coaster, though. Okay. I see you, Prad's coaster. All right. Amazon with a nice little move to the downside right now as well. Thanks to Prad for that coaster, by the way. It's very nice. All right, let's go. Keep on going. This is why Prad will make a good husband. You know, he's very thoughtful of everybody around you. He brought everybody. Yo.
What do you mean chill? He's selling you.
Yo, agent. I'm your agent on this, bro. You know, I'm gonna get you hooked up here.
I didn't finish that thought. I didn't mean he's selling you, but he's basically selling your marriage.
I tried to sell Prad, but they wanted their money back real quick. But okay, right now AMD good again. We just reshorted that at 20. It was actually at 17. So there it is. We're just taking some little cuts here. Little cuts, little wins, hoping for a bigger move, trying to hold on to a little bit of something right there. We did take out Amazon again. I mean, again, we just shorted it right there at 28. So we took it out at 12. So I don't know, man. I mean, I want this market to go one way here, preferably to the downside as I'm everything short, but it doesn't look like it wants to do much. So, you know, we'll just keep on getting a little bit out here, little by little, and then hopefully be able to have something on for the ultimate doomsday flush that I don't think is going to happen. So we're going to wait for that as, again, tomorrow, then Friday, you know, and then you're into another long weekend. So watch out here for possible more light trading, and right now it looks like the market is kind of just going to the upside. These growth stocks definitely want to get going a little bit, so just be careful with these trades. We're not putting a lot of shares into these levels. We're kind of just bouncing around. This is a scalping kind of trade. So, and just because you're scalping doesn't mean that you use bigger shares. You got to make sure that you're in the right ranges here. And for me, I'm not getting like the greatest reads. I thought we could flush. I mean, we've done really well. AMD's all profit, but you know, at the same time, anything you want to go over?
Home sales did just come out there. I think it was like -4 versus -4.6. So it looks like that was not quite the month over month at least. And I just got into Square in front of 60 as well. So that 60 level on Square comes back into play. And it's 10 o'clock. That means we got to go to Cherif for happening now.
Let's go.
Hey guys, happening now brought to you by Chart Prime. Chart Prime offers top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zone, pivot points, and many more to add to your trading strategy. Click the link on the screen there to get a hold of Chart Prime. Guys, let's have a look at North American markets to start off here. The S&P 500 barely changed, up 12.5 points, 0.33%. The Dow Jones, likewise, 0.22%, not doing much. The NASDAQ up 0.46, so the strongest of the bunch. We've been seeing the NASDAQ the weakest of the bunch lately. Canadian markets mostly down. We'll have a look at some other, FTSE down as well. So, flat day mostly on the market here, guys, but you've seen Shawn, trade Lucid. So Lucid's been active this morning. IR Third Investment actually purchased 85 million shares at an average price of $10.68. They are a shareholder on Lucid. So you've seen up here 5.5%, making a nice little pattern there to the upside, a bull flag pattern. Tesla as well. Tesla shares are higher despite the continued negative headlines. Are they oversold, guys? We're up 5%. Can we hold these levels possibly going into the afternoon? And last but not least, Southwest shares of the airline are actually down. They were down more despite actually as a result of the ire that they've raised of the Secretary of Transport there, Pete Buttigieg, making comments this morning, down 1.75% on the day, guys. That's what's happening now.
Buttigieg, yeah.
I think I butchered his name on the pre-market video there. Apologies, it's not an easy name to say, but a lot of shorts just came in here. On that number came in at 10 o'clock. It's small spike in the futures to the upside. I got Netflix 284. I just got the buck. I'll get 2 or 3 if it comes in a little bit further here. I had just gotten Square. Like all these just started hitting when that number happened. I just got Square. I want to get some bids out there as that one just came into the upside. Intel also spiked up and got me into position as well. I got some more Southwest. So a lot of the shorts starting to play back in. This is Southwest. I missed this one. Oh, crap. I thought I got the fill there at 33.40. But wick top through the high, and now 33.50 coming back inside. So that spike just gave a lot of opportunities to reload some of the shorts off the tops if you got them. Still only Coinbase and Micron for me to the long side. And Coinbase, it's back to the high of the day. I'm now holding for a 33.50 break. And if that can get through 33.50, I think we can see 34 even. As a matter of fact, just in case I want to get an offer out there, I'm just going to sit there on the offer in front of 33.90. So if you do get some kind of an outside spike, we'll go over to that one. Cala resisted a halt up here at 9.38. It went into that halt band and then pulled back in there. So that is a halt resist. If it makes another leg up, I'm looking for $10. That's where I would try a short again, only the $10 level.
All right. Yeah, we did the same thing. We really cashed in a little bit there on those shorts as that was happening. So just looking back at some of these trades, it looks like our AMD, good thing we got out, man. Looks like it's going to reverse back in and go to the upside right here. Some of these chip names want to be strong today. So here it is, right back. It looks like, there it is, man. We're stopped out now of that trade, which is fine. Is it though? I mean, we got punched in a little bit long on that buy because we had a little bit too many shares because we took it out when it ripped back upside. So, all right, AMD right now, it's showing me long, but again, we did take some profit there when that name came out. So that was actually a pretty good trade there for AMD at the top. It looks like we just spiked up to the day's high again. I just, I'm just battling these names here because I want to stay net short. Like on Amazon, we cashed in on that. Like look what just happened here on Amazon. Like it came up to 40s and look what we just did. Like it just came all the way back down. And, if it was Netflix, yeah, $280 stock or whatever, you want to hold $1, $2, $3, $5 or whatever against you and for you. But at the same time, these Amazon, it's just kind of like, we go short there and then look, this is a 33 and that's a 40. And then we're starting to cover 26s, 20s, downside, 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 and it's still moving to the downside, right? And so, you got to watch out. We did take some covers there at 83.12. We did get it back in. So we're just noticing here that the teens seems to be a decent level here for Amazon. But we got to look maybe at some other names here. Yeah, CAK Kala there to the upside, 910, 912. Yeah, still continuing, man, up 130%. We've talked about this one. Yeah, I know it was down here on that halt at 7, straight to the upside. It looks like 950 seems to be a little bit of a resistance level. Obviously there, I would play the long back to 8. So, I mean, I would think you would wait for $8 to come in there. That's where you got view up, and that's where you get the 50 period. But my mind, obviously, right now on Amazon, we have a 13-cent winner. Let's just put something else on the bid now at 24 and see if we can grab that, as it just got faded down a little bit. And there's an average in one more time on AMD. So, hey, man, we're just going to still stay on the high side of some of these stocks, trading the A list. Yeah, that's what I do, Anthony Kerr here. And again, don't just, we're having a good month, man. We're up this month, and it's been great for me. So, yeah, I'm going to still stick with what's been working.
That's all you got to do. And one of my favorite setups, you've probably heard a million times, when I get a wick top, I like that for an entry point. You got a lower high here on RIVN. It broke 18 very briefly, got up to 1850. Slam right back down. So on the way back in, I was able to get some 05s. I'll play that back out on the low of the day. I saw someone in the chat saying, I think he's playing the 285 top on Netflix. I'm assuming you were referring to myself. Yes, that's what I mentioned, 285 up high. This wick is technically the 285.20, so I usually give it a little bit past that quarter mark for a stop out and a cough in a second there. I'm trying to get more shares at 284 if I can, sitting on the offer trying to grab them, but we show winners, we show losers. I just made top wick. Sometimes you don't give it enough room off the high, and I don't think I gave this enough room off the top on square. It broke it by like a couple of cents, and I got stopped out there. You're now right back below. You're still beneath 11,000 on the NASDAQ, so if resistance is still on the stock, I'm still gonna like that to the south side, right here at that 60. Next time I just need to be giving it to maybe 60-30, 60-40. Little bit more room on that one as I just made the top wick, but that also gives you an opportunity to jump right back into the trade. I'm seeing another stock is halted to the upside. I got enough positions on here that there's really only one small cap I'm looking at because I don't think I can look at like 5 or 6 of them at once. It is going to be Cala. If I have to trade one, I think it's going to be this, but I see that GRR making a move to the upside halting. That is right. It is 3 hours.
Yeah, right there. Okay, 140. Yeah. All right. So again, back into AMD as it's continuing to go to the downside here. I mean, I'm looking for more names, man, to trade right now. PDD, AMC right now not doing anything. I mean, you can see my position's kind of flat on that one there as well. Microsoft, Apple. Yeah. I mean, I know I'm in all those names Ash took there. Let's get another look here. Good. Another 20-cent winner here for AMD, so that's going to be a good one as everything's starting to fall down a little bit now, which is all good, man. That's exactly what we thought would happen, but we haven't been holding great. So take one more bid out here at 03 if we can get it. Ooh, no, we cannot. Like we've already made, guys, 140 trades, like 140 fills. So it's just we're definitely over trading here and getting stopped out and then just getting right back in. So that's kind of, it's very misleading a little bit, but we are staying net short today. We talked about that. Amazon, AMD, AMC been short all day, and I don't think we're really going to change that here unless something does change as we, trying to hover around that 50 period and now starting to go lower on that name as well. So I really like that Netflix 280 level. We talked about that on, earlier today, so that could be something to come in. And then I did talk about, possibly shorting that near that 285, which of course was the high today. So that's a big miss for me on that one. But here we go, man. Nice move down now. Again, Amazon 23 cents in the money, and it just wicked down. So let's put a bid on Amazon, take out some more there. That's 20. Like we got 30 cents in the money on Amazon and on AMD right now, but we got the big guy at the big desk. What's up? Mic is not on.
I think we'll definitely get that. It was an update on GRR. We'll go back to Cherif when we get a chance there. But just broke VWAP on square to the downside. I want to make sure I'm getting some profit on this name as it starts to come back in. Block. I know the company's name is Block. I just always say Square. I'm going to say that till the day. I'll just make that mistake over and over again. RIVN rolling back over through VWAP, so we're taking profit on the way back down. This has held resistance. Not everything managed to hold resistance. This did. I jumped into Intel. Well, actually, I hit enter once and it worked. Like now that happens. So I shorted Intel off that 26.10 high, the same short as yesterday. I didn't add to it at 9s because I kind of missed that wick. It's now back beneath 26, all the way down to 25.75. I'm going to get some bids out to make sure that we're capturing profit as this tries to come back in here. I do still have the last piece of Coinbase. I was able to get some out there on the way up to 33.5. It's now looking like it could break the channel 32.75 to the downside, in which case I'll get out of it. That would leave only Micron. If Coinbase stops out in the next 10 cents, that'll leave only Micron, which is maintaining its break of 50-50. I'll just go to the 15-minute because that's the real story here. So you try to pick out relative strength and weakness. Noted this one because of yesterday's recovery. And then on the breakout, as long as it holds that breakout price, it's got a chance to go. But as you can see, every single bump up just gets sold off.
Microsoft really strong today. Microsoft's
Is
a
it?
big, yeah, it's up almost 1%. Let's check out what Apple's up right now, as Tesla's just tanking right now. The selling in Tesla's pretty relentless right now. Just straight to the downside right now off that 116 top. You know, we talked about possibly that there was going to be a little bit of a run in the name today, but, you know, again, up 2%. It really hasn't moved. I mean, it has moved. It moved a lot. It tanked in the morning, then we went right up $8, and now you're right back again to a level that looks like it wants to break again to the downside. I kind of just kid because it's been kind of tough to trade that name today for sure, and that is Tesla. Unless you've just been really happy with this short, it's been a little bit of a difficult ride. We're going to bid some 94s, but we're going to be on something paid because I'm not just going to pay for a fill here. We're short 98, 4 cents on this. We're just at the bottom for AMC, so we're going to have to wait for it. AMD again, right back to flat, so we can probably just get out of this one again. Put another bid here at 02s, 03s. Just keep on rinsing it, right? So this is how we're making money. Like, we haven't really paid. We paid $13 in fees today, so it's been a good day for that. And then all of these outs. Like, look at all these shorts. Like, we only got stopped at once or so on AMD, right there, where we got overfilled. Other than that, everything has been a short here today for AMD, the #1 stock here today, AMD. We got stopped out more, like right there and right there on Amazon today. But again, this name's trying to work out for us as well, downside. But this market just needs to decide what it wants to do. So I think we'll look for Microsoft for some relative strength as it's up 0.7, I believe I said. 0.8 right now and starting. Look at the Microsoft's huge move up, looking to break that 239, to be honest with you. 239, 239.50 right there for Microsoft is the top. I just got filled on something, AMD O2s.
Yeah, we're rolling back to 282 on Netflix here, so that one's continuing to churn. It's about $1.50 in the money. Still looking for it to get down to that 80 to 81 channel where I think we can take it all out. I just got a fill on Intel, so that one's starting to come back. Broke VWAP, right back at VWAP, but that's my first fill out on Intel is it broke that 26. That's going to work. Why did I reverse short in coin? I don't want the short there in coin. The second last long, I still have Micron. Does come in here. We get out of Coinbase. I don't want the shorts, so we're just going to get out of it. Looks like it's trying to break channel to the downside. I want to go back to CCL. The ones that have given me the least trouble, that's what we're not talking about as much. I only want shorts off $8 in CCL. So when it goes to the lower high, I haven't really been playing it. If it breaks the bottom, I think we get a clean move, 790 all the way to the bottom of the channel here at 755. You're asking yourself, is it that easy? Well, I mean, it's not really, but the last 3 days are showing you a range. The day this range breaks, I'm going to lose on that trade, to the short anyways. I won't lose long because I'm not going long for a 750, but at some point this is going to break the range. When it does, I have no problem taking the hit. RIVN is another name we like to the short side. Thankfully, RIVN, I mean, you saw Tesla break up there and stop me out. RIVN never breaks the high, goes right up to that 1825 afternoon tops yesterday, and then right back into the low. So we double tapped it. If it breaks the bottom, this could absolutely flush. Short's starting to pay off here. But it required a little bit of diligence and a little bit of, flexibility. You got to show some flex up at these highs and go right back over to Cherif.
It's a good day for small cap today, guys. COSM, we remember this one as the crazy continuation play going back a few weeks, up 20% on the day, getting off that 4.5 level, breaking through 5, almost up to 560 there. Nice little bull flag forming here, Neil.
Uh-oh. Short all bulls? No, just kidding. Sometimes I look at a bull flag and I say if it's in the... Because the thing about a bull flag is everyone's looking for a long trade off of that consolidation breakup. So if you can structure a short where it's been overextended, I'm looking at Cali here because that's the one that's got my attention, then you got to be able to respect the fact that, hey, you can pull back into VWAP, and if you have a good enough risk to reward, off the 10, like if I could risk 30 cents or 50 cents to try and get back to 9 and then 850 and then 8, well, that's an average out getting you 75 cents to $1. I think that'll be worthwhile. But the market just bounced a little bit here. Okay, so got to go back over to block, manage some positions, forget about what could happen and go back to what is. Bouncing off VWAP, you're now getting right back into the 60 level where I'd probably go one more time. That'd be the third time we test that high. Third time, not always a charm. Hard stop on that for me. Same thing with Intel. And then back over to my lonely long in Micron. No, I have to hit enter twice. So this is trying to bounce off VWAP here. I don't want to, you know what? I don't want to reload longs. The market needs to take 11,000. I think if we actually hold above 11,000, a lot of these longs will become a little bit more clear here, and it'll be easy not to have a tight trigger finger on them to get out of it. So I want to respect the fact that we're not even close to getting back there yet on the NASDAQ. So as much as I like the reload on Micron, I'll either not take it or allow it to break 50-50 and see if it does a wick bottom. That's a much safer entry for me.
Yeah, my trigger fingers are pretty active right now, getting ready to actually blast out of this Amazon. As again, remember we talked about scalping, and it's like the one name that really hasn't worked. I mean, it's worked, but it's just we've gotten out too many times. That is Amazon. So right now, Amazon is going back up to the upside. We just want to take it one more time. So watch out here, obviously, for a breakthrough 50 to see if that comes through. So that's going to be a pretty dangerous play for sure right now on Amazon. But we're short now at 44. It's down to 39 here, obviously. As we go, there we go. We'll take a little stupid fill here. Let's see if we can get down even lower here. Just bounced again. So yeah, this is going to be a little tricky here for Amazon. I feel like as it comes right back up here into 50 one more time. We did take a little fill there at 40, but not much. AMD also coming in one more time. By the way, here upside for AMD, looking to get more short against that 40. So we're just in the shorts right now. But you know what's been actually pretty much printing? I mean, it's on the sticky note for $4, man. On here, we have Amazon short, AMD long, AMC short, Netflix short. So I know Neil's printing on that Netflix trade, so that's absolutely fantastic. And then we're going to try to print on all these as well. There's AMC, right? Again, a nice move to the downside here, trying to break. We talked about it breaking 4. This is what we want, so let's go on that one. And then here we go. We took out some more here on Amazon. We need this thing. We don't need it to do anything, but we're hoping for a big flush here as we just take a 37 out right there on Amazon, short 45s, 10 cents in the money. Let's just put out another 5% and take it. There it is again. We'll wait for some bottoms now here on Amazon. I'm actually bidding 27s right now. That's not a bottom, but hopefully we can get that.
Well, we'll see if a third time is the charm on another stock. That's going to be Southwest. We got top early, didn't get the top the second time, and it's been making lower highs, at least recently. There was just a big spike up. It rejected 33 and bounced hard. Not a lot of volume. That's a 30-cent wick on a $33 stock, the biggest wick of the day to the upside. Well, the second biggest wick of the day to the upside on almost no volume. So I'm going to short this pop here, see if it can't get back to the lows. For 2 days in a row, this has just been an easy short on any single pop. I want to see if that can continue. We'll ring the register as it gets back beneath VWAP there. Want to respect that. Square holding, RIVN. Tesla's back above 112. So that's a bit of a concern here because Tesla's 3.5% to the upside. Rivian's flat. So Rivian is weaker than Tesla, but it's holding the lows as Tesla's trying to get back higher. If this breaks 1770, I think you're going into a bit of a free fall. That would be the double bottom from yesterday. I scalped out what I will here. Now it's either break the bottom and channel lower, or I'm going to give it the break-even stop. It has to go all the way back up to the top because I've done scalping there. I have to respect the fact that Netflix is somehow, I don't want to say somehow, that's the wrong word. It's catching lower highs this entire way. First 28.5, then 280.5, then 281, now 281.5. If this breaks this channel all the way back into the upside, I do not need to be aggressively shorting this one on the way back up. I need to see it slow down and curl over. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get in front of 281. If I can get that, I'll be perfectly happy. This market is showing some signs of strength, enough that I want to make sure I'm paying myself out in the shorts that have worked.
All right, I want to give a big shout out here to, first of all, a couple of super chats or whatever that we missed here. Bratishka. Thank you so much. 12 months of blood. Yeah, that's true. Let's get this last couple days going. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do right now. We'll see if this market wants to cooperate with that. Thank you so much. And then DC Chan. I don't know if I can find it. Nope, it was soon. It was somewhere. It might have disappeared on me now. Yes, so it was Cherif's mic. We got that fixed. Thanks for that on the chat as well. But DC Chan wanted to look at NVIDIA. So again, I think good call out, man. Let's go bang on that one because it looks like NVIDIA, you know, unlike AMD here, as AMD is red or, yeah, so AMD is now positive as we're hanging out near the top. But you could see NVIDIA, although NVIDIA was down 9% yesterday, or I don't know what it finished at, but it was down somewhere like that. You know, you are up a little more aggressively here today. So if you still do believe in that short, that 142 is looking pretty good, man, especially on the 1 minute chart. Don't see too much here on the 20. I mean, that's 142.40, that's 142.50. So I think if you're going to go short, you are going to have the ability to hold it. because, again, not sure where we're going to go here with NVIDIA. I prefer AMD, but this is a great shout out by you, DC Chan, there for that super chat. I apologize if it was someone else, but I do believe that that's correct. So good shout out there. I do like this 142, man, but again, it's higher. They're more aggressive than the market today. NVIDIA up 0.5, market up 0.4. So I tend to try to stay away from those kind of shorting opportunities, you know, which is why right now Amazon in the market are basically 1-to-1. So that's why that's been pretty difficult. And then AMD, we continue to go short as it's weaker than the market. But one person that's not weaker than the market, he's over there at the big desk, it's Cherif.
All cap recap brought to you by Moomoo, a one-stop trading app helping remove traditional barriers to investing. Powerful tools such as Level 2, earnings calendars, and a stock screener now until the 31st. Open an account and get up to 20 free stocks if you're in the US, or $110 cash back for Australian users. Sign up using the link below and the link on screen, guys. All right, let's have a first look here at Gorilla Technologies, GRRR, up 55%. This one halted several times to the upside, and then we had a reverse halt here. Look at that downward action. Now moving up a bit. So let's see if we can play off some of these halt levels. It looks like it just tested 7. But having trouble breaking that for the moment. Kala Technologies is the other one. This one up on news that they've cured a persistent corneal epithelial defect. Looks like they had positive clinical trials with the FDA, and the FDA making a note on that. Looks like a bull flag is forming here and a top possibly at that 950 level. This one's up 133%. Looks really good for a flat top breakout here, guys. And last but not least, Lucy. This one is a continuation play from yesterday. It's still up 62%, but look at that move down. Look at that double top forming here on the 3-minute chart. Looks like we rejected off that 175 level, and since then we've been making new lows, now testing 135, guys.
Oh, you're good luck, just like Brendan is. We'll do this. We'll do the Street Fighter. Flawless victory. I'm out of Netflix. I said I'd go for the lower high here as the market was showing some signs of going higher. We got to 280. It was about 284. 283.80 was the entry price. Scalped some to 83, and then just got 281.50. 280 is a big level anyways. Just going back over, yeah, look at the daily chart. This is at 280 on the daily. That's a level that I'd probably be looking to defend if we get enough consolidation down there. So I was going to take it out in front of the low, whether it was 81s or 80s. We're going to grab the profit on that. I'm starting to see signs of the market just going sideways from here. And that's going to give me some reason to get back into some Micron. So I have not added to this since I broke out at 50-50. It's been holding VWAP. Now I like it. I can get out at 50-50 and always think about getting back into the trade at a later time. So I'm going to go with the tight stop here, see if I can't pick up some shares of Micron. This trade or mistrade will live in infamy for me, because I don't know how many times I talked about the flat bottom breakdown on Pinduoduo to not have it today. That's your 83.60 level breaking to the downside. This is missing the trade. 80.50. PDD's down 5%. I gotta assume Baba's getting absolutely smoked today as well. Down 5% as well. That was different because you would have been shorting it in front of resistance. Well, if it never goes up, you can't get the short. But you know what? I called out the breakdown. I don't have it. It's a little bit frustrating for me. I did try to grab the shares, but sometimes it falls so quickly that you just can't get that break.
Yeah, we're trying to just to hold everything right now as the move continues to make a move to the downside here in the market. We've got big winners on again here, and it's just patience, right? I mean, we talked about that. There it is. I mean, AMD right now just cashing in on that one as we continue to go. Look at this Amazon trade, man. Let's put another cash on this and just keep getting them out, right? These are just cash right now. Here we go, man. We are now cooking with gas to this downside right now. Huge move downside, man. We've got all of this right now. You want the smoke? We've got it. AMC right now to the downside here. 35 cents in the money for Amazon, 40 cents in the money for AMD. These stocks have never gone against us this much. So let's start to once again start to take out a little bit of profit, but let's make sure that we hold some of this, man. I mean, we're here to trade, and you know, we held these against ourselves. So there it is. Holy shnikes. Right now, a huge move downside for AMD. Let's go. Ring the Reggie again on this one, as some of these shorts are paying divvies right now. Nice move to the downside here. Let's just keep on getting these out, man. Amazon down sub now. 50 cents in the money AMD. 50 cents in the money Amazon. A whopping dime piece. You know we love dime pieces around here. Nice little move for AMC down to the downside as well. So far so good, man. This day is just getting, again, for these shorts. So it's starting to pay off. We just broke the 50 period. It's a nice move back down. We've definitely bounced off 11,000. So far so good. And we'll hit the hedgehog.
Yeah, always. The hedgehog and the owl. My owl's asleep, by the way, which is kind of...
I think they both are.
Well, you're drinking coffee, which does not put you to sleep, so that's a little bit strange, at least I think. But hey, the market wants to wake up and head to the downside, take more square out at VWAP. This is bouncing off VWAP, so every time it gets there, I'm not getting out, you know, for anything other than VWAP and then the next leg to the downside. I'm still in Intel, so I got to get over to that one as well. That, if it'll load here in a second, that broke VWAP again. So I got 90s, I got 95 last time. I got, why do I have 2 bids at 90? No idea. But I already took some out at 92s. I'll get some out in front of 80 as that continues to churn to the downside. The one short, it's a little bit strange, that's starting to head back to the upside is LUV. So twice charmed, third time we'll see what happens. If it gets through this top, I gotta respect the fact that Southwest wants to get a bit of a recovery and head to the upside today. So suddenly there's only one short that isn't working, and it's the one that was easiest in yesterday's trade. RIVN, by the way, that's right back at the low of the day here, and it looks like it's trying to head for that breakdown. If I can get anything close to 18, I'll reload that short, but that's been printing pretty much throughout this session. Tesla's holding up here. I think that's the reason. You know, Tesla's still above 110. I think that might need to have 110 taken out before it gets there as we look to some of these heading down. PDD, I heard Prad say he's looking at 80 for a bid. I mean, it's a nice round number. I looked at it in a higher time frame and was really thinking there was room to like 75 on this, but 80 obviously is going to stand in the way. I think you're holding on to good shorts now and just letting them print for you. I'm not necessarily looking for those obvious outs. The trend is a reversal off 11,000 on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ led the way, being down 1.4. ES and Dow were essentially flat, so I think you want to be looking at the NASDAQ, and that's telling you reject, head to the bottom. When the NASDAQ gets to the bottom, that's a place to start taking profit.
Good call, man. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, we are really right now, you know, cruising right here. It's been a really good morning to hold on to some of these shorts. And I mean, here goes AMD. We're right back in again. I just put a bid at 70, like just thinking that, hey, you know, if we get a crash, let's go. We want this crash. Like, not a crash, but we want this move to come to the downside right here so that we can continue to, you know, get out of some of these shorts. I do agree that maybe we have them now a little bit because we rejected that top. So now you're coming back in. We've already been down here before. So a lot of these stocks have already seen these levels. So that's why it's like, okay, look at AMD. We've already cashed out a bunch. Money. I mean, there it is, man. I mean, now we're 70 cents in the money. We just got that, Phil, man. 75 there on AMD. It just came in again for us. So, yeah, this is what we're doing, guys. 70 cents both ways, man, 2 times. We're trading the AAAs. That's what that person meant by the AAA names. You're right. AMC, AMD, Amazon, man. Stay with the big ones, and we're cashing it out right now. Little bit of diamond hands here because we still have a decent amount of shares left as we have the shorts here. Good trade. We maybe need to get flushed out on Amazon as well. Where's my outs on Amazon here to come through for that? Ooh, good level for Amazon. We haven't got anything out down here, so let's put a 76 bid. Yes, sir. There it is. Let's go, man. That was a good idea. Hopefully, as the market continues to make some downside moves, Amazon, AMC, and AMD, the AAAs. Arn Anderson, for anybody that knows the four.
Buddy.
The 4 horsemen right there.
I was gonna say,
you got a little.
You know I know that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know you know that.
You know
and
why
we got some Ric Flair action here as well.
Woo!
To beat the man, to be the man, you got to beat the man, and the man is at the big desk. You, my friend, can be the nature boy, Ric Flair.
That's not match that kind of energy. That guy had energy for days, but what doesn't have energy right now is this Bitcoin move to the downside. Look at that 1775 top moving all the way down into the low 600s there. Yeah, the market's not the only thing that's tanking right now, guys. Interesting crypto headline coming in here out of FTX. FTX users are suing for priority repayment and damages in the bankruptcy proceeding. So essentially what this is the bankruptcy judge is going to decide who gets whatever left money there is in the pot, who's going to get access to that first. There's all sorts of rules in bankruptcy court with that, so it's going to be interesting to see how that develops and if anything new comes out of that. Having a look at the other crypto markets, Bitcoin, down 0.89%. Ethereum leading the way to the downside. That's been that way for the majority of the morning, 1.3%. Tether staying still here at 0.45%. Ripple down 2.66%, so this one taking a little bit harder on the chin. Doge as well, 3.5%, and Cardano, Neil mentioned that one this morning, 3.25% to the downside. So mostly red today, guys, for the crypto names.
Yeah, when I was pretty sure it was Solana that was leading it there, but Doge apparently heading downside. But if you could have one short, one shot, would you take it? The question becomes, like I've traded Nvidia, I've traded Micron today. I actually like Micron for a long. Shawn liked AMD. Sometimes you've just got to stick to what is your bread and butter. And buttering the bread for me has been Intel. It just got off the lows at 25.80. And this stock, it gives you these even prices. It'll be 26 short off 26.10. Then it's get out in front of 95, 90s, allow it to get down to 80s. I don't think I'll bid until I see 70s into said downside. But the market, the ES just bounced off the lows there. And I'm looking to you, Netflix, because this just broke that 280 level. Okay, probably should have held down. I thought it was holding a higher low. I think I might have gotten out of that a little bit early. Could have allowed it to get another dollar into that 280. Now you've broken that 280 bottom, and you've got a channel here at that low. If you don't reclaim it and the market makes a fresh low, suddenly Netflix can go into a bit of a free fall mode here. And this is why I pull up the 15-minute. Where's that next bottom? You saw 79 down into 76 last time we're down here. Still some room for Netflix to head to the downside. I've been ignoring CCL a little bit. I don't really mean to ignore it. It's just, I don't know, it's just not moving. It gave you the short off 790 in front of $8, and now you're going to sideways off 65. Shorts have been printing. This one, it never went against. It never really threatened. Almost everything else did. I do think we see that low of the channel at 750. If it comes in, I'll be there for you. Just to go back over to small cap world, Kala has now, I was waiting for $10. It got to $9.65 here at the top. That's the only excuse for not being short here, this consolidation. If it flushes, I think you could be all the way back to $7 on this stock right quick. Wish I had it, but we got just about every other short. If I miss a small cap, so what?
All right. Yeah, what a great show there. And a shout out to Liz. She asked for some content there. We just gave it to you there with the wrestling. So let's see if we can get that clipped a little bit. She'll do a good job for that. Shout out to Liz. But here we go, man. The market is still starting to head to the downside. So, and I just tweeted something out about AMD, and I was like, you know what? We might have traded this, we might have shorted it and had a lot of scalps out there a little bit, but we're still making that money as it was a nice little move to the downside. We have 200 fills today. Sorry, 180 fills today. That's a lot, but we're here scalping. And the good thing about it is my fee's $20. So you definitely have a good opportunity there to grab out some fees from, again, being a little more passive on the bid, right? Like when AMD comes down, I just sit here on the bid and take some fills. But we just got a nice little bump up. I'm feeling like what Neil's saying is kind of what I want to be doing right now as well. And that is sort of just like letting these markets come in a little bit, but at the same time, like wanting to hold on and, in case the market goes red even more today. Like it's been a disaster to the downside here. Like the upside was nice for sure, but we topped out at 11,000. So we topped out at 11,000. That's the NASDAQ. So now you have a little bit of a drift down again, right? You did turn red today. Every day that we've sort of turned red, I feel like anyways this month, it has sort of been like, okay, more to come, more to come, more to come as it continues to bleed. So I don't know, man. I think we have good names here short. I'm pretty happy with them and want to just stay in what we already have. A name that I wanted to short if it got going today was going to be Palantir. You're still below $6. It did get up to 610. I actually missed that. I want to look at names that are at 52-week lows, right? So you had Tesla, Palantir, Amazon, Amazon, not AMD, but some of these other names today, this morning, were actually at 52-week lows, including Apple. Actually, we didn't look at that. Google as well.
I got one for you.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you have, a firm?
That has not broke. Well, you know what? I should be looking at a firm. But SoFi has a double bottom at its 52-week low at 420. And it's right there right now. Like the low, I see 423. I'll double check to see if this is exactly a double bottom. So it bounced off 423 this morning already once. And on the daily chart, I saw that same low. This is trying to hold up. But if it takes it out, it's sort of one of those obvious, you get a nice consolidation, then you break a level. It looks like nothing on your 3-minute chart. I was just tweeting out that sometimes you've got to trade off the higher time frames. The 15's been great for me on Intel lately, but look at the daily chart. This floor goes on SoFi. It gets pretty ugly beneath 420. I want to respect that if it gets down there. I don't see anything that stands out on the bid as I'm kind of dragging it down. It's not like there's a million shares on the bid or anything that would scare you off that level, so I want to respect it. I just got another fill on block. What I love about the block trade is I slapped a fail when I got stopped out at the high, but then I realized I had given it literally 1 cent off that 60-20, that wick top there, which was too tight of a stop. So jump back into the trade, give yourself a second chance, give it more room. If I'm waiting until it gets 30 cents in the money to take profit, then why am I stopping it out that shallow? It doesn't make any sense. We'll jump back into it. I think we're headed all the way to the lows. Yesterday's bottom was 58.40. The market holds red. I don't see why block can't get all the way down there. So kind of like Netflix, I have set myself a bit of a target off the low of the day there. We'll see if it can get there. That, RIVN, LUV is about flat right now. RIVN 1765, yesterday's low. That gets taken out. I think we can see 25s. I'm not looking for reloads on these. I want to play this off this 15-minute chart. Just look at the levels from yesterday. Why short it anywhere else but the absolute top? And why not give yourself a chance to break these bottoms here? I don't want to overthink this one. If the trend's going to be down, I want to still be in some of these shorts come the afternoon.
All right. Oh, wow. I mean, they are starting to fall in right now, so we're pretty darn happy with the trading today. I mean, look at this Amazon trade now, 90 cents in the money. Yeah, I mean, good day today for sure. Wow, I mean, we are still collapsing. And again, this is the life of a scalper. We talk about that all the time, and that is like stay in your zone, kind of in your lane. But when this kind of a move happens to the downside, I never have enough shares left. And that's just because of the way I trade, right? I'm not going to stop doing that. Like I said, you know, the success has come, but you could always do better. And so I think that, you know, we try to catch a lot of these tops, and we have all the tops today, so it's not all of them, but this has been good. I mean, we're holding something right now for the biggest move, hopefully, of the day coming in. AMD's right down here, but like I just said, you know, I like it, but that top to that bottom, kind of hard to predict that kind of a move, but again, it's a nice one. And what really gave it to us was, it's not that this gave it to us, but all of these tops here near that eye, you know, definitely signaled this kind of a move to the downside. So, you know, right now we're short a lot. So we're short AMD up here at this level, and it continues to go back down to the downside. So just now looking, probably taking another piece out here, but I still think there's more to go. Like I just mentioned, the fail break, and now we start taking out some of those lows on the NASDAQ, could be lower lows coming in. We've seen this trend, obviously, for most of December with some downside moves, and then Amazon right now is $1 in the money as that continues to go down. And again, another sticky note name here that we talked about shorting today, Amazon. Well, there it is, right to the downside. So if you're looking for some trade ideas, definitely check that out. $1 in the money now, Amazon, $1 in the money, or 70 cents in the money on AMD. And then our AMC was another one of those sticky note names that we had in the pre-market at 8:30, breaking 4, and it hasn't done much, man. Our best outs, I guess, we have a 91, 92s, so not much happening on AMC, but hey, a win is a win. We'll take it. So far, so good here, as we'll have to get back to some Tesla trading as well. But these names just continue to make, you know, newer lows, or almost newer lows. This low here for Amazon is 82.30. Let's put a bid there.
Yeah, I got 5 shorts, but one of them is not Neo. We always try to show the winners and losers how you can learn from them here. I like that beneath 10. And sometimes when you look at this, and this is what I know to be true, but I did miss out on the reentry, when you break that bottom at the open at 9:30, you get the whipsaw action. Now, if it jailbreaks and takes out the top, I never want to get trapped shorting a bottom at 9:30 and have it go haywire on me if it's Chinese ADR. So I get out of it, risk about 15 pennies, and then the second time it takes 10, it never looks back. That is, if a level is valid back at 10 o'clock, when that opening range has been set, you never broke the actual high, you're still trending down, sometimes you want to jump back into that trade. Always a chance to be able to learn here. We're holding on to shorts at this point, so I want to go back, make sure we're not missing out on anything. But if you grab that trade, fantastic breakdown level on 10 in NIO. Wasn't as easy as a RIVN or some of the other names, but probably even more profitable if you're able to get back to it. It's not all red on that board, Cherif, so let us know where the green is in this market as we go to Sector Watch.
It's not where you want it to be, Neil, but what is red definitely are all forms of energy. Solar really taking it on the chin today, guys. SEDG, Solar Edge Technologies, down 7.5%, and many others are down in sympathy with it. First Solar down, Jinko Solar, CSIQ, Canadian Solar, they're all down decidedly 2, 3, 4, and 5%, so that falls under the IT technology heading. Energy, also regular energy, EQT technology down here, 5.5%. You'll see common names like Oxy, Devon, and Halliburton all decidedly down 3.5%, 2.5%, and 2.7%. The strength, though, coming in healthcare, guys, not by all that much. You have here Centene Corp up 1.3%, as well as Elevance Health up 1%. Not much strength there, but automotive being held up here by Tesla up 2.5%. But we've seen some of those gains being given back recently, guys.
I was just looking at that healthcare, and it's like, this is, oh, goodness gracious. Sorry, I was just pulling up Danaher on healthcare because I've bought one price this year, and I'm essentially exactly flat despite all this barcode action. And I'm starting to get concerned about some of these healthcare stocks. Like this stock, not really holding the 50 or the 200 period. Flat on the year is actually not bad given how the stock market has gone.
I'd take that.
But I'm like, look, I'm looking at it, I'm like, this looks pretty darn weak if it breaks a 255 channel. I might get out of Dodge on some of this stock. It's actually a pretty not a great valuation when you look at it. Like it's not like Eli Lilly paying you a dividend or anything like that, holding up at some of these tops, or UNH, which is holding up some of those tops. So I'm a bit concerned about it. Not concerned about the shorts that we have on here. I do want to go back to Southwest. It's starting to roll over past VWAP. I had some signs of concern shorting lower highs instead of getting the tops. This wick was a dark pool wick. It never happened. I think I got the most recent high. As it heads back to the low, I want to make sure I'm taking profit. I've gotten almost all out where I will in front of low of the day on block. So as we come at just recapping some of the trades here, guys, to go over them. If we get back to the 59 and break that, then I want to get out more shares of block at the absolute bottoms. RIVN, same story. It has to break this channel, 1775 to the downside. It's been holding up pretty nicely, but I'm only shorting off the tops. NIO we did miss out on. Intel, I just got another leg, so we got another leg out on Intel. Congratulations if you managed to catch the chips at the top. Just stick to whichever one you wanted. I'm sure you could have had, I don't know, like I have no idea what Marvell's doing, but I'm assuming there was a top to be had on that stock, or maybe even like a, I was going to say Lamp, but that's too expensive for people to trade there. But a lot of these names gave you those opportunities off the top. Now it's a matter of whether they break the bottoms. We're holding out for the bottom break because the market feels like it wants to break the bottom, and that's what it's all about for me. CCL, you know, maybe it's stopped moving here, but I want to give it room. I want to give it a chance for that next leg down, and then I can get 750s. I thought it was a clean move from the top at 8 down into the 750s. This chart doesn't want to go back any further. There you go. But now you can see how many times does it have to do this channel before you eventually, like it's 1, 2, and the third day is when I'm finally shorting this top and looking to get out at this bottom. So we'll see if it can actually happen there. You got that long on PDD there? So Prad liked that long on PDD. Oh, sorry, you said long? Yeah, long. Yeah, so he's long on PDD. I'm assuming 79s. It's back up into 80. This could be making an interesting bottom. I wonder if Neil's doing something similar.
Yeah, it's 10:45 right now, guys. Thanks again for joining us for a big show today, man. I mean, I hope that you've enjoyed yourself. Hit the like button over and over and over again, but don't hit it more than once because then it will turn off.
You undo it.
Yeah, so don't do that. Yeah, hit it as many times as you can on different accounts. Maybe that would work a little bit better. But there goes AMD again. You know, we let AMD go back up to the upside right there, and it came right back to the fills that we've already had at 70. So that's another 60-cent win there. there. Same 60 cents, but we took it and we'll wait for it now. And then Amazon again, we did take another out on Amazon as well, as I sort of thought the market wanted to get going a little bit there off those pre-market bottoms. So here you're seeing the pre-market bottom right here. I just thought that bump up right there might have got us going back to Flatsville, or at least back up to 50 period. And that doesn't look like that's happening again. So right there, 10,900 right now is a level of concern there. So if it continues to break down, we've got the shorts on board, baby. So all is well over on this side of things as the shorts are continuing to print. Just to give you an update on some of the other names, we're not doing anything at all on AMC right now, as it's just kind of chilling out. And we'll just watch out for that. Check out on the big guy here, Tesla. What was a good day, man. I got a note today from someone that I was following that Tesla was up 6%. Yeah, well, that's 5% ago. So right now you're up only 1% and made a huge move down. So, and again, that makes sense from 110 up to 116. That's roughly your 6% there. More than that from the very bottom. But you are below a lot of levels here on Tesla. So again, for me, I like to wait and be as patient as I possibly can with this name, right? And the reason why is you don't want to get caught the wrong way on Tesla, obviously, unless you're using smaller shares. So I'm going to wait for 113. That's where VWAP is. Being patient has paid a little bit on this name. So we're going to do the same thing right there and wait for that 113. So hopefully we'll be able to get another short in that, but that's what we're looking for. Lucid, oh man, unfortunately, this one's a little bit of a sour note for me because again, way too early on the short, right? The top that we called was 655. And I mean, you know how high this thing went? Went to 60s. And we got out at 55, but that, you know, if we just waited and we're actually short at a level that I thought was more reasonable, instead of averaging it in all the way up, then Lucid would have been a positive stock for us today. But, you know, we do have it as a negative as well as our Tesla trading. So, you know, not great on that, but we'll still, you know, like I kept saying there, go back to names that you're pretty confident in. On this list, we have Amazon and AMD and AMC. So we actually have the 3 A's. If you're going to look at the sticky note, it's at TraderTV Shawn. Please go over there and check it out. We do have at TraderTV Brad and everybody else as well. Neil, Brendan, all that on Twitter as well. But here we go right here. Amazon, AMD, AMC. Although we had AMD for the long, if we took 65, we never got anywhere near there. And then just started to go short because of the relative weakness against the market. As you can see, Amazon relatively weak. There's the market, 6 versus 2, 3x, and then AMD, I'll just click over here to show you something very similar, 4x on that. So, you know, we definitely picked the right names here. We just had to have the market fall, and it actually did. So as long as you're short, this market seems easy, but it's all about building the levels and the confidence at those levels as well.
That's what it's always about.
Tesla 107 bounce? Well, it's got to get down there.
Yeah, if you don't have any confidence in the trade, you're not going to, A, you're not going to put it on. B, if you put it on, you're probably not going to hold on to it. You might have too tight of a trigger. You might get out too early. All those kind of things come into play. But I see a lot of people talking about RIVN and how it's holding up. It's worth respecting the fact that, hey, it doesn't break the low. I usually say this. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go. 13 days in a row to the downside. You get right into the May bottoms. And then you start, like you break beneath it, and what it's trying to do, because that's 1825 down here, it's trying to break that channel to the upside. It has not taken out yesterday's low. I've scalped in front of the bottom. And if it takes out 1825, I am going long on that Joe break. If the low never breaks, then I'm looking for that long to come in at some point. But shorting off the top and then playing into the bottom, that's the only trade there for RIVN. It's not like you can do anything else. I mean, you can go long off the bottom as well. I just feel in a downtrend, you short the tops and then worry about the tops breaking for a reversal as opposed to anything else. We got about 10 minutes before we send you guys off to the midday show. Got an early look. I know Prad's looking at some PDD. If you've been trading the Chinese ADRs here, it has not been pretty for them. So as much as the ES and the NASDAQ are close enough to flat, they're slightly down. That has not been the case for these names. We're getting very close to that 85 level for Alibaba. That has been an absolute monster of a wall the last couple of weeks. If we see that price, that's about the only place I want to go long the stock. It'll be in front of 85. 85 breaks, you know exactly where you're wrong. It sets up for the same flat bottom break that PDD did, but until I actually see it happen, I think you know the one place it's worth going long, at least in front of a bid on Alibaba. Let's see what's going on with the old USD at the big desk with Cherif.
Welcome to Money Talk, guys. Yeah, the Canadian dollar giving up some of the gains that it's had against the US dollar. Yeah, yesterday I think it was up 0.7%, now down 0.4%. The Japanese yen also almost down 0.4% against the dollar. But the real standout, guys, is the Russian ruble against the US dollar, down over 2%. Basically the same kind of catalyst we've been talking about. It's down 8% against the US dollar this week. It's essentially some of these sanctions coming in against Russian oil. We heard President Putin yesterday say that he was going to ban oil exports to some countries that uphold the cap on his oil. Having a look here at the Russian ruble chart, this is a 3-day look on the 5-minute chart. It's basically decidedly down, guys. Sorry about that. Decidedly down. Daily, we're creating new lows and seeing newer and lower highs, guys.
All right, Amazon. Ciao. Downside now 82.35, downside for Amazon, $1 in the money now on this trade. Thanks for that update there, Cherif. Hit the like button, man, for some of these shorts. We've got 3 shorts on, they're all bangers right now. Thanks for watching, paying attention to the watch list, paying attention to the sticky note. Thank you to Cherif for doing a bang up job. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls today, man. Hit the like button if you're watching the show. You've now found the best trading show, obviously, on YouTube. I mean, I keep telling people to send me better ones. I have never gotten one, so if you do find one, let me know, and then we'll steal some of their ideas. But I do like that new strategy and that setup that you found, the flat bottom breaks that you've sort of made up.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously something that I made up out of thin air.
Right.
Because clearly, like, nobody can come up with a better term or trade setup than the flat bottom breakdown. And you know what? Speaking of, someone just asked about Airbnb in the chat. Like, what do we think about it? Well, I think it's not a flat bottom break, but it's the closest thing that came to mind. I mean, Alibaba gives you that. But this is the recent 52-week low here on Airbnb last week, and it just broke it again. So a new fresh low on Airbnb. It's not quite a flat bottom break because I don't think you tested that enough times here. But hey, the market's trending down. Lows have been broken. Hold on to your shorts. If you were short Airbnb off these highs, yesterday's close, I think you're trying to hold on to a piece as it continues to go lower. I don't really know where the bottom's going to be on this stock. Yeah, how far do I have to go back? My chart doesn't even want to load this, but yeah, like it's what, $80 round number, option eligible? Like maybe that's what we're thinking here in Airbnb as it just continues to absolutely flush. All jokes aside, you guys know the Cherif. That's his term, the flat bottom breakdown. I mean, you can see it visually on a chart, but I just love it. It sounds good. It looks good on a chart. It's a great trade to be able to catch. Someone asked why is RIVN holding up? It never broke yesterday's low. The other piece to that puzzle is Tesla. I got to get rid of these wicks, man. But Tesla is not breaking the bottom either. Like it broke 110 early, got to 109, and is now holding that same level. So I got away from Tesla to work with what was maybe some easier shorts. But until Tesla breaks the bottom, I don't think RIVN does either. I'm holding on to RIVN because I've got the top. But if it never breaks, then we might have to reverse this trade after all. Tesla, relatively strong compared to this market. Doesn't look like it, but the truth is, yeah, Tesla not too bad today. If you had the long early, you'd still be in the money.
Yeah, exactly. It's been okay. I mean, and that's what I mean. You just talked about that when we have 5 minutes left. Again, thank you so much. We're going to go over to Luca and Brad very, very soon for what's going to be a big midday show, as I'm sure they'll be trading some Tesla for sure. But there's Lucid right now. You know, Neil just talked about RIVN, and I think that we can always look at Tesla. That's great, but this name is also, you know, making a little bit of a barcode move here, down in around 630, 640. So 640 is that break. We barcoded, broke lower. So if Tesla gives up the ghost here, I mean, you know, Tesla move up, look at Lucid, right? Lucid right there off the open, move up. Tesla came down, Lucid came down. So they're both kind of, I don't want to say they're trading like, you know, hand in hand here because they're not exactly, but, you know, you can trade one and the other kind of together. So if you are going to be in Lucid or Tesla or anything like that, any EV names, I would say you just watch the big dog, which of course is going to be Tesla. And right now you're getting ready to break that 109 again. The last time we broke it, we cratered. And what I mean by cratered there, it was exactly that. It cratered down to 109. So, or sorry, down through 109 into 108. So there was a cratering move there in this space. So, you know, I would just say watch out here for a nice little move back down here for Tesla. If it takes out 109, I don't think it's something that you necessarily want to be in. So just be careful there for that play. I like Tesla here, but it is pretty spicy, man. Down to that 109. We bounced off there a couple times. That bottom right there was 109. Then we wick bottomed 108.20. So that is the new low here. Looks like it wants to go again here.
Oh my
Don't tell me Netflix broke 280 and I'm not even looking at it.
It's well below. Forget it now. It's at 77, man.
Oh, well.
You gotta be kidding me.
There's another name right there, Cherif. Pratt, hopefully checking out the sticky note there. That's only a set $3 winner. Clean break there to the short side. So missed that one, but it can't get any better than that 280 break right there. Boom. Would have never even, this is a long time ago, this would have never even, you would have blinked and it would have been fine. There's absolutely no problem with that 280 break. Damn it, Shawn. Follow your own sticky note because, oh, why not just show it right now? It's right here, right here, right here. Netflix been dipping on, it's very, very hard to read this, on the demand for the ad-supported tier. There's a 280 short. If you didn't understand that, it's right here too. 280 short sell ad tier. So there it is right there. That's a $3 winner. Hopefully some of you have that because I do not.
Yeah, I'll be kicking myself. I got out too early there. 280 looked like a support level to me and the big key level to get out in front of. I never got back into it when it consolidated and then broke down again. So this one's going to, I think 75 is the obvious area that we're going to get to. There's one other stock, and you got it. Is it Alice Les? I can't pronounce that name in there, but you're talking about Ford in the chat. And if we're talking about Ford, there is one price, and we're here right now. We're at $11 on Ford. We're at 11.01 technically, but it's already bounced off 11 even. You can see this has been here before. It's been holding this 11 for quite some time. I get it. 11 breaks. This one could see an absolute flush. My daily chart's going to show you this 11 on the daily, a pretty big level. It was beneath it briefly back there in July, in the summer. It held a higher low. I'm going to be on these 01s and maybe the halves, risking a couple of pennies. If you break channel down, I get it. It's a bit of a short trade if it can hold beneath that. But I said it'd be on this bid if it ever got here.
All right, man. Not much else to do, man, other than just watch this money pour in here on the short. I mean, it is what it is at this point. We are now $1.30 in the money here. Sorry, $1.20 in the money for Amazon. The very bottom has given us 82.20s right now. We've already broken below. I just think buckle up and hold on to this short and don't even worry about it. I mean, this is what you want on board. This is what we're waiting for as traders. Give us these shorts in here and just cash out on them, right? So it's been a very, very good day here to be short. Let's just check out. I just heard Prad talk about Apple a little bit. 128, brand new 52-week low for Apple coming in today as that just continues to get merked to the downside. Boom, 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 boom. But I mean, we already have this. We have AMD short 90 cents in the money. Amazon short $1.40 in the money. And I hope that there's other shorts out there that you guys have as well. Watch out. Here goes the 109 break right now. So, I mean, I'm not going to ruin, like we've done well here holding on to these shorts. I don't know if this is a short here, but I mean, obviously Tesla has just given back 6%. It was up 6.8% at one point today. It's just given absolutely all of it back as the train wreck continues here for Tesla. Downside move to say the least here. Boom, boom, boom. So there goes Tesla, man. Just be careful with it. It is a big downside move. My AMC's not doing anything. Let's just check out Meta, a brand new name. Look, we've just stayed true to who we are today, man. We've traded 5 names. And we traded the sticky note, although not good enough on Netflix. We did not have Meta on there today. Should have. Meta's right back in again. This is a 116 tipping point for Meta. So I'd say stay tuned for that. If we break that 116, be careful with Meta here. Downside move, break low on Meta right now, 116. That's an area that I'm looking at.
Yeah, and look, the only long I have is just this little, it shows me 11.01 long. I actually have the half print on Ford here off that 11. Oh, I'm still looking at Nat Gas. That gas is getting smoked, by the way. I was just checking out that futures contract, but I'm long in front of 11 here. Everything else is going to be a short trade. Southwest, Square, CCL, it doesn't matter. like you could be shorted YYZ stock or whatever. It's probably headed to the downside unless it's in healthcare. But it is 11. We're going to be back at 2. Hopefully some of these shorts are still printing. I think that's a decent possibility with the market making fresh lows. But let's go right on over to Trader Luca and Trader Prad. Go get them, boys.
Do this.
Yes, sir. It is time for the midday markets movers mayhem with your host Trader Prad, and we got the Italian trader once again back in the hot seat. We're going to be looking for all the positions that maybe we can put some damage on, and also talking about some of the news catalysts as to why we're trading the stocks. It is going to be a wonderful time, so make sure that you're staying tuned, strap your seatbelts in, and get ready for these moves that the market's preparing for. The market's back in red territories at the moment as we're talking about it. NASDAQ was positive. If you ignore the pre-market move, NASDAQ did get positive. S&P 500 also managed to get positive at one point, but now down almost 0.75% on the NASDAQ market. That's your tech market. And the S&P 500 down 0.5%, bringing down the rest of the market with it. Couple of trades that I am in right now are going to be an AMD short, absolutely flat on that position. It's just a simple 62.50 breakdown short. I gave it a nice little wiggle room for me to see if I'm going to get stopped out on that trade. Pretty much the exact same idea happening on NVIDIA also, which I'm more in the money, 35 cents in the money on NVIDIA. Sadly, NVIDIA is my worst stock of the day. I traded it pretty poorly. Off the open in pre-market around 840, I held on to some shares all the way into the open, and I thought this was going to be a banger of a trade. All of a sudden, the market turns around and rips to the north side, takes me out of NVIDIA, start the day with the loser, but thankfully, we managed to put some damage with other positions that we traded today and are positive, slightly but positive. We'll just say flat right now. After 111 executions, we managed to get flat on the day, and now we're looking to see if we can turn it into some positivity.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Hopefully everybody's having a great day. Much love in the chat here. Hopefully you guys are staying profitable. Trading Tesla, it's an absolute beast today. If you guys can see on my on the board over here, you know, I have no positions on board right now. I am flat. I only traded Tesla today. I have like 200 executions. I don't even know how many shares traded. And look at this, man. This is not going to make sense to anyone. I don't even know if I can explain this. I basically painted this chart going long, short, you know, discretionary, absolute scalp demon. When the volume is there on a day like today, you know, it is SSR, but that doesn't matter. You just punch in, you get the fill, no problem. Now we're actually getting that flush down into 108. You know, I initially liked the long here, but it was whippy. It was a challenge. You know, you had to size accordingly. Like, you had to be very, very careful. I flipped short as we got up to 114, 115, 116 area. But, yeah, man, it's crazy because out in these areas up here, you know the short, like, not that you know the short is good, but the short looks good. But the problem with that is everybody is shorting. So at the first sign that we go back up, the short squeeze to the upside is super violent, right? So I actually, you guys see this arrow right here. Now it's obviously very difficult for me to kind of explain this, but essentially look at this. So I'm long all the way up, and I'm long, cover, and it's kind of not really getting anywhere. I'm trying to get into a lot of size. I thought maybe there was a potential if we break 115, we can actually go to 120, and you know that would have made a, you know, I would have made a lot of money on that one, but then flip short, and it's like short. I slammed the bottom, the absolute bottom, like I think I was bottom wick there with the biggest amount of size, and then it just quickly ripped my face off. So I'm pretty proud of how I managed that. It was a challenge, man. You know, you guys, if you're trading Tesla, you're seeing how fast the kind of the velocity of these moves are. You just gotta expect this, right? So I did very well. I think it was way easier, and I was waiting for this. This is actually where I made the money. You know, this was very difficult, even though these were the money fills for the shorts. Very, very difficult to manage risk, to keep your stop tight. You know, the 116 level, I was thinking if we break this to the upside, I'm taking max size on a 116 break. I think we get to 118 very quickly in like 5 seconds. And, you know, we didn't. Then kind of flip short over here. As soon as we failed through VWAP, through the 50 period, you know the short is good. That 113 level starts to reserve. We fail, so I slam the short. Good trade over there. I try to like re-add over here, kind of chopped up just a little bit. Then I try the short once, stopped out for break even. Try the short again, add to the short. And mark my words, Kathy Woods is buying. She bought today. 111.60 and 111.30 is where she bought. There were huge reserves at that level. And let me remove the fills just very quickly for you guys to kind of see what I'm saying here. At this particular level, 111.60 exactly, and this was at 10.14, there was a reserve on the bid, and it just was not filling. And I was telling Ian, I'm like, Ian, As soon as this breaks, we're going to like 105. We're going to 105. So I was trying the short over here in anticipation that when we break that reserve, we're going to get the flush down. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get that break right away, and it kind of jumped to the upside. But 111.60, 111.30, Kathy Woods was buying. I'm like, damn you, Kathy, stop buying. Let's break this reserve. And yeah, we finally failed to the, kind of filled that reserve. And then it was unfortunate that 111.30 started reserving. So then I had to cover some there, covered the rest here, re-added to the short, cover. And now I am flat. Now I'm flat. That was sick. Yeah, so I basically spun a lot. So, spun my wheels very hard today. Didn't really get anywhere. Not having a great day the way that I did yesterday, but it's the nature of the game, man. I didn't think Tesla would be moving as fast as it did today. It did. I managed risk very, very carefully, very strategic. I was very accurate with my trades for the most part. I would say 80% was very good. Very happy with how I traded it, and excited to continue trading. Not really too sure what to think, but at this point we are now at the pre-market. But this is the logic for my last cover. We're at the pre-market bottoms. Sold off very hard is SSR. These were the money shorts. You got to imagine people are covering here. Volume is going to drop down just a little bit. So, yeah, do we go to 105 today? I would love to hear your guys' opinions. Do we go to 106? Do we go to 105? Are we going to test 100? That would be insane. We were up 6% when we were at 116. Now here we are flat on the day. Anything is possible. The deal. Life is good. I'm excited, and I'm excited to get some trades going as well.
Let's go, baby. Spinning your wheels, but as long as you're not burning out your tires, then you still got lots of opportunities to keep drifting around the track. So hopefully we do get those opportunities going on. Real quick, I want you guys to help me out with this Twitter poll over here that I sent out last night to bring the beard back or to keep it clean shaven. Only 37 votes in, and same as Elon Musk, I will abide by the poll. So go click on that link in the chat. Vote, make sure that your voice is heard, send your votes in, and at the end of the night, I'll figure out if I have to grow this beard back the way I used to have it, or go back to staying clean shaved P, baby. But right now, NVIDIA did manage to break 139. We were about $1 in the money. I was debating if I should take my profits and walk away from it or add to the break of 139. So, might have been the wrong decision, but I added on the break of 139, and then I sent my stop out at break even, so which happens to be 139.50 based off of my previous entry 140 and my new entry 139. Currently off of the new average, we're about 30 pennies in the money. We got close to getting stopped out a couple times on this move back up over here, but thankfully that order did not trigger, and we are able to see maybe some profits rolling in as the market still continues to make lows. I think that level that Arun mentioned in the morning interview that he usually, or not interview, but the morning segment that he has was 38.40 on the S&P 500, which we're actually below that. We're at 38.32 at the moment, and we did trade around 38.30 not too long ago. So if the market continues to go to the downside, I think this NVIDIA trade, which was previously $1 in the money, with our new ad, I'm expecting the break of the low a day, which is around 138.50. Maybe a test of 138 comes into play for me to take some profits out there for $1 per share with the new average that we're looking at. S&P 500 right back to the low a day and getting ready to make new lows of days, which means NASDAQ might be ready to go test around the 10,800 area, which we're 21 points away from on said market. Apple, actually, I'd much rather go talk about Netflix right now because Netflix is my #1 stock of the day, something that saved my account for the most part. Without Netflix, it would have been very painful. And remember yesterday, I was basically saying, hey, Netflix, I'm coming for you, and I'm very happy that today I got to take advantage of my not hatred, hate's a strong word, but my dislike for them catching on to the downloads of Rick and Morty and so on. So anyways, Netflix over here down 2.6%. I did scale into my shorts around 283 all the way up to 284. I was also happy listening to Neil mention that he was also looking at that 284, 285 level. So gave me extra confidence to hold on to that trade. Scalped my exits for about $1 per share winner both times, and then got back in at the 280 break and then covered that around 278.12 or so. A quick little $2 per share scalp. I was pretty happy with it, but I mean, look at the stock now at 276. We might just be able to see 275 coming into play today, maybe even lower than that if this market wants to keep going down. Something to keep an eye out for, obviously, is going to be your UVIXI ETF, which is a volatility ETF. Currently negative on the day along with the markets. You generally want to see UVIXI being positive. The markets are going red, but that's not the story. UVIXI still down on the day, down about 1% and trying to get above the 100-period EMA, trying to make the new high a day over here. Let's see if this trend can continue on the UVIXI, which means the markets are still going crumble mode.
Yeah, Prad, back just in time for free fall. Kind of funny, man. You sit back at the desk and we just go down, 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 all the way down. It's funny, people in the chat were saying that. Brooks saying, happy belated, Neil. Hopefully you had a wonderful birthday, eating good food, drinking good wine. If you're into that, you know, yeah. It's just to quickly comment on Apple, guys. Yeah, 129 was the 52-week low from yesterday, which did breach to the downside. We actually broke that 128 now. So, you know, obviously on a day like today when I'm focusing on Tesla, now kind of late to the party looking at a few of these other names, I also have Amazon 80 on deck. And 80 is just kind of very psychological level that I'm looking at. Somebody in the chat was mentioning 8130. So I'm going to roll with that. 8130, if we do get down there, I think we bounced nicely off 82 over here. Not really too sure what to think. I'm sure there's scalps to be had. If we actually dip back to 82, I might try the long just because if this wick is real to the downside, kind of balance at 82, do we actually get closer to 8130? Not too sure. So I'm going to watch that one. But yeah, ES now at that 3830. And I almost want to say that the breakdown from 3850 to 3830, you know, maybe we balance out a little bit and then kind of do we have another leg down? Do we bounce back? We'll see what happens there, right? So yeah, definitely a lot of scalps to be had. Apple is super interesting to me, you know, today. I want to find a bottom. I want to find an area for a reversal. And guys, this is the daily on Apple, right? This is the daily. So we are now below. We are making 52-week lows every time we print lower on this name. You know, Apple, I want to say, is going to be the last leg to fall in a flush. Like if we keep going down, you know, Apple will be maybe slower to the downside. But yeah, it does feel like that 125 is coming sometime soon, you know, whether it's this week or early next year. You know, I shared the chart of the SPY kind of mapping that 2008 and then the down move. So yeah, man, if we get that, all these names are going to go down to these crazy levels. And I think, you know, at that point, I'm a buyer for long-term averaging in, you know, see what happens on that one. Yeah, guys, let us know, you know, what you're trading, what you're looking at. I see Vic saying end of year tax loss selling starts today. So you know, you could, yeah, it's you could do it. You could it doesn't, I wouldn't say, I don't think it starts today. I'm not sure that's the correct term, but anyways, no problem. So Tesla approaching 50 period here. I'm gonna try a short again at 110 with the expectation that this could rip through the 50 period to 110, 50, 111. But it just felt like 113, 116 was, there were sellers, 113 there were sellers, 111 there were sellers. I just feel like, yeah, 110, I'm going to take my shot. Maybe there's going to be sellers that step in again. You know, people are in the chat are like, yeah, 105, 100. So let's roll with that, man. These are the money fills if we're going to 105. So I'm going to give it a little try there. This one I'm going to scale into. So I'm going to take a pretty light position to start, close to 110, and then we'll see how it reacts at the 50 period. If we blow back to like 111, then at that point it's kind of like reevaluate, see what happens, right? So yeah, man, we'll see what happens. Apple 124, somebody saying here, Michael, yeah, no, that's, I mean, a good guess. I kind of feel that way as well. And yeah, I'm just kind of glancing here at the chat. Trader Gordon, what's up, man? Hopefully you're doing well. I know you're in some type of short somewhere. Feel free to let me know. And you're saying, I know you scalp, so you're fine, but be very careful with Apple. It's going lower unless we have a huge market trend. Yeah, exactly. Guys, my strategy, if you're meeting me for the first time, just tuning in, hit that like button. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. They put on bangers for you in the morning, and hopefully we get some bangers in the afternoon here. I am the self-proclaimed scalp demon, trying to live up to my name over here. Yeah, man, I just kind of lean into my strengths there, but we'll see what we get going. I'm just going to visit everything else here. And I had Ford on the board from yesterday at that 11 level. Now we're actually below. And I mean, everything's fading. It's definitely a hold your short kind of day. If we get any type of pops, I'm definitely going to look to fade those pops. So yeah, Apple, Amazon. Amazon, I like the long longer to 82, but we'll see if we get the fill there and then go from there.
Thank you, Luca. I'm just sending out some stops for a couple positions that I just now jumped into. So NVIDIA short did stop me out on the run back through over here, but the market still seems to wants to go down. So not sure what I want to do over there. And looks like my other long that I just jumped into, just a quick little try at a long on Netflix, because if you pull up Netflix on the longer term chart over here on the 30-minute chart, looks like, what day is this? The 20th of December. We bottomed out around the 276.50 area, which obviously we're a little bit below that on NFLX, making a new low a day around 275.71. But if we start holding up around this 271 area, I want to be involved in a long. So I'm going to try one more time over here, give it the risk of low a day. Proper low a day is 275.50, let's say, and I'm long at the moment at 275.89. So going to give it a little bit more wiggle room over here. And the same idea that I had previously on Pinduoduo, had to you know, fight for the bottom. I got in once, I took the loss. I got in another time, I took the loss, and I got in the third time, which happened to be the you know, right entry for me. Managed to make back the losses over here, but trying to see if we can repeat the same trade overall that I previously got into, which was long off of the 78.82 area, and get a nice little dollar per share scalp all the way up to 80. Did not expect 80 to break, so got out in front of 80 for a nice little dollar per share profit on Pinduoduo, trying to repeat the same setup. Here comes Netflix right back to the downside and breaking the 275.50 area, and now I'm watching the tape to see if a big sellers come in just like that. There's still some selling pressure on NFLX. I mean, look at it. It was at 280 not too long ago. Part of this trade might just be FOMOing for not having any shares from 280 and just trying to catch the bottom, trying to catch the dip. So because of even understanding and realizing what I'm doing, I think I'll just punch myself out of this trade real quick, take that loss, and you know, come back when things look it's ready for a rebound. The market's clearly still going down. UVIXI still above the 100-period EMA and trying to stay above the 100-period EMA. Time might not be setting up for us just yet to look for the longs on trades. And there we go. Here's an NFLX still going to the downside. Let's see how 275 holds up on this position, if it manages to hold or if it manages to bounce. So far, it looks like 275 wants to hold. Way better, even significant number to the downside, better than 276. You know, people might just like that. The $5 variations, 275, 280, 285, 290, especially for a stock that's at such a higher notional value than what most people like to trade. You know, people like your $10, $20 stocks, so a stock that's $270 in notional. People usually tend to look at those $5 variations, not variations, but $5 differences, basically. 275 over here, though, making me itch to get back into the trade. I'll throw an order out there to see if, did the order go out? No, it did not. I'll throw an order out there to get the fill at 275.15. If we get that fill, that way we can only risk about 15 cents or so to the downside. The fact that the market's still going down, not really exciting for me on the trade. Let's go take a quick look at Tesla at the moment. I decided to stay away from Tesla today, mainly because you know, it's on SSR, so it would be a little bit trickier to build into the shorts for at least myself. And I figured, hey, if it's going to be trickier, I'm just going to stay away from it. I'll worry about it maybe tomorrow or another day. Plus, the stock is up on the day, like, what, 2-3%? I don't really want to be fighting the trend and losing on this position. I did have a decent day on Tesla yesterday, and it's pretty rare for me. I don't really trade Tesla, so for me to have a decent day on Tesla, that's a pretty big positive sign for me. So I decided I'll just leave Tesla alone. But look at those bids showing up on Tesla at the moment, and you know, people can't smash those bids because it is on SSR. You might be wondering what SSR even means. It means short sale restriction. You cannot smash the bids. You have to wait on the ask for you to get filled on your short entries. And the reason why Tesla is on that SSR mechanic is yesterday it went below 10%. So anytime a stock goes down more than 10% to the downside, it triggers that mechanic for day one, which is that day it goes down 10%, and day two, which is today for Tesla. If Tesla does not go down 10% or more, then tomorrow we should be fine on the SSR side.
Yeah, that's a great point there. And I see Trader Gorno mentioning the XOM. You know, the shorts for money on anything that you
we
short
call it
there, yeah.
ZOM now.
We call it?
We call it ZOM now because of the big C.
Oh, ZOM. Oh, okay, yeah. ZOM. I like that. Tesla, ZOM. Keep them coming, Big C. Keep them coming. And to whoever was like, oh, Luca, do you own a shaver? Guys, this is 1 week. You know, cut me some slack over here. 1 week, I don't shave. Give me 2-3 weeks, I'll have like a whole beard. Yeah, no, that XOM, I see you there. I have like my opinions of XOM. I'm not really too sure. Again, with the oil trades, I really like the swing ideas on the oil trades. Obviously, it's been very strong, you know, with the kind of sector trade, commodities increasing with inflation and everything. You know, breaking that 100 level, running to the upside 115, getting that dip buy opportunity. And, you know, I was talking about this, just thinking out loud, and I think I was mentioning it on the show if anybody remembers, you know, that 102.50 to 103.80 level of just kind of like level buy zone, right? And then I was like, okay, if we clear 108 to the upside, you know, not every day is XOM going to provide those kind of multi-day runs. Like, for example, over here, you know, this is the daily, guys. Multi-day run to the upside, little bit of a pullback, and then just like a lot of inside days, just kind of slow trend to the upside. So, yeah, not every day is it going to have those explosive moves in one way or the other. But I do feel that, you know, if I want to say if 105 to like 102.50 at this point, now that it did bounce, if that area holds, there's a good chance, you know, all things considered, obviously oil has to move in favor as well. Like we could go to 115 there.
Let's go. This market actually moving back up north over here. Pinduoduo long off that 79, coming in clutch right now, about 50 cents in the money on that. And the Netflix long too, playing off to the paying us off right now. So we got filled at 275.15. Netflix dropped as low as 274.72. You know, Netflix can open up spread very easily, especially on a day like today where the relative volume is only 0.74 on Netflix. You would like the relative volume to be 1 or more for a stock to be in play. And if it's 2 or more, then it's really in play. So I gave it a little bit of a wiggle room, about 40 cents of wiggle room. Never ended up triggering my stop. So my stop is still sitting there for myself on Netflix. Let's see if this long, which is 50 cents in the money, can help us, you know, make some of the money that we just gave back, trying to catch the bounce over here, and hopefully a little bit more than that, so we could stay on the green side today and keep on adding to our PNL. Let's look at a couple positions that are popping up on the scanner. Surprisingly enough, it's going to be Activision. Not sure if there was any real catalyst for Activision. At least I didn't hear any. Yesterday, Activision short 76. I think my executions will show up. Yeah, there you go. I shorted 76 for a nice little scalp of 15 cents per share. Did not you know, expect too much out of Activision because it was in a 20-cent range for the most part of the day. So I took my scalp on that. But something to notice is how it's actually bouncing off of 76 to the north side today, and also in the same 20-30 cent range like it was yesterday, but it is actually above 76. So maybe something going around. We know that the European board keeps on causing issues for Activision and Microsoft, but Microsoft and Activision do want the deal to go through, so they've been announcing catalysts such as you know, not boycotting Sony and their PlayStation, not boycotting Nintendo and their Wii systems, and what's the other thing that they got, the Switch systems and so on. Yeah. So lots and lots of positive catalysts over there for Activision, but that's old news. I would love to see how it actually finally plays out when it comes to signing the piece of paper and so on. NASDAQ still down 0.8% on the day. S&P 500 down 0.65%.
Yeah, guys, you know, I said I was going to short the pops, but I do like a little bit of an apple bounce here. Look at this down move. Very, very kind of down move into that 127.50 area. Very, very sharp, fast up move and pullback. So I like the pullback dip buy. I'm scaling into this trade. I think, you know, pullback, and then my plan here is we can probably get a 128 test. This is what I'm thinking. And then at that point, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't want to take off the majority of the size at 128. I think there's potential that we could get actually to 128.20. Now, I know these are very tight numbers, but again, I'm just kind of keeping my scalping hat on, whatever makes sense to me. So we're going to see if we can get those a few fills in front of that 128 there. You know the rules. We go up to these even dollar levels. As we get there, we print the size, and then it's just kind of, you know, your guess is as good as mine. We'll see what happens. Trader Gordon saying Nike. Have a look at Nike again. Where's that 118 level, man? Because yesterday, that was an absolute banger that you called. And I did have the short, for anybody that was wondering. I had the short, I butchered it, and we went all the way down anyway. So hopefully, I mean, now seeing this thing at what, 116, hopefully swung that to the downside, because that's, I mean, we're testing 116. I'm just looking at the daily where we could probably get back to 115, you know, maybe just below. And obviously it's in an uptrend, you know, on the daily. So keep in mind that, you know, as you're shorting kind of strength, you know, you cover into pullbacks. That's sort of, that would be my plan at least anyways. So yeah, we'll see what happens with this Apple move. I think Tesla's now moving to the upside as well. Nice little pop. Kind of glad that I removed my 110 order. I just went to the washroom very quickly. Yeah, I think this bounce is going to be, I mean, look at this, man. We're breaking the 50 period. We stayed below it for so much time that now we're moving to the upside. This is like violent move. I mean, do we hold? Maybe I'll flip long on this. If we hold 110 here, we could actually go to the upside. So I'm just going to, yeah, you know what? I convinced myself, okay, I'm going to take a long here on Tesla as well. And I think that we could probably get to 111. And then at 111, we'll see what happens. If 111 kind of breaks and goes, then, you know, maybe we get a VWAP test. I would not be surprised if we get back 112, 113. It just feels like, you know, all the shorting coming through, everybody shorting, a lot of people shorting 113, 111. So again, key levels on Tesla for myself, 111, 113, 116. So, you know, next stop 111, and if this wants to turn back down and just fade right away, it'll be obvious. You know, it'll be obvious in the tape. You'll see that, and then I'll just kind of punch out of that. So, yeah, discretionary trades here. We're going to see if Apple wants to create some sort of a small bull flag and then pop to the upside, get out of that one as well. So 2 longs on board, Tesla, Apple, kind of like the bounce idea. I think the overall market, you know, at this 38.30 level has to resolve, and then it's either up or down, right? What are the odds that we actually stay right here? I mean, those are probably good odds too, but yeah, we could easily get a little pop action, you know, so I do want to short the pops. I do like that idea of shorting the pops, but at the same time, there is room, in my opinion, for the long, to scalp at the long there. So we'll see where that one goes. And Farm Trader saying Kala halted. This was actually, I was on my radar. I didn't trade this one. Are we, oh, we're showing 10. Huh. Is this like, okay, this just happened so quickly. So yeah, guys, Kala halted. And before I pass it to Big C over here, that's going to probably be a 5-minute halt. So a 5-minute halt, this thing will open at 11:30:57. Okay, so we're not going there yet.
Yeah, we're not going to Big C.
Yeah, no problem. So
go for it.
Yeah, no, longs are now working here. Yeah, Tesla looking good, Apple looking good. Let's see if these ones want to pay me.
So yeah, Netflix is now $1.36 in the money. Pinduoduo got down to flat, but also did not stop us out, so that's a good thing. Something that I want to talk about is actually Lyft. Lyft for the first time since inception. I think, no, I was thinking about Lucid for a second. So first time ever since it started trading on the stock market, actually closed below $10 yesterday. So that's going to be a new all-time low for LYFT. And you know, I was planning to short the $10 area originally when I was planning to do it. I did not pull the trigger, missed out on the flush. But over here on this go around, I tried to short it at the $10 and took a quick little 3-penny loss, as Lyft is now trying to get above 10 and continue going to the upside. Let's quickly go check its partner in crime, Uber, which I did try the long earlier on in the day, but you know, then looked at the long-term chart and I noticed a strong level around 24.65. So I jumped out of the trade. I guess that should have you know, made me flip into the short side. That's the exact time when I wanted to jump into short for Lyft. Did not pull the trigger, missed out on the move. But this little pump up to $10 or $10.02 might just be a stop hunting move and wicking me out of the position. So let's watch it carefully. The volume on there is not really you know, too much. Only about 3 million shares traded on the day today. So nothing really too exciting for me to jump into the trade. Looking at our work chat, I see iCure Medical Limited, an Israeli stock with about 1.7 million shares traded on the day today. That's a relative volume of 4. So lots of volume and relative scale coming in for ICCM. Absolutely flat on the day, but a pretty big spike in the price from $1.52 all the way up to $1.70, creating a new high a day for this position, but still down 0.43%. We'll keep an eye out for ICCM to see if it makes more moves for us and maybe one that we can take part of. Jimmy, STYX in the chat, wants us to take a look at LUV. I heard Neil trading LUV a lot today. I personally did look at it, but did not really find myself finding a level to take part of it. Yesterday I was trading LUV. I had the shorts around 38.50 and I closed it before 2 o'clock because obviously I had to go to the gym. But I think Neil held it all the way down to the new low of days or so, near 33.80s or 33.70. So congratulations to Neil on pulling through that trade over there. I get to live vicariously through him. But I guess today I gotta do that one more time because he was actually, I think, getting filled on LUV. You had some shorts, right? Yeah, so he actually took the fills on LUV. I decided, hey, I think yesterday was the main move to the downside where the cancellation news kind of kicked in and so on. I didn't expect too much from the stock to play out today, but hey, look, it still gave you a beautiful range to constantly get into the shorts and constantly get out for profits. You can't complain about that. There's a lot of stocks today that you could have got whipped around left, right, north, south, every single direction. It could be Tesla, it could have been Apple. It could have been Nvidia. Look at how I traded Nvidia today. Obviously, the shorts were the perfect thing to trade from 142, but that's hindsight telling me the information. In that moment, I got whipped around quite a bit shorting Nvidia. I could have easily just gone to LUV, which has a negative catalyst on it, and still trading down on the day, whereas Nvidia did turn positive at one point, turn negative again, turn positive again, turn negative again, was very confused of a move on Nvidia. Since we are talking about Nvidia, I want to bring up a point that I saw on the CNBS. CNBC, CNBS is actually something that Cherif started mentioning on the show over here. But CNBS basically said in their watch list that chip stocks, Nvidia and Micron to be specific, have an excess in chips now. That's a whole different turnaround from 2 months ago where they were complaining about shortage in chips, shortage in this, shortage in that, and now they're complaining about having a surplus in chips. So I'm not sure how that works so quickly. I think someone's playing games in the news end over there. That's just my 10-act conversations come out. But at the end of the day, that's the negative catalyst looming around for the chip stocks today. Micron kind of washed away that negative catalyst, was positive at one point. I had the shorts on Micron at 51, and boy, do I wish I was holding that short still, because we're now negative on MU at the lower day that it started off with.
Yeah, guys, Kala should be open right now. Somebody was asking, KALA. NASDAQ. Okay, yeah, Kala open, running to the upside. Yeah, man, that was an open at just above 10 there. It actually, I think this is real. I missed it. But it's went down to 968, which I think was the halt level, if I'm not mistaken. Now going to the upside, man, I wanna punch long on this so badly. But this is gonna halt. 1143 right now is a current halt price on this thing. It's okay. There we go. Fake halt on that one. I'm gonna yeah, it's gonna halt, but it's a fake halt, but I'm not 100% sure. I should have been long. I should have watched it 1050. I should have been long from 1050. At this point, I'm not gonna chase because you know the deal with these things, man. These are destruction. It could go up, not really too sure. Let me pull up the daily and see where these levels are. I hear Big C over there going, oh, damn, what's going on? It's gonna halt. Oh, it's a fake halt. Yeah, 1177 now, looking like a fake potential halt to the upside. I don't know if, do I take this? No, I'm gonna let it go. This is too impulsive. Not a part of my plan. Hopefully you guys are long this name because 1177 halt now showing 12 open. I don't care if it's gonna open at 13. I'm not taking that. I'm not impulsively jumping in. Apple, guys, is working. I scaled into that. I'm kind of getting myself out just a little bit within the range that it's creating as the 50 period comes down. So before, guys, remember, before it looked like this. I'm like, okay, maybe there's a pop, potential move to the 50 period. And, oh no, okay, now we're just actually, that was a... All right, Brad, maybe you want to...
Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know what happened there, but that's in real
time,
time, folks. Big seller on Apple, so I might have to get out of this one. I'm going to hold it for 2 seconds and see what happens.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Apple just flushed down there. I'm trying to take some profits on Netflix just to make sure that I can book my profits before they start turning around on me. So here's the Netflix out that you just saw me punch out a little bit. I still have some size left on Netflix to see if we can get a bigger move on that trade, but we'll wait and see what happens. And Pinduoduo over here going right back to being flat on the position for me. So not sure what's going on. And I'm going to try getting into this lift short one more time because previously it didn't really do anything. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Cherif, is there any news on that move? Check Apple, check anything. It does. I mean, I'm pretty light. Like, I'm not really too worried, but I'm just wondering if there's news, then maybe I sell, but maybe I buy back. I don't know. Yeah, guys, you were watching this live, so I'm like, yeah, you know, trying to get out of Apple, and then I'm like, wait a second, that was a little bit of a move there, eh? So now I'm pretty smoked on the position, down like 55 cents, not too much. And this is actually another good example for everybody. So when you guys are trading, like as day traders, and you're scalping, this is, do I sell this? This is your value at risk is always going to be $1. So like something unexpected might happen and it could move. Something like Apple, your value at risk will be $1. So even though this kind of move happened and like there's no reaction that I could have done to that, now I'm just kind of nursing what I have left on it and I'm just like, what do I do here? I'm still out of the money, only 55 cents. So, you know, within expectations, keep that in mind, right? You always want to know that your value at risk is like, for example, on something like Apple, probably 1 point. On something like Tesla, it could be like 2 points. So plan for that, right? So obviously when I trade, especially on the show, I'm planning for that. So, you know, even though there could be a whip in one direction, 70 cents, I'm like, okay, I'm not like destroyed, but I am surprised. And yeah, hopefully, yeah, exactly. Big volume spike to the downside. Look at that volume, man. You guys can see this. Look at that volume. That was like 1 million shares, I think that was. Yeah, that looks like maybe 1 million shares, or yeah, 1.03 million shares that traded in this one candle. So that's like a big move down. Now I think there's a reserve at 27. You know what? I'm gonna do myself a favor and just like punch out of this one and then sit back and reevaluate what just happened there, because a lot of the times, yeah, man, it's you know, you gotta just kind of, you gotta be watching your positions. And I was even gonna say that, guys, watch your positions, make sure you're, you know, making note of what's taking place here. Don't be talking and distracted. That ain't no way to make money. JNK going, yeah, man, watch junk yields, man. If they keep going, you know, first it's the junk bonds that fail, then, you know, it's kind of like everything moves in tandem. You guys know the deal. I'm just kind of glancing back at the chat. Kala entry 870. Yeah, Kala. I mean, okay, let's go back to this one very quickly just to see. Kala. Still showing 12 open. It's going to be a 5-minute halt, so that'll be 11:37:18. So basically in like 2 minutes, 1 to 2 minutes, this is going to open. So if you have positions on that, just make sure you're watching. Hold Apple 126. Luca, hold Apple 126. Yeah, you know. So yeah, we're going to go to Big C right now for maybe an update or Euro close or something on Apple,
Euro
hopefully.
Update.
Nothing on Apple quite yet, Luca, but I'll make sure to let you know as soon as there is. Guys, it was a mixed board earlier today. Now it looks decidedly down with only England and Spain able to squeak out gains. England up 0.4%, but Germany and France down 0.48 and 6.1 respectively. The Borsa Italia almost down 0.5%, 0.46. Sweden ending down 0.72 and Switzerland 0.32. But the biggest loser, and we've seen this happen time and time again over the last little while, 1.49 down for the Turkish Borsa. Guys.
Talina Italiano Milano Banca. For those of you, hopefully if any Italians in the chat, I didn't butcher that and did a good job on the pronunciations over there. As you guys might have noticed, the position board updating and showing you new positions going on, which is once again a lift short. I'm in an end video short around 140 over here, trying to work into the average. Pinduoduo is now 30 cents in the money. Does not want to give me the profits that I want to see. So I'm just going to take some scalps out here at the 31 cents per share profit on Pinduoduo, and let's see if we can work with NVIDIA and lift shorts. Here's LYFT right back under $10, which is exactly what we wanted it to do earlier on. It says the high day though, it's $10.06. I think that's false. I think the high day for LYFT is still 10.02. Yeah, exactly, 10.02. That's just a dark pull wick over here showing that it's the high day is 10.06, which is false. Let's see if we can work with the short on lift and get a nice little move right back to $9.85, maybe even $9.90. I'll take a nice 10-cent scalp on that position if we can get that dump on LYFT, which, you know, not too long ago, actually yesterday, triggered or for the first time actually closed under $10. So let's see if today will be the second day for Lyft to actually close under 10, or does it manage to stay green and then manage to also get back above $10? A lot of people in chat still talking about KALA. So let's head over to KALA. Apparently it's halted. It's halted currently at $13.20 and the indicated theoretical auction price. So we have this price out automatically updating based on the buyers and the sellers and the imbalance market. I'm not 100% sure exactly how they get the number, but it's pretty accurate for the most part. So we're halted at 13.20. The theoretical auction price just went up by another 20 cents from the last number. So the new auction price is at $14, which means the stock is set to open around 14. We'll give it the set amount of time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however long it takes for this halt to open up from. We'll give it that time. Once it does open up, let me actually do you guys a favor and book KALA on my second screen, or maybe you guys can alert me when it opens up. That way I could still watch my other stocks and manage my positions for the most part, and then I'll just look at the chat. So please do update and inform us if this one opens back up. Let's quickly go over to the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ futures, which is currently at 10,806. So 10,800, the lower day, the bottom of the lower day is currently 10,800. So we managed to not break 10,800 yet, but we're waiting to see if the market does break 10,800 and go much lower than that. Already down almost 1% over here on the NASDAQ market. The NVIDIA shorts that we built into not too long ago, currently 21 pennies out of the money. I'm giving it a little bit of a wiggle room. I wanted to see the trade work out for me, so we'll see how that one goes. Looks like Luca is still managing his trade, so we'll continue going. In the meantime, let's head over to a couple super chats over here that our friend Bears vs Bulls has just put in our work chat for us to take a look at. So we got Jing Luang, thanks AMD short, says with 15 Hong Kong dollars, I think HK dollars. Thank you for the super chat. We do appreciate any amounts of donations coming in. Look, we do all of this for free. All we ask is for likes and subscribers, because that helps with the YouTube algorithm, obviously. But any super chats, people doing that out of their heart, doing that just to help with the production value. So we appreciate that. Any of that goes into cameras. You see a lot of camera angles. This one's on right now. Sometimes that one's on the bald cam too. So lots of fun, lots of different camera angles for you guys. Nick Garcia coming in with another super chat, or I think actually a renewal of membership. What's the logic on shorting below 52-week low rather than looking for a bounce upward of the 52-week low? Both of those setups are valid. You could look for a bounce of the 52-week low, but have an order to flip you short on the breakdown of the 52-week low in case that trade doesn't work out for you. But the better thing to do, obviously, let me do the right thing to do right now would be to close my NVIDIA short, which is around, let me just pull it up over here, which is about 30-40 cents out of the money, and our Pinduoduo long is currently 50 cents in the money. I want to be short and NVIDIA still, so I'm going to give it up to probably 141. Maybe take some more shares. I'm going to take some size out over here actually and build back into the short. Basically, I'm going to recycle my shares. That way my average price is better. I am incurring some losses doing this, but I will end up with a better average going into this trade if it does end up playing out. So hopefully NVIDIA gives us an opportunity to ride it right back to the downside, close to 139 or so, as the market is now, though, going back up. We were talking about Pinduoduo. No, we were not. We were talking about super chats. That's where we're at. So talking about bounce place and 52-week lows, both of those setups are possible. If you're just trading off the chart, you might want to try both sides of the trades, which is try the long in front of the 52-week low and have an order to flip you short on the break of 52-week low. That way, you're able to recoup some of the losses if it does end up going sour for you. But the right thing to do, obviously, is actually looking at the time of sales and the level 2 when the 52-week low shows up. You could study the time of sales, see if there's a lot of selling coming in, see if there's a lot of buying coming in, study the tape around those key levels. We know 52-week lows are key levels. You can also find other key levels by technical analysis, by using support lines, by using trend lines and so on, and incorporate those trend lines and those key support areas with the time of sales in order to really give you an indication to whether you should be going long or whether you should be going short. some people don't have that skills built in yet. I mean, look, I'm almost 3 years into my trading career, and I feel like I'm still not there yet for my tape reading skills. It's what it's called. It's called tape reading skills. So when you do have the ability to read the tape at that level, then you can really hone in on whether going long or short. For a beginner trader, as I will still classify myself as a beginner trader with only 3 years of experience, still learning new things every day, I would technically try the long and the short around those key levels. So it comes down to you, how you want to structure that trade. How to do this if you don't have access to level 2? I think every trader out there in the world has to have access to level 2. If you're trading without level 2 or time of sales, you're basically trading blind. Yeah, you have the chart to represent the history of what's going on in the market, but trading blind is never suggested. I would always suggest you to find a way to get level 2 and time of sales incorporated into your portfolio, into your tool set, and sometimes you have to pay for it. If you can go that route, please go for that route. Pinduoduo is now giving me $1 per share profit. I'm not expecting more than $80 to come into play, so if that exit is being offered for me, I will take that exit. I'm now exit stage left from PDD. Going back to Super Chats over here, Silky Johnson with $1.99. Thoughts on SBNY? Let's go take a look at SBNY. What is this stock doing today? With only 200,000 shares traded for a $100 stock, I'm not too excited, to be honest. So the relative volume is 0.78. Not a lot of volume going on. Signature Bank, so I'm expecting it to be in the banking sector. Never really traded this company or stock in general, so I'm going to have to do a little bit more analysis. So for that, we'll pull up the long-term chart. Looks like the stock has just been getting absolutely beat down from 410 to 111. It's in a channel. It's in a channel that seems to be respected. So until this channel breaks to the north side, I would not be interested in the long. I would just draw the channel or trend lines for yourself if you are trading that position, and then go about it. But keep in mind, very low volume. I'm not interested in stocks that are not doing volume. Keep in mind, we are day traders over here. We need volume in order to get in and out of the position fluently and multiple times. If I'm not able to even punch out of this position for 15 shares, which is kind of the minimum on our platform. 10 is the minimum on our platform, but we try to do 15. If I can't even get in and out of 15 shares whenever I want to, then that's not the right stock for me to be part of as a day trader. There's other positions out there that you can trade today. I mean, Tesla was already doing 10 million shares in pre-market. Right now, Tesla is at 114 million shares. That's day 2 for Tesla being trading at over 100 million shares. So as a day trader, these are the type of positions you're looking for. You're looking to put the damage on the stocks that are doing the volume and are also giving you the volatility to take part of. Tesla, not too long ago, I think just a few seconds ago as we were talking about it, the 110 area had some size and did not break. So it looks like the short sellers are still struggling as they cannot punch the bids because the stock is on SSR. Let's go, baby. NVIDIA at the moment, after reloading on that position right above 140 and incurring some losses by punching out some of the shares and reloading into that position at a different average price. Now we're about 40 cents in the money on NVIDIA, and Lyft not really doing anything for us. LYFT on NASDAQ, not really doing anything, but at least it's not burning us. We are in the profit by 1 penny, so I'm not gonna scream and get too happy for that for you, obviously. We'll wait for this position to come a little bit lower. NASDAQ heading right back to the 10,800 area. We'll see if 10,800 holds up over here. Are you good to go, Luca? Luca's good to go.
Yeah, guys, that was pure rate. Okay. Cal is open. We can have a look at this. Yeah, guys, I'm short Apple here. I flipped short. I battled into that. I took extreme amounts of size on that, so I was just trying to figure out what the plan was. I was hoping that we would flush. It looked good. Had the short, cover a little bit, tried to hold, stopped out. So, I mean, whatever. It's pretty flat for the size that I had. But now I have less size, so I am pretty calm, not too worried. Let's look at Cala here. That was frustrating, man, taking that L on Apple, that just pure tilt. This thing's at 15 now, halting to the upside.
Again?
Yeah, guys, maybe I should have had the 1180 long. Jesus Christ, oh my God. Is this going at 25 right now? Okay, Cal, I see you. Yeah, guys, this is like straight moon to the upside. Some funny shark sold 3K, 23K profits. Congratulations, man. That's absolutely awesome. I love seeing it. I know these small caps move, and when they move, man. So, you know, it's definitely exciting to trade. Yeah, hopefully, I don't know, man. What's the open on this? It's showing 1577 now. This thing has legs. This thing is alive. Yeah, we'll see where it goes,
It's
man.
alive!
It's alive, man. We'll see where this thing goes. Yeah, now Apple fades when I have less size. You know what? I hate these robots, man. If I ever end up in the Matrix and I have to fight them, I'm going all out. I'm going all out.
I'm coming
the battle
with you,
is real.
Luca. We never leave a warrior alone.
Man, you know what? It's so frustrating. You guys are watching this live. It's difficult to do. It's difficult to manage, but it's fun, man. It's fun. It's a challenge for myself. So it is what it is. You know, you're gonna hear me complain from time to time. Don't mind the complaints. Life is good. It's all good. But yeah, if I just had that size that I had for the move down, oh man, I would have made my week on that one. Whatever, all good. Yeah, guys, let us know what else you're trading as well. These guys don't talk much about small cap runners much. What's up with that? No, man, we do. It's just, you know, I jump back and forth, man. We talk about everything. We're obviously trading at the same time, too. You know, now I got the Apple board on, Apple short on, covered a little bit over here. Yeah, maybe it fades to the downside. I'm going to try to hold this short because, again, I don't know what this move is. I have no idea what this move is. I don't know if there's news on this move. You know, like kind of sitting here in the dark, being in a long, and then having to you know, punch out over here at the bottom. Pain, man, pure pain, and then flipping short. It is. You know, it's funny. It's funny to watch actually. But yeah, we'll see if the short is good because 27 was reserving initially, then kind of filled, and every time it was popping, it was kind of slamming back down. So I was actually like pretty heavy on the position right here for the move. Then it sort of ripped against me, and then I'm like, okay, let me add even more size over there because it looks good. But the thing with Apple is they can just hold, they can, like in a span of like 20 cents, like they can hold price against you, right? So like as I'm getting into these shares, they're just like, oh, this guy is punching in at these prices. Like, let's see if we could just hold it here against them. So you got to have a wide stop. In this case, the real stop should be like 81s, but I'm not risking there. I think I can do it a little bit better. So overall, kind of short, cover, hold the last piece, stopped out. It's an L, but now I'm going to make it back probably on this short here. It's, I mean, work in progress, man. I'm just trying to get better every single day. Yeah, man, you're sad you missed Kala. Somebody saying, who is it? Ahmed saying, I'm so sad I missed Kala. Yeah, man, me too. It's showing 1591. I don't know if Big C over there is cleaning up. Doing the most, probably in a long. You know him. He's always in at the best prices, holding for the best move there. Huh? Not even? No, yeah. It's, guys, I want to short this thing. You know me. I'm always looking, okay, when is the short going to be good? But this looks strong, man. Not every day do you see halters to the upside where it goes halt, prints up, halt, prints up, halt, prints up, halt again, prints up. This thing is very, very strong. And my gut feeling, again, I'm not in a position, so I'm objectively looking at it. And when I see things like this, it kind of feels like, yeah, I don't think it's going to open and just tank. I think we're going to open and we're going to go into another halt. But the thing is if you look at the daily, I don't know, like, again, I don't know Kala. I don't know if this was like a reverse split or whatnot. And our charts don't really map the reverse split there. So if I go to Trading View to kind of check it out here, and, you know, so let's see where we're at if this, because I'm wondering some of the daily levels on this thing. There's shorters careers that ended on Kala. Yeah, man, somebody somewhere is getting destroyed for sure. Somebody somewhere is getting destroyed. That's kind of the nature of the game, man. Small caps are, you know, you gotta be locked in, man. You gotta be locked in. This thing now is saying join for free every time. No, I don't want to pay for this. Okay, I don't know any of these levels. If I quickly look, maybe 20, yeah, 15 to 20. I would say 20 resistance. That's kind of like psychological level. If we clear 22, then like, I don't know, man. Do we go to like 28? This thing was at 28 back in June before it fell off there. So, I mean, yeah, guys, look at your charts. Maybe there was a reverse split, so it's not like adjusting here. But yeah, this thing, yeah, maybe we see 20. You know, maybe we see 20. We're gonna have to see what happens on that one. This one's definitely spicy. I'll say that much.
I've been taking profits on NVIDIA for $1 per share, still holding some size. Now we only have about, now we're only in the money, 50 cents in the money for this position as the market did break 10,800, but now getting right back above 10,800 is the very same market. That's going to be your NASDAQ tech basket. And Netflix are long on Netflix. paid us originally around the 275 area, but now I'm getting back in around the 274. To be honest, I'd much rather be long at 273.20-ish area for NFLX, but I would like to try a quick little long over here, given the risk of the low a day, which is 273.83. I was about 30 cents in the money, but now about to be absolutely flat on this position. We'll wait and see if for the market, that's the NASDAQ market, the right side of my screen, as you guys can see, if it can stay above 10,800, or does the market keep rejecting 10,800 and go back to the downside, at which point I will be looking to jump out of my longs and hold my shorts a little bit longer, which is going to be your NVIDIA and even LYFT. What is Lyft doing at the moment? We did take some profits, a penny profit, because it's not really doing anything. Might just actually close this trade completely because it's not doing what I needed to do. Yeah, look at that. It's not doing what I needed to do. So I'm just going to close that trade completely, walk away from it. Not worth my time. There's better trades out there that I can worry about and put my risk on and hopefully make profits on those trades, which is going to be Netflix, which is going to be even NVIDIA to the short side. Looking at the scanners at the moment, Roblox just showed up on the scanner. Let's go take a look at Roblox, how this stock has been trading. Not too long ago was a $100 position, like a lot of other stocks, right? The market, recession question marks, and the raise in interest rates and so on kind of ruined a lot of long-term accounts and companies' stock value. But let's take a look at Roblox over here, down 2.5% almost on the day, with 4 million shares traded, and the low a day is around 25.70, 25.50 actually. It says the low a day, but that might be the dark pool candle. I think the actual low a day is actually 25.65. Let's see if Roblox wants to continue going back to the downside and crumble a little bit more, or does the market, NASDAQ market, when I'm talking about the market, get back above 10,800 and allowing Roblox to have a nice little pump up towards that VWAP or even $26. So lots of questions coming in. I am noticing though, NVIDIA, only 32 cents in the money at the moment. So what we could do is just quickly just take that profit, get back in if we want to, closer to 141 or even 140.50. That way we're protecting our profits and we're also looking to re-enter when possible. I did hear something in my ear, so I think it's time to go to Cherif.
Yeah, guys, just having a look at G-triple-R.
Bro, I just had 1,000 shares. I went negative 400. I was like, I'm not covering this. I'm losing 1,000. I don't give a fuck. That was so fucking stupid. And then it fucking finally flushes. I try to hold. I get stopped out, down 80 bucks. And then it fucking goes, man. Like, what the fuck? Bro, what is this? Like, we need fucking news updates, man.
Let's talk Apple.
Yeah,
Call
what is that?
Apple?
No, I know. It's just fucking so frustrating, man. Thanks for covering, dude, honestly.
Just giving you guys a heads up on the small cap.
So fucking stupid.
Thank you for that, Big C. Thank you so much there. And we got the zooming in on Prad with the napkin in the mouth. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, guys, I covered that Apple short there in front of 26.50. Just kind of felt like the right thing to do. Yeah, short the pops. That's the right idea. Kala is showing 16. Showing 16 over there. Yeah, hot mic. We can hear you, Luca.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man. It's yeah, that's fine. Yeah, guys, no, nothing to hide here. Like, I literally was smashing this only to, yeah, do nothing. That's so frustrating, man. So frustrating. But that's trading for you. That's live trading. I don't really care too much. So Kala will open at 11:48 over there. The hot mic's underrated. The hot mic is a banger, exactly. The hot mic, the hot cam, coming in. What's going on over here? Yeah, man, it's guys. This is real trading.
Unfiltered.
Like, this is unfiltered trading. You're not gonna get this anywhere else. Nobody's gonna do what I'm doing right now. Nobody's gonna do this. So nobody's gonna do what we do here. This is absolute. I mean, find a better show. Hit the like button. Find a better show. It's something else, man. I was telling my friends, I was like, yeah, this is what I do. I kind of come on YouTube, I trade, I get smoked, and then I have good trades, and it's kind of crazy. It's raw, it's real, and they're like, wow, man, you have cojones. I'll tell you that much. And I'm like, well, it's that's me. Hello, my name's Luca, absolute scalp demon, and yeah, hopefully you guys hit the like for that. I'm just being raw here. I'm just enjoying myself, having a time. Okay, so this is a 10-minute halt, I think. So we're going to actually open in like 3, seconds. We should be open. Yeah, okay, here we are. So we're open to the upside. Now this thing's 17. I want to find a way into this, but like the problem with this is, guys, when you're trading things like Cala and you're not like in early and like you're kind of looking at it, like your risk, the size that you take is your risk. So like, for example, when I'm trading,
You're a little late for that shit, Fahad.
when I'm trading Apple, I'm like, okay, like my risk is like, I'm like 30 cents, like whatever, I can just punch out. The beauty with Apple is, let's say you take, 1,000 shares, 5,000 shares, like one click in and out, no problem. But the thing with Cala, man, this thing will move, as you guys know, like 16, 1750, like going absolutely crazy over there. So yeah, guys, keep in mind your size is your risk. If there's one thing that I'm going to emphasize over and over and over again, your size is your risk. You think, oh, I'm going to have a stop at 16. No, this thing could be at 13 in 5 seconds. You get stuck in a down halt. Look at that. Now it's at 15. So
somebody go look at this.
Somebody go look at this.
Somebody go look at this.
These moves are crazy, man. These moves are crazy. It's, yeah, I'm not going to lie. It's hard for me to somebody was like, oh, you guys don't look at these small cap runners. I do look at them, but I'm like reluctant to like jump in because I don't want to, Apple, I get a flush. It's okay. It's no big deal. This thing flushes me, like I get destroyed. So I gotta really like size down. And I don't want to size down, man. I don't want to size down. I see the opportunity at hand. It looks good. But yeah, guys, keep this in mind. Up, move, halt, up, move, halt, up, move, halt. Within the minute, right? 1 minute candle and it's halting to the upside. Now that it's now traded 2 minutes, right? It's dancing around, it's doing its thing. So I'm not gonna call top. I'm not here to call tops and bottoms. But what I will do is say that like it was very strong. Maybe now it's kind of doing its thing. I would not be surprised.
Holy moly.
I don't know the float on this thing. Maybe you want to double check.
On what, sorry?
Cal, what the float is? Yeah, you have it up there.
Float is 1.29 mil.
So, 1.29 mil float, that's a super low float. That is recipe for disaster. You have to really, really pick your spots and understand what you're doing. It's, yeah, man, it could drop $5 in 1 second. 1 millisecond, you think you can get in and out, but you can't, right? You can't. So your size is your risk. Just keep that in mind. I'll reiterate that over and over again. Trying to kind of show good habits and what you're supposed to do. Now this thing's going to downhaul to the upside, to the downside, 1467 downhaul, and I mean it's it's pay for short, so I can't even punch into that.
Yeah.
I think the downhaul's going to be a banger, but we'll see what happens. It's 1667. Wow, 1382. Okay.
13.
Okay, Cal, I see you. Yeah, so I didn't pay for short. I actually tried to punch, but I'm like, we don't have shorts. For sure, we don't have shorts. And like, yeah, rejected. It's showing 1321, guys. 1321s. That Cala flush is gonna snatch souls. That's the thing, man. Tune into the show and watch what we do, because I'm literally sitting here for free telling you this thing is deadly. This thing is deadly. Like, you should not be in 1,000 shares unless you're ready to lose like $7,000, like $7, like, whereas like 1 point on Apple, that's kind of what I was saying before. For anybody tuning in just now, like I was long Apple and then it flushed on me. But the thing is like it only flushed like what is that, 80 cents. So that was like the worst possible scenario that just actually took place. And it was like, okay, but I already knew that was a possibility. With Cala, somebody said $5, and I think that's accurate. Like, you got to plan. Like, this thing was at 13, then it was at 17. Like, you got to plan. Now it's going to open 1350 area probably. This thing could open down here and then go into another downhaul. Who's to say that you can punch out of that? Maybe there's no liquidity. You try to get out. The scariest thing about trading, man, is when you can't find a counterpart. If you cannot find a counterpart for your trade for the exit because you're a day trader, it's scary, man. It's scary. So, yeah, somebody's saying, wow, I got 10,000 shares. Like, just understand like what you're getting yourself into. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to tell you, look at the technicals. This is kind of how it really is. If you're dabbling in stocks like this, yeah, man, these things wipe you out. People who short, they get squeezed. People long, then they're bagged. I would almost say you want to be reactive on something like this. So let it go up, let it go down, let it show you where everyone is bagged. Look at the volume, then play off that volume for, if you're a mean reversion trader, for the move back down. So yeah, that's a kind of a good example that I would say there. We'll see how this thing opens. It's probably going to be a 5 minute if I have to guess. So that would be 12:05:33, 12:05:33ish. So yeah, keep that in mind. And yeah, best of luck. But I think we're going to now pass it over to Big C at the big desk for
social sentiment.
A lot of red is what I see. Social sentiment.
You're accurate on that, Luca. A lot of red showing up here. Some popular names we've been trading today. Tesla among them. Apple among them as well. AMC and Ape showing up. I guess it's still being talked about online. Not really being traded too much by traders on our floor. You have some usual suspects again here. You got Love HTGM, which was a continuation from yesterday. You had Lucid being traded by Shawn this morning to the up and downside. Meta also showing up, and Baba, yeah, showing up green here. So some Chinese ADRs possibly to the high side. They're not as red as some of these other markets. Actually, they've turned red now. Yeah, guys, we'll keep an eye on these, but not really much else. Just red.
Red across the board, man. You know, that's what I was glancing over. I was like, I want to know what's green right now because, yeah, definitely not my portfolio. You know, it's kind of funny there, but yeah, no, I'm locked in on Kala. I think I'm looking Kala, and somebody was saying watch SFIX. It is. I think it was Trader Gorno, if I'm not mistaken. It's low volume right now. If this thing, you know, if it starts to move, I'll keep it on watch. But for now, I'm not gonna really pull it up. Main priority for myself is Kala. Amazon, if we get closer to 81.30, it's right now at 81.90. And I was kind of thinking, I'm like, this is sort of holding up. It's not really selling off with, like, you know, some of the other names. So yeah, I like that. You know, let it come down. Then I'm gonna try the bounce idea on that trade. So yeah, Apple, Amazon, Tesla, and Kala. 4 names on watch. Kala will open in the next 1 minute, and then we'll see what happens. I'm probably late to the party. I can't pay for shorts, but I do feel like it's going to go straight into another down halt. I just don't know if that next down halt will be good. I would not be surprised to see this thing at 10. And somebody was like, oh yeah, 10.50 bounce. I don't know. I can't find it now. Somebody's like, I'm going to try the 10.50 bounce. I mean, I'm not, you know, I haven't really had luck on the bounce plays, but mark the halt levels is what I would say. So like, you know, 13.23 is a level probably, you know, 11.12, 11.70, like wherever it halted on the way up and then wherever it opened, those are probably key levels. So I would watch those levels. So I don't know why you're saying 10.50, but you know, maybe it's just something I'm missing here, but I would almost say 10. Closer to 10, you know, maybe the bounce there. But yeah, man, you got to be careful with this one. So it's probably going to, if it doesn't open now, it's probably going to, in 20 seconds. If it doesn't open in 20 seconds, it'll be a 10-minute halt.
All right, Pinduoduo actually managed to pump up all the way up to 81, slightly above VWAP. So I figured, hey, if we missed out on that pump with the long, I'm gonna try a short at 81 as the market not able to hold up above 10,800 on the NASDAQ market. So NASDAQ now down 1.2%, and the UVXY ETF that I always keep talking about, trading above the 100-period EMA and actually turning positive on the day, making a new high a day, breaking 7, and currently marching towards 705. So all things indicating for a little bit more a red side on the market. As you guys obviously saw but from Cherif over there not too long ago, the social sentiment completely red, man, completely red. Not looking good for long-term portfolios. Hopefully giving you opportunities on the day trading portfolios. I am surprisingly absolutely flat on the day still. I keep making money and giving it back, keep making money, giving it back. But as long as, you know, I'm not losing a ton of money, I'm happy. Obviously, would love to be making a ton of money. But keep in mind, guys, you're not here to make money every single day. You're here to look for those right opportunities and then smash those opportunities with some good size in order to, you know, hopefully add some capital to your bank account. You don't have to go out there guns blazing every single day, going to war every single day. It's much easier to start from zero than it is to start from a loss. And I'm saying that in kind of like to make you understand that, hey, if you lost yesterday, you're kind of thinking about making back yesterday's money and to make today's money just so you could keep on adding your P&L month by month or day by day or whatever it is that you're doing. So if you're trying to do that, it's easier to start from zero than it is to start from -100 or -1,000 or -50,000, whatever it is that your notional value that you're playing around with. Pinduoduo did give us about $1 per share, about 50 cents per share profit on the first entry on the shorts that we had. So I'm going to try and take a little bit more size over here around 81, but not giving it too much of risk for my position. If I see some buying coming in just like that, and if I see 81 holding like it is at the moment, that might be enough of an indication for me to actually jump out of this trade and think about a different price point to short the stock. Maybe around 83 could be a better price. So at the moment, 10 cents out of the money on this trade. And Netflix, I'm ready to take more size at 273.20. The reason why 273.20 is this happens to be I believe the 200 period EMA, sorry, the 100 period EMA on the daily chart on NFLX around 273.18. So 273.20 all the way up to 273 basically. I'll try to work with that long. If 273 breaks, maybe around 272.80 or so, if that ends up failing, then I'll just walk away from that trade for a loser and not worry about it. The market is trying to go back up at the moment. We're still very close to the 1800 area on the S&P 500. Looks like my Apple order did not trigger me into the position. I'm still sitting there on a long there you go. I'm just going to punch into the long, screw it. But I'll have the order still out there waiting for me to catch a fill if that's possible. It's going to be at 126.55, but Apple not really pushing too much further below 126.60 at the moment. It is holding up at this prices. So if Apple, which is the number one weighted stock in the NASDAQ and in the S&P 500 can hold up at these bottoms and then find some buyers to help it get back to the north side a little bit, we could easily see the NASDAQ market using that as a catalyst to also catapult itself right back above 10,800 and then maybe have a nice little march right back to 10,850 or even 10,900. Any of those numbers would help us out on the two longs that we have on board, which is Netflix and Apple. And talking about Netflix, looks like Netflix is not going to go down to 273.20 for us to take that fill. We're actually marching to the north side right now as we speak on this position and giving us about 42 cents per share profit on NFLX. My number one stock continues to be number one on the board for me. The second best stock after NFLX is actually AMD, a position that we haven't traded in a long time. Let's go take a look at AMD. AMD at the moment slightly above 62, trading at 62.14, 62.15, and the low of day at 61.96. So looks like a little bit of a fail break to the downside on the 62 area for AMD. AMD getting ready to go back up north over here. Maybe that takes NVIDIA along with it too. So let's quickly go see if we have an opportunity to build into a long on NVIDIA. Something that I noticed, I have an order to get short NVIDIA. I'm going to pull that order. I don't want to be getting short into these positions if the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 market want to trickle to the north side at least a little bit. I think shorting 152 again on NVIDIA could be something to look for, or even 141 could be something to look for. I don't want to be shorting the range that I've been shorting earlier on, which is that 140.50. We'll leave that level alone at the moment. Pinduoduo shorts are burning us at the moment as we are 40 cents out of the money on this trade. Not the best. I'll give it a little bit more wiggle room. You know, we're short 81. I'll give it up to 81.50, up to this teal line, basically the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. We'll wait and see if this trade can end up being a winner or does it end up being a sour trade for us. Netflix still continue to go up north. Come on, Netflix. I want multiple dollars per share. I would love to see a retest of 280, but I think that's just wishful thinking. I'm not sure if we see 280 coming back into play anytime today for a retest as a resistance. But if we do get that, that would be amazing. I'm looking to take profits closer to 276. Somewhere above 276 would be awesome for me to take profits on this position, which is 68 cents in the money. And Pinduoduo just want to keep burning me, huh? You're 50 cents out of the money, so we'll have that stock on our second screen to kind of keep an eye on that stock, right? Just keep a glance over it. So if anything crazy happens, we're not getting too burnt on that position. Thankfully, after 159 different executions banked on the day today, absolutely flat. I think that's a achievement in itself. You know, not losing, not winning. It's an achievement. Somehow flat on this day. For someone, a self-proclaimed bear, a self-proclaimed short seller, I should be able to at least bank some good wins on the day over here as the NASDAQ is down deep in the red, down 1.2%, and the S&P 500 also down deep in the red, down 1% over here. Let's quickly go look at some super chats that I might have missed out. Got some scrolling to do over here. Let me scroll up. Yeah, so we talked about SBNY, top voice over IP coming in with the $5 super chat. Have a look at Netflix 270 weekly put options volume heavy. They covered the rest that came through. I don't really have any tool to take a look at option volume. I guess I could use Yahoo Finance or whatever, but I don't have a tool to take a look at option volume, so I'm just going to take your word for it. Netflix, obviously, my #1 stock on the day, and it just doesn't stop being my #1 stock on the day. Whether I'm shorting it, whether I'm going long, I just can't seem to go wrong. Touch wood. Hopefully that continues to be the trend for myself. Market over here, though, struggling to go up north. So S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are about to most likely create another low a day, in which case Apple longs might be time to punch out of that and wait for ourselves to reprice on these stocks.
Yeah, guys, I am, is my mic on here? Yeah, mic check 1 2 1 2. Guys, I am flat and chilling right now, just kind of looking at everything. Kala, this is the thing, man. You know, these things, they exhaust. And somebody said it best, too. I love when I read comments and people say something so accurate that I agree with. I gotta shout it out. You know, it's a wild one. You don't want to chase. You want to make sure you get it in the right areas. So sometimes, guys, I trade these things. Sometimes you'll see me in a long. And again, your size is your risk. You know, if you're in from here, you kind of ride it, and then it goes sideways. You know, it's a 1-2 million float. I don't know if you classify that as nano float, but anything sub 2 million float is recipe to blow yourself up. So know what you're getting yourself into. The money, as a day trader, you just wanna make your day and move on, right? You're not looking for home runs. Sometimes you get home runs, but you get the home runs when you kind of find an edge, you see an area, you're in at the bottom, and then you kind of ride it. It's all about managing the winner well. You don't want to chase over here at 13 because, you know, this could have easily opened and done this, right? Flush to the downside. John Hancock saying, what is float? I hope, so I'm not calling you out because I've done this too, but yeah, as a trader, if you don't know what float is, maybe take a step back, don't be trading, look what float is, understand all the variables that are important. So float is essentially the floating shares that are available. And so the way that it works is this. Companies issue stock. They issue common stock to raise capital. Very boring, whatever. And, you know, they sell it to institutions, and then it can filter down into retail, right? So what they essentially say is the float is the free floating shares around. And so when me sitting over here and I'm buying and selling and moving a lot of shares around, I'm dealing with the shares that are floating around. So I'm buying them, I'm selling them, the same way you guys are buying and selling. You know, institutional ownership could be high, it could be low. You know, institutions, when they buy, they're not really trading. They're essentially buying because they see edge. They think this thing is worth something. It's undervalued, whatever. And so if a company issues 100 shares total, 100 shares outstanding, if they sell 50% of that to institutions, then the float will be 50%. So the float will be 50%. And then what is that? Is it 1 million shares, right? So companies can issue 1 million shares. They can issue 100 million shares. You know, that's kind of the way that it works. So when you kind of deal with these small caps, float is very important. Before you trade small caps, you want to know what the float is. You want to know what the institutional ownership is. And the reason for this is because if institutional ownership is high, you know market makers are defending that stock because institutions are involved and they just believe in the company a little bit more. If the company's, you know, dog, whatever, you know the word, then institutional ownership will be non-existent. You know, you look at the float and you say to yourself, okay, if the float is 1 million and the stock is at $10, that essentially means that's a $10 million float. It doesn't take much for a hedge fund to roll around, you know, get in, soak the float, all 10 million, and then there's just no shares. So if shorts are in and shorts are shorting, and then they soak 10 million, they squeeze the shorts, it goes to the upside, shorts try to cover, there's no liquidity, they can't get in and out, and that's why you have these moves. So these moves will happen on low floats, 1 million, 2 million shares. If it's like 200,000 share float, do not even touch that with a 10-foot pole, I'll tell you that much. You got to know these things as a trader because it's these are super important because it's all about managing risk, right? So again, I'm reluctant to jump into these names. I'm very cautious. I don't want to make impulsive decisions on them because I know the float is low. I know that tape teleportation factor is very high. So these are kind of all the things that come into play, and these are the things that I consider. Hopefully that was a great answer for you, and I'm sure, you know, ask these questions because other people have the same question, but they just don't know what they don't know, so they don't know how to ask. Yep. So it's great to ask these questions, man. Someone's saying nice haircut, Luca. Yeah, I always wear that. My hair's like, I mean, look, guys, my hair's kind of a disaster, but it's pretty fresh, man. I got the haircut for New Year's Eve. It'll be very nice. But yeah, no, I love wearing hats and not really wearing too much. when I come on here, you know, just in the zone, doing my thing there, living life. And then somebody was asking before, Luca, are you up or down on the day? So I'm basically flat. Like that, like was like, you know, again, going back to my Tesla trades, it was a lot of trades. I was, you know, in winners. I didn't cover them. I kind of got bad prices on a few of my bigger size punches and then covering. So I'm happy how I managed it, but I'm like flat on the name. Like I'm not down large, I'm not up large, just basically flat on it. And Apple, that fiasco that you guys heard, that, you know, hopefully you enjoy. And again, guys, if you didn't hit the like button, I know you guys are liking the show. If I was watching that, I'd be like, this guy's hilarious. So yeah, guys, hit that like button. But essentially, I had the size. Then it's just like not going. There's no follow through. And this is what I mean by like the robots. It's like they see what I'm doing. So they're like, can we just hold it against this guy? And I'm over here like, come on, go down. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm not gonna hold this like 80 cents against me and like take out like a massive L. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. Not a part of my type of style. So I covered for the winner, and then I lost. And so essentially on Apple, I'm like down, but I'm like flat on it. I'm still alive, not shut down. Life is good. I was just like tilted for that one moment, but man, that's trading. You know, this is the thing, right? You have to, and then go figure. I have less size for the actual move. Sometimes it is like that, right? Sometimes it's gonna be like that. I'm going to be here to tell you every single day is a work in progress, trying to get better every single time. You know, it's a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of fun, a lot of stress when I come on here trying to manage all these things. So again, guys, hopefully you're enjoying the show. Somebody's saying, what's some advice to deal with revenge trading? The thing is, so, huh?
Don't do it.
Don't do it, but that's like, it's like, yeah, I could be like, yeah, don't revenge trade. It doesn't make sense. You're going to just lose. You know what? Everybody has bad habits, right, that you kind of fall into. Even myself. I just, like, maybe, why did I punch up here? Because I believed in the short, or because I was like, no, fix my average? Like, I don't know, maybe a little bit of both. But I would say that, you know, just make sure that, you know, take it from me, revenge trading will probably always make you lose, right? You want to be trading, technically, you want to be trading at areas that make sense, unless you have a track record of being a very good discretionary trader. And so, for example, 127 is a new low. We had this big flush down. We have the little bit of a pop. So I kind of knew the next leg was coming. I did it poorly, right? I did it poorly, and why? Because I was in the long. I scaled out. I still had some. I got smoked on the rest. Tilt, not really revenge trade, but tilt, get into maybe too much size over here, punch the last bit, a little bit of stress. If I just waited a little bit more, if this didn't happen and I just did this properly, that would have been a banger. That would have been an absolute banger. So, you know, just try to control your revenge trading, try to control your tilt. If you feel that you're tilting, like just go for a walk, right? Go for a walk. Even, you know, you guys saw me last week. I was having a tough time and somebody in the chat was like, yeah, man, go for a walk. You know, like it seems like you're upset. And I'm pretty good at not revenge trading, tilting, and then really killing myself, but I do it. Another thing that I do that helps me a lot is I'll have a separate level 2 or a separate kind of window to trade on with like very like small size. So when I get like very, very upset and I'm just like, I must get into a trade, like minimum size. So now if I just impulsively get into something, what's the damage going to be? It's like minimum size. Like who cares? I lose like $5, like no problem. So that really helps me as a person who really likes to, you know, take fills. Where am I at? 223 fills right now. It's yeah, man. You know, you don't wanna revenge trade. You know, the bots will kill you. They don't have emotion. They'll literally like destroy you every single time, 10 out of 10 times. So just be very cautious of that. Understand that if you do get into these bad habits and you're revenge trading, you're just gonna lose. And like I think everybody knows this and everybody would agree. And I'm seeing a lot of good kind of comments come through. Yeah, guys, float checker. In case you're wondering like where, you can just ask us. We'll pull it up. I always ask Pratt because you have the
Trade Ideas.
Trade Ideas is a banger. You know, they're an accurate thing. I'll show you guys. Yeah, Float Checker is a free website. I came across it last year, and it's great. It basically compiles from different websites, so you can just go, you know, Kala, look at the float. Oh, they are all similar. So yes, it probably is 1.3 million shares, right? So yeah, it's a great website there. And yeah, you know, I'm loving the comments that are coming through. People saying, you know, yeah, go for a walk. My issue is this. This is how I'm dealing with it. That's great, man. That's what we're all about, trying to build a community of real traders, being transparent, showing you what it means to be raw. You know, we have the wins, we have the losses. It's a lot of pain. I don't got my cup on me right now, but no pain, no gain. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I saw a question in the chat that said, you know, Float Checker is a good website for checking the float and so on, but what's a good one to check institution ownership? I know about Finviz. I usually use Finviz. Sorry, what was that? Cala. Yeah, we'll talk about Cala in a second. Institutional ownership, you know, you can go to FinViz and just type in the stock you're looking for. For example, over here, this is Apple. Institutional ownership is 60% on Apple. It's around this column over here. You'll be able to look for any other stocks that you're interested in also. So FinViz is the website that I use. I hear Big C talking about K-A-L-A, Cala, because it's moving around one more time, trying to go back to the high day of $17.48. Let's just say $17.50, as the NASDAQ looks like it wants to also march towards that 10,800 area. We'll see if the market rejects 10,800 one more time, or does it actually manage to pierce through that and pay us on the longs. We have a long on Apple, 22 cents in the money on Apple, and NFLX 63 cents in the money. Really quickly, going back to Cala, you know, that point that a viewer mentioned earlier on, these guys don't really trade the low caps and so on. Look, at the end of the day, you got to know what works for you. And then, as Luca keeps saying, right, I know what works for me. I'm going to stick to what works for me and continue to trade those positions. I don't mind talking about Cala, but if you're expecting me to trade something that I'm not used to trading, or I don't know anything really about it, or what the news and what the real hype about it is, I'm going to stay away from it. But, you know, looking at the position, obviously being part in it would have been amazing. Hindsight's always 20/20. Would have loved to maybe taken the $10 breakout, $11 breakout, $12 breakout. There's a lot of trading opportunities over there that we could have taken place. I think even waiting for the $20 area to short the stock would be something that I would be looking into if I paid for shorts. And the reason for that is, where's the daily chart? Here you go. Here's the daily chart. Let me just zoom out. Bang, bang, bang. So around this $20 area, we got a pretty solid resistance. Looks like from June or July. Not sure. Yeah, that's June. So around the highs of June, $20.66. The stock never really managed to, you know, get back to that $20 area. We did over here sometime in August, but once again, rejecting that $20, going right back to the downside. So with the amount of volume that the stock is bringing in today, with 34 million shares, if we do go to 20, I'm expecting the same sellers all the way from June, all the way from August, to put some weight on this position, not allowing it to get above 20. So that's a level that maybe you guys could also keep an eye out for. But no trade for me. I'm not going to pay for the shorts on this position at this late in the day. It's already halfway through lunchtime, which means lower volume probably expected throughout the market. And even in this position, probably lower volume to come into. But that's not what the volume chart is saying. The volume chart is saying, you know, volume has been going up ever since we've been halting all crazy like. So maybe that trend does continue all the way up to $20. We just got to have it on our radar to watch it. I'm very happy right now with Netflix, as Netflix is 70 cents in the money. We were earlier on 70 cents in the money too. I'm waiting for the stock to give me multiple dollars per share, you know, $2 or more. That way I could start looking to take some profits. Apple at the moment, 30 cents in the money, and Pinduoduo still burning me around this $82 area. I did say that, you know, I'm not going to give it too much of a wiggle room past this Tiffany blue line, the teal line that I have up here. Something to do, which will be a smart thing to do, is to have the FXI ETF. This is your Chinese large cap ETF on board. If the Chinese large cap ETF is making a breakthrough run for VWAP, then shorting Pinduoduo, where I'm currently short, might not be the smartest thing to do. So watching FXI while I'm trading Pinduoduo, if this FXI ETF manages to break out of this consolidation range, then I'm just going to book that loss, whatever that loss is. I'll just book it, walk away from that trade, and worry about making my money on the trade that has been the most profitable for me today, NFLX.
Yeah, guys, and just to quickly add to this this Cala situation here, which is what's developing. I don't like to anticipate, just for reference, I don't like to anticipate these things, and I'm not going to take a trade on it based on what I'm about to say here. But I think it's a good value add. So I talk about, you know, funds that soak floats and blah, 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 and all this stuff. These are assumptions. There's no way to actually know. You just kind of gauge the tape, and you say to yourself, look, 1 million float, it's $10, 10 million. It's very easy for a fund to come around. You know, $1 billion fund, hedge fund, they could come around and do it like no problem, right? So not to say that that's happening right now. You know, take that with a grain of salt. But a lot of the times when you see, you know, good clinical results, maybe people are getting squeezed, maybe there's hedge funds that are trying to, you know, clear up both sides, do what they do best. when it runs up and then holds like this, there's really no trade, right? There's really no trade. It's like very choppy. You know, you could short here, but like, yeah, they'll just clear out the top, and that's probably where you put your stop, right? But something I noticed is if this thing goes sideways and then fails and makes it look like the short is going to be good, they'll try to make it look like the short's going to be good, then it'll come back up and then go for high day clear out. So, you know, that's what I would be kind of cognizant of. That's why I trade these things and I react, and a lot of the times I get in and out and I'm scalping and I'll take my 70 cents on them. You know, sometimes I try to hold for the move to the long side, but I'm very reluctant to short these things with a lot of size when they look good, because it could be a setup. It could be a, oh, break the low, it's going to go down, I think it's going to 10, right? Then it stops, it goes back up, there's no liquidity, it squeezes to the upside, boom, circuit breaker to the upside, now we're in a halt, and we open up, and then it's just back to the pure games there, right? So just be very, you know, this is a good learning lesson because it's happening in real time. 1 million float, right? It's up 300%, it's biotech, it had positive catalyst. You know, is it easy to borrow? You have to ask yourself these questions. If the short looks good and then it stops failing, yeah, man, like you got to imagine stops are at 1750. The stops right now that are at 1750 are probably crazy. And the thing too is they could actually run this up, trigger 1750. Now it looks good for the longs, and that's an exit, and then it flushes back down. So, you know, there's no real way to kind of, you just got to be aware that these are the potential scenarios that can happen. And then, you know, trade your own plan, trade your own playbook, manage your own risk. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. And someone's saying you heard it here first, trade the swing failure. Yeah, you know, just trade whatever makes sense to you guys. I'll reiterate that over and over again. What I'm doing here, it makes sense to me. So again, you know, going back to my my Tesla, it's this doesn't make sense to anyone, but this makes so much sense to me. It's like, what do you mean? You don't have all these arrows on your chart? It's so obvious. I was shorting here, it didn't work, so I went long. Then I just got chopped, then I went short, and you know, it just kind of looks very sloppy. But yeah, guys, it has to make sense to you. I'll say that time and time again. I want to quickly share this picture because I found it kind of funny. Shout out to Wall Street Bets. I think they posted this one. All I want for Christmas is a young Kathy Woods.
Yo,
goddamn.
Take it easy on Auntie.
Goddamn.
That's my Auntie, bro. Take it easy.
You know, just shout out to Kathy Woods for buying Tesla today because I think she did. You heard it here first, folks. 111.60, 111.30. Her average is probably 108, 109. And supposedly she has 3 million shares before today. I mean, I'm assuming she bought, but, you know, supposedly she has 3 million shares. So, yeah, guys, the more we go, if we go 108, 107, 106 to the downside, she's losing 3 million shares or $3 million every dollar.
Yeah, but young Kathy was a dime, though. Let's be real. Young Kathy was a dime piece.
Let's just share the screen one more time here.
Young Kathy was an absolute
I can't even make
piece.
this bigger, unfortunately. Like, I can't, like expand it or anything, but yeah, guys, you know, let us know your thoughts in the chat. Be kind. Be kind. You know, that's the first thing I'll say there.
But you know what's more of a dime piece right now? It's going to be the longs, baby. I see someone in the chat saying that Netflix long is a banger. You're welcome for that call out, baby. Let's go. $1 in the money on Netflix. I'm not ready to take profits on this one just yet, but I did take some size out on Apple as the NASDAQ market is now above 10,800, and same with S&P 500. It's getting ready to go to the north side. That is what's happening with my trading account for the day trade, but I'm sure you guys are more interested what Big C has to say, so let's go to happening now.
Hey guys, looking at the markets, decidedly down. The NASDAQ leading the way down 1%, and followed by the S&P 0.08. The Dow today actually taking it on the chin, down a little over 3/4, 0.79. Toronto markets red too, guys. They're down about a percentage as well. The BOVESPA, one of the few things to the upside. Also the Argentina market, 3% to the upside there. Let's look at what's happening now. Essentially, we got some Chinese ADRs that are really starting to head to the sell side, really led by Billy. This one is down over 8.5%, but the entire sector is down. Apple continuing to make 52-week lows. As you know, there's no really new recent catalyst to explain the move other than perhaps what we've been talking about, some loss selling. Solar Edge as well, leading the way for Solar. Solar as a group is also down with no really new recent catalyst. Having a look at Billy here, we're near day's lows. It looks like day's lows are at that 22.5. We're printing 22.60, so it looks like it's setting up for a nice flat bottom breakdown, possibly 32 to the sell side, 8.32%. Likewise with Apple, we're near day's lows, bouncing a little bit at the moment, finding some relief, but 126.40s is a low. We're printing in the 80s, so really not that far off. And last but not least, Sedge, this was way more down. It's recouping a bit now, down a little bit less than 5%, but now looks like that 280 starting to act as a possible resistance level, guys.
Yes, sir. The markets are indeed having a little bit of a relief coming in. NASDAQ, like I mentioned, above 10,800, but still down 1%. S&P 500, which was down 1% earlier on, now only down about 0.9%. Netflix, you know, I got tired of it. If it doesn't want to give me $2 per share, then I'm going to take my first lot out at $1 per share. We'll hold for it for the dream for the last few shares that we have left. Kind of something, the same thing that we're trying to do on Apple. And Pinduoduo, we washed our size and then we got back in. So basically we booked some losses, we got back in with more size, and we were able to take the new entries for profit for about 30-40 cents profit, right around $81. Waiting to see if we get a pop up over here, right back to 81. What was our average? I think 81.70, 81.50 areas. Above 81.50 up to 81.70. I'll think about taking more fills on Pinduoduo to the short side if that's a possibility for us to do so. But keep in mind, look at FXI. It is trying to break out. And I did say if FXI is breaking out, I'm just going to be done with this trade. So let's do that. Let's jump out of this trade. FXI has been making higher highs and higher lows, kind of like it wants to go test at 28.40 or even VWAP. So if that's the story, I'm not going to sit there gamble with my Pinduoduo shorts anymore. I much rather just care about my Netflix long, which is now $1.40 in the money. Woo woo. And Apple 45 cents in the money, still going up north with the rest of the market. I was getting ready to maybe punch into an Apple long, sorry, AMD long. I should have. AMD was you know, just trading close to $62, and with this market relief coming in, that was a clean 50 cents per share coming in for the profit territory if we were part of it. But forget about it. You know, we're not going to complain about the missed moves. We're going to be looking for new entries and new positions that maybe we can jump into to take advantage of, and maybe NVIDIA around 141 could be something. Maybe shorting 141 NVIDIA, but you know, 142 shorts would be way better. So if you are shorting NVIDIA from 141, I would urge you to at least consider, you know, giving it that wiggle room, or taking that loss and coming back closer to 142. So you're not giving up on the idea. These pops that we're getting on the market are perfect for looking to re-enter any stocks that you previously missed wanting to be short, or you previously were shorting and looking to get reloaded on. CROX good long. Let's go check out CROX. I'm pretty sure this is Crocs. Crocs at the moment down 3%. Yeah, nice little move to the north side coming in for Crocs also, but I'm itching to get into this NVIDIA short. So let me quickly just pull up NVIDIA on my second screen also. NVIDIA, there we go. And I'll watch it. I'll see if I could. You know what, I'll just throw an order at 141. If I get that fill, I get it, and then I'll get some more size at 142 with the stop at somewhere near the high of day. And if that ends up failing, that ends up failing. Looks like S&P 500 wants to curl back down. Also looking at UVXY. So UVXY did not manage to continue going to the north side, breaking 7 to the downside at the moment, and also getting right back under the 100-period EMA, negative on the day one more time. So maybe there's a little bit more a little bit more gas left to the north side for the markets over here. NVIDIA did give me my fill at 141. I'm going to throw out another order at 142 for the short entry. Let's see if that order comes into play too on NVDA.
Yeah, guys, there's a seller right now on Apple. There is a nice seller here on Apple. I'm kind of battling for the shorts. It's an interesting kind of scenario right now. There's 3,500 lots that popped up at 127. And it just did get taken, so I'm kind of battling for the short here.
On the bids?
On the offer, no, 127, and
they
now
got
reloaded.
taken?
If I get stopped out again on this last piece, then I'm gonna let it go.
Okay.
But I just feel like it broke the level, so it stopped me out. I had some pretty good size kind of. This is as a day trader, you want to find areas that you can risk, like, you know, 3 cents, play off the size, and then you have the size, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, you know, you lose whatever it is, like 2 cents. So I did that once, lost. I did it twice, I lost. Now I'm like kind of in again because we're back below. We sort of broke this. I feel like we're going to go down. And I feel like if I don't, okay, no, yeah, so stopped out on that one too. I'm gonna scale back now just because, just for myself. I think the shorts still could be good, but I need to scale back a little bit on the size that I take because now the size is gone. So that's just a product of day trading. And guys, on my screen here, I actually had it off to the right. Sorry about that. The Santa rally for the year. I don't know what's going on. If you want to share my screen here. Yeah, guys, this is the 2022 edition Santa Claus rally. You know, these are the investors right here. Investor number one.
That's me and you.
Yeah, this is me and Prad right here. We're just like, oh, there's no Santa Claus rally. What's going on here? Look at Santa, man. He is just like, he is laughing, right? So, yeah, I found that pretty funny there. That I'm going to continue to try to share as many memes as I can because these things just make me laugh, man. These things are just too funny there. Yeah, no, now Apple back above. I still do think maybe there's still a seller here. Let me just.
Yeah, I actually punched out of my Netflix and Apple longs over here. Both of them seems to be having a little bit of issue to keep on going north, and I'm also watching both of these markets. You know, NASDAQ barely trying to stay above 10,800 over here. We got up to 10,810, and now we're struggling a little bit, showing us red candles. UVXY also slightly under the 100 period EMA. Maybe this manages to get back above the 100 period EMA and also get positive again. So if Netflix is giving me $2 per share, I'm going to take that. That was my original exit. I wanted $2 per share. It gave me that. I'm not going to sit there, you know, haggling, begging for a better average or a better exit on that one. So I'm going to take my exit and be happy with it. As you guys saw, we did get into the NVIDIA short, which is already 15-20 cents in the money off of that 141 as the market is about to go test 10,800 one more time. So if the market manages to get back below 10,800 to the downside, I think these shorts on NVIDIA, I've only been trading shorts on NVIDIA today, and sadly, it is my #1 most negative stock on board. But we're positive on the day. That's what matters. Today is one of those weird days where the amount of stocks I'm losing on are more than the amount of stocks I'm winning on. But thankfully, my risk management and my Netflix positions have been paying me enough to stay positive on the day. So I am thankful for that. Another green day after coming back from India. So I can't complain at all. Hopefully, the same thing is happening to all of you out there. Flat or better, I think is what Luca says. Is that
flat or forward?
Flat or forward.
Flat
so
or forward,
hopefully
baby.
that's the same thing for you guys over there. The market is trying to pull back right now, so let's see if we can capitalize on NVIDIA shorts.
Yeah, this is the thing with kind of like scalping, right? It's like you play off a level, the level breaks, but the short is still good. Then you get the flush, but you're not in the trade, and then you're like, okay, tilt mode activated, baby. How can I throw away money? But no, I'm not gonna do it. I know. You know, had the short, good, covered a little bit, stopped out, had the short for size, stopped out, had the short for size, stopped out. Like paper cuts on big size just kind of, they don't look, you just kind of look at them and you're like, man. And this is the thing, as a trader, you have to be able to go from 0 to 100 very quickly. So like sometimes you might be in 100 shares and you're just like, okay, like shorting, I'm long, whatever, I kind of like this level. And then you find these areas and that's when you like scale up very quickly, right? So like for me as a discretionary trader, as I sit here and trade, I'm just like, okay, like I'm like, you know, like let me do reasonable size. This is the right risk. But then I find areas that I'm like, okay, this could be like a really good opportunity. And if I lose nothing. And you have to be able to, compartmentalize this. You have to be able to, you know, like go from 100 shares to 5,000 shares. Like that's what good traders do. But you have to do it in the areas that make the most sense. On something like a Cala, like I don't, like, I mean, maybe in the future, but I will not ever have 10,000 shares on this name. Like, especially if I'm shorting this, like that's how you lose, that's how you blow up, right? That's how you blow up. And think about it, man, 90% of traders, they lose everything and then they never trade again. So I'll sit here and tell you that is not, you should not do that. But yeah, man, this Apple 127 is a battle, man. This is like, there's a seller here and I'm gonna short this again. And maybe it's the wrong call, but I'm gonna do reasonable size here so that I can try to hold on to this, maybe build into this. I just feel like 127, it's like, you know, it breaks the level, it pops to what? 127.06. Now it's like, okay, if we pop through 11s, then I know the short is no good. But if we pop and there's no follow through to the upside and market is popping and now going back down, you know, maybe the short will still be good here. So yeah, we're gonna see this. I'm going to see if this thing wants to now fade back down and then kind of get back into this range. That's kind of my plan here. If we keep going higher, then I'm just going to cut this one as well. Yeah, just be careful on this one. Now that the size is gone, you know, maybe the seller is gone. Now it's a whole different trade. So these are all the things that are running through my head. So I'm very just cognizant of that. But yeah, we're going to pass it over to Big C at the big desk for an update.
Yes, sir. Mark Cuban coming in here on the wire. Mark Cuban, Dallas Mavericks owner and billionaire, saying he wants Bitcoin to go down further because he wants to buy more, and he calls investors in gold dumb. Yep. Even though Bitcoin's lost over 60% of its value this year, he is sticking true to his principles and doubling down, guys. So looking for any sort of movement here on Bitcoin. Not sure what to expect.
Mark Cuban just trying to, you know, buy up the dips, I see. So hopefully it works out for him. And in return, hopefully it works out for me too, as my crypto accounts are absolutely bleeding. I don't even know where Bitcoin is right now. Completely disassociated. I should continue to be disassociated from this, from these moves on BTC, but you can't help it. Look, it's down 0.45% on the day. Ethereum down 1.4%. BTC around 16,600, and Ethereum near 11,093. Sorry. 1193. That's the overall for Bitcoin and Ethereum, cryptocurrencies in general. Let's bring it back to the stock market. Looks like the market still wants to go to the north side. So the longs, if you caught any, should be paying you. We did have some longs on board. We jumped out of those longs. Let's go regret about that a little bit. One of them had to be Netflix. Now Netflix still under where we exited best, so I think that's good. We did get into a new short, which is an AMD short around 62.50, and we're still holding our NVIDIA short from 141. So it'd be good to you know, bag a nice little win on both of these positions. Hopefully, you guys got a nice little winner on that Netflix long that we had earlier on. All right, Mohammed, Tesla is trying to run. Tesla is going to try doing a lot of things, but I'm going to stay away from making a trade on Tesla today. I would much rather have it be off the SSR boat. That way I'm not getting you know, whipped around just because there's short sellers there, but they're not able to properly short the stock because of the SSR mechanic that has been triggered yesterday. So I'll wait for tomorrow. In terms of levels, look, every time Tesla's come down to $110 today, we saw some size popping up on the bid, and the stock, even though it does take the size, it does manage to trade above 110. So clearly that level is very much in play today, and even 108 is very much in play. So some of these levels are in play. I'll you know, write these levels down for tomorrow, off of which I think I can have a way cleaner trade setup playing off. But at the moment, I don't want to short it. I don't want to long it. I rather just watch it. The reason why I'm saying that is because you can learn just from studying these levels without actually having to pay the piper. You can learn for free. If you guys know Michael Reeves, I think is his name. He's like a Twitch guy or a YouTube guy. I saw a little YouTube clip from him not too long ago. He's like, Oxford and Harvard take all of their programming courses and put it up on the internet for free. And he actually used to go into universities, walk into the classes, sit down and absolutely study for free without paying tuition or anything, right? So you could do that too. You don't have to pay the market tuition to learn what's going on. You could study these levels, and then tomorrow, with a better educated guess, you can short it or go long it. Let's send it to Cherif at the big desk. I've kept him waiting for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, mRNA starting to move here, guys, from an Elon, of course, Musk tweet saying synthetic mRNA has incredible potential. Look at the reaction we get here. 174 bottom, now moving up to 177. We were decidedly down on the day. Some volume also starting to support this move up, guys. What do you think?
Yeah. Guys, I'm like slamming this short. It is not working right now. It is not working. I'm gonna scale back. I'm gonna chill. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Somebody's saying tulips. Yeah, man. You know, it's everybody knows I don't know if you're talking about tulip crisis, but yeah, man. Back in Amsterdam, tulips. For anybody that doesn't know this, and let me pull this up because it's actually pretty funny, and I love talking about this. The tulip crisis, tulips, Amsterdam. Stock. Let's see if there's the, somebody say it if in the chat. It's like on the tip of my tongue, but tulips price. Here we go, guys. Watch this. For anybody that doesn't know this, price collapse. Yeah, here we go. This picture. This is a legendary picture right here. So back in the day, and a little bit flustered, so bear with me here. But back in the day, there was, tulips were traded. Tulips were traded on the open market, and at the peak, tulips were trading, I think it was 10 times the cost of an average trademan's salary. So like, let's put that into today's day and age. You know, tulips were going for like $400,000 Canadian, $400,000, $500,000 Canadian at the highs. Just kind of tulips going crazy, and it's like all the way up, all the way down. You guys can Google it. The tulip bubble essentially was what it was. The tulip bubble, and it was in Amsterdam. Obviously, Amsterdam is the first place where auction markets, stock markets were created back in the day. And tulips was the first bubble, the crash, if I'm not mistaken. And it's kind of funny, man, because I look at tulips and I just say to myself, like, tulips, Tesla stock, Bitcoin, it all looks the same. It's all going to zero. It's going to zero eventually. But no, that's kind of a bold statement. But yeah, no, it's I wanted to actually get this picture, but it's I didn't actually pull the trigger on buying it. But no, it's kind of funny. And hearing this the first time, I was like, tulips as in like the flower, like the tulip? Yes, the tulip. It was kind of crazy there. Tulip mania. Look it up. Google it. You can read about it. It was pretty insane, man. I'm sharing right now Tulip Mania and kind of like how it was. This was in the 1630s.
I actually learned how big of a business flowers are because of at my brother's wedding.
Oh yeah.
The decorations itself, and I'm not gonna say exactly how much money was spent just on flowers, but it was a ridiculous amount of money spent just on the flower arrangements, for the flowers on the ceiling, for the flowers on the tables and everything. So I learned how big of a business flowers are, and just watching that chart, I think something clearly happened, a manipulation at its finest over there, and someone cashed out on the downfall of those tulip prices most likely. So congratulations to whoever it was. If you actually flip that chart upside down, it reminds me of the crude oils going down to $40 type of day over there.
Paid.
You could have gotten paid on that one.
Yeah, like imagine that, like getting paid what, $40K to take delivery of 1,000. I think it's 1,000.
Yeah, but where are you
barrels,
gonna store it? In your front yard? You're gonna have an oil container just sitting there?
Yeah, imagine like I would call all my family. Okay, guys, can you take 20 barrels? Can you take 20 barrels? We're getting paid. Let's sit on this and then sell it back for 60K. Make 100K round trip. But yeah, no, the storage obviously is a thing for that. I'm sure a lot of people were looking. That was an interesting time, man. Oil going negative. If I'm not sure if anybody remembers that, but I'm sure if I was sitting here and watching the contracts go negative, I would not be punching in because I would be like, this is broken. What is going on here? But yeah, in hindsight 2020, man. Hindsight 2020. Look at Kala. This thing is holding, showing that this is the level of support. Probably going to give a little bit of a dip and then do what I think it's going to do. Again, I'm not going to trade it, but just understand the algos at play to manage your own risk and trade your own playbook. Amazon dipped only to 81.70, so not 81.30, so it's unfortunate. Didn't get my bid on that one. Probably going to have to put that one on ice. Apple is just the one that got away, guys. I tried the short. You guys know the deal. Tried it again. This was like big size, like basically flat on the trade. Paper cuts, losing 2 cents. And then kind of slamming into the short, and I'm just like, I don't like, as a scalper, I hate taking losses, man. I hate it. It honestly pisses me off so much, but you have to. I punched out over here for the L. It's now I'm like, not really loving kind of the day that I'm having, but that's trading, man. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're bad. So that seller at 127, once it resolves, it just goes up. It still looks like it could be good, and then kind of maybe everybody's shorting it, then it goes back up, everybody gets squeezed. So I say this all the time, man. Stocks will go to where they want to go without everyone. They'll go there without everyone. That's classic Tesla, man. It'll go to where it wants to go, but it'll do a really good job of stopping everybody out. So keep that in mind. As a scalper, maybe let these levels kind of resolve. Let it stop everybody out, then make your decision. So I do that sometimes, and then other times I do kind of like a little bit of a different angle and strategy. I'm gonna glance back at Tesla quickly because I see it's now above 112. And yeah, not really too sure what to think with this one, man. This is like, you know, down move, held the pre-market lows. That was a great cover. That was a great last cover. Best out for me was 108.61, I think. That was not too bad. Tried the long, it failed. Got out of that one. Sort of a little bit of sideways action. Now going up. So, you know, we already are above the 111. You know, 113 was that next area. So watch that 113 level. But it does feel like we could go back to pre-market highs. Or sorry, that 116 level. If we go above 116, this is going to be pure fireworks. But man, looking at the market now, like, are we going to get a V-shaped recovery all the way back to the upside? Maybe the longs are good from the bottom. Not really too sure. I think I'm going to just like chill for a little bit, you know, take a step back and kind of watch. Yeah, if I was long Tesla and I was like really like, okay, where can this really go? I would say like 115. Like 115 and then 116 is like a whole new trade and then whatever. Obviously, you know, as a day trader, we're not like holding overnight. So for myself, even if I had the 109 long and then it runs to 116, it's unfortunate that I couldn't parlay this into tomorrow. You know, as a day trader, we scalp it out, right? Somebody saying, Luca, I'm your fan. Say hi to me, please. Luis Vasquez. I'm sorry if I butcher that, but yeah, man, what's going on? Or I don't know if you're. Hopefully you're a man or a woman. Women are good too. Okay, where am I going? Let me retract this. Thank you for watching the show.
A hole here, bud.
Neil's over here dying of laughter. He's like, just stop, Luca, just stop. I always do this. I start off strong, then I like butcher it. You know what, guys? Feel free. Just laugh at me.
Hopefully you're a man.
Oh, Adam in the chat here too. Yeah, Adam, what's going on, man?
Let's send it to Cherif. Let's send it to Cherif at the big desk.
Let's go over to Cherif for a quick update, and I could, you know, reconvene and go from there, you know?
TGTX, guys, halted to the upside at 851, I believe, up 8.2%, but you'll remember this one as a continuation play from last week. Yeah, just wanted to keep you guys updated. TGTX now halted to the upside.
TGTX, okay. Why have I heard that stock before? What is TGTX? Hello? TGTX is TG Therapeutics. It's an $8 stock, currently trading at $8.51. TGTX on NASDAQ. Let's quickly pull it up. It is halted, as Cherif mentioned, halted at $8.51. And the theoretical auction price is actually lower than where it's halted at. It's supposed to open a whole $1 lower than where it halted. So if you're stuck in this halt right now, you're not happy if it opens up $1 lower. Obviously, if you're long at $7.50, then you don't really care because it's going to open exactly where it halted at. We are in a couple positions at the moment. We're in a QQQ short, an AMD short, and an NVIDIA short. All of the tech basket basically waiting to see if we can get QQQs to roll back to the south side. QQQs with a nice little pop up to 10,850, which is what we expected if the market was able to go up north. I also said, you know, I'm not looking at the 10,900 to really come into play, but if it does, we would get a nice little retest of that 10,900 level to see if the market can get back above it, or does it reject it and go back down. Lots and lots of variables over here to look at. If 10,850 does get reclaimed on the NASDAQ futures, I'm going to just jump out of my short on QQQ over here for a tiny loss, for about 15-20 cents loss on it. That's something I'm okay with because, you know, I'm keeping my sizing small. I don't want to give back too much of my money. I want to continue being on the green side today. And big shout out to Netflix on that one. I don't even know how Netflix came onto my radar, to be honest. You know, I didn't look at Shawn's sticky note. I actually was trading Netflix before I even heard the 242 level, sorry, 280. What was the level you're looking for? 284, 285 level that Neil was talking about. So even before they were talking about it, I was actually in the trade. So when I heard Neil talk about 285, I was like, hey, I'm in at 284. Netflix is a pretty expensive stock. I think I can give it $1 risk on this position, and very happy with the trades that I got to pull off on it. And look at the market now pulling back to the south side, giving us opportunities to make some more money on the QQQ shorts, on the AMD shorts, and on the NVIDIA shorts. Sadly, NVIDIA did not give me my other 2 orders, which I think it should have. So not sure what happened over here. Never really gave me my second entry or my third entry to take more size on NVIDIA, but at least we do have some size. If this market pulls back down, we'll be able to, bank some nice profits on it. Something that I haven't talked about all day, it's actually the like count button. So let's go take a quick little glance at where the like count is. I'm expecting the like count to be 2.4, 2.5K. So that's pretty good. I'll take it. What I won't accept is the fact that I myself have not hit the like button yet. So let me hit the like button, and maybe some of you have forgotten to do that too. So scroll down, check to see if you've already smashed the like button or not. It helps with the YouTube algorithm very much. Everything we do over here is absolutely free. So we would appreciate all of you to hit that like, help us with the YouTube algorithm, help this channel get pushed out to more people so we can grow this wonderful community that we're working so hard for. Hit the subscribe button too. It does the same thing with the YouTube algorithm. There's a lot of people in the chat with green names, and you might be wondering how you yourself could get that green name. So if you click on this join button right beside subscribe, a pop-up box will show up with Brendo. Hopefully he's having fun on his vacation. We'll pop up on that little box for you and explain to you exactly what it entails being a TraderTV Live member, and somewhere down the road, maybe extra added features such as some Q&A possibilities and other possibilities. We're always brainstorming on how to make the production better and how to provide to our community in a better way. Talking about providing to the community, keep in mind we have a Discord server, absolutely free. Lots of conversations going on in there every single day, even after the show hours. Obviously, we close down at 4 o'clock. So if you want to have conversations with your fellow peers in the YouTube chat, you might not have that chance too. So this Trader TV Live Discord gives you that opportunity. People talking about their futures levels, their options trades, their cryptocurrency trades, and even sharing memes and pep pictures. So join the Discord server, do !Discord, and help us on that side too. We would love that.
Yeah, guys, I'm going long Tesla here. It's at the top, but we are at the squeeze zone now. So I kind of feel like we squeezed through 114. We really have a chance to just kind of burst. It's going to be a scalp trade for myself. Maybe I can get like, just above 114 there. If we break this to the upside, it kind of, it just does feel like the scalp level here. So I'm not really too concerned. And now I actually got a nice average on this one. So let me just readjust stop here. I'll put a stop. I'll try to let this ride. I think 115 is reasonable for this. Like if I don't get stopped out, if I go negative, I'm just going to cover the trade. But if we stay above my average, if we break 114 to the upside and like explode, I'm thinking maybe 115. Maybe 115 can come into play. That's kind of what I said from before. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Please don't stop me out. Please break 114 and let's go to the moon. Nah, I'm probably gonna get stopped out. It's fine. I'll try it again. But yeah, I just wanted to give the heads up there. It is following trend. I said, the long kind of feels like it could be good. A little bit late to the party, so less size obviously. It would have been nicer to have the dip buy, like right over here, like 112, like 80, and then risk to 40s maybe. Now that I'm obviously kind of here, my stop is not in the right spot. Easily could get stopped out. But yeah, going for that squeeze play action. Volume is now coming into the upside. Again, if we get over 116, like if we break 116, Tesla's going to 120 today. Like probably like 123. Just because think about the amount of people that are short.
Yeah.
And then think about the move down, and now look at this move up. So it's like people are not, like I don't feel like the panic has set in yet for shorts, but if we go above 116, all the shorts from today are underwater. It's just so much easier to be a scalper, man. Just like, I don't understand why people don't short and then just cover. I guess they do, but we'll see what happens there. Yeah, 121 kind of feels like that's not out of range. It's not out of range. So yeah, we'll see if I don't get stopped out. I mean, I'm gonna be money on this trade here. So we'll see what happens and go from there. Let's quickly look. I think Apple 2 to the north side kind of feels like the right idea. I didn't take the trade because it kind of went down. I'm like, I don't know. It's a little slower. Like I want to be long, but I guess I'll just be long something that looks way better. Like that looks good, like to the upside. Whereas, yeah, man, Apple is like a little bit slower. So, yeah, manage your expectations on that one. Yeah, once we clear that 114, you know, maybe straight push to 115. Hopefully that happens.
Yeah, this market actually charging up pretty well now. So we did reclaim 10,850, and now we're trading slightly above 10,850. The NASDAQ market, that's the one I'm talking about, but S&P 500, if you remember the level that Arun mentioned in the morning, that was the 3840 level as the bottom support, which we broke not too long ago. We're actually only 3 points away from that 3840 on the S&P 500. So if we do reject that 3840, the level that Arun mentioned, I think the shorts are still on board over here. So just trying to work with my average. I took my loss on the QQQ position that I was talking about, and I got back in slightly above my previous average and with less size than the one I had. Actually, don't have QQQ open here, so let me open that one right there. You go. So with less size than I previously had, so just going to work with my position, slowly add to my trade. And hopefully I could look at other variables over here that are telling me to either get out of that trade for a loser or hold on to that trade a little bit longer and get a nice little winner out of it. Also looking at NVIDIA, which did give me my second entry, and then I'm waiting for my third entry up to 142 without giving too much of a wiggle room past 142 on that stock. QQQ 30 cents out of the money, NVIDIA 40 cents out of the money, and AMD 18 cents out of the money, as this market is absolutely marching to the north side. I will repeat that again though. ES/H23 on CM, that 3840 level, which we are at the moment, is going to be important for me. If we reclaim that 3840 level and start going right back to the north side, I might just punch out of all of my trades and think about where and how I can reprice into some shorts, or maybe think about flipping some longs over here as the market is booming to the upside. Luca's in trade, so I'll keep talking over here. Let's see what the trade ideas. We haven't talked about trade ideas today. Trade ideas is a scanner that we use over here at the workplace. A lot of people behind us also use trade ideas. Gives you fun charting software such as the one that you're looking on my screen at the moment, and we also have. Let me see if I can do that. Yeah, we can. Awesome. So we also have scanners such as this one over here. It's called the Race View Scanner. Puts stocks on a nice little view where it ranks stocks according to relative strength or relative weakness. You can set it up exactly how you want it to, and it will show you what stocks are moving around at the very moment. So CCI popping up on the scanner, a little bit light on the relative volume end, but apparently getting beat down. So let's go pull up CCI on the NASDAQ market. Nope, on the New York market. Yeah, on the New York market. Only 500,000 shares traded at the moment for this position. There was a little bit of a volume spike, but nothing really happening. Looks like the stock is just still hanging out near the lower days, but that volume spike might have triggered the scanner to show the stock over there. Yeah, notice how it's now at the bottom of the rankings. Oh no, it went right back to the top. Not sure what's going on over there, but you could use Trade Ideas if you have a subscription to Trade Ideas. If you don't have subscription to Trade Ideas, you could use code TraderTV30 to get 30% off. The deal is not for too long. The deal will be up till I think sometime in January 6th or so. I'll have to reconfirm the exact date when the 30% deal expires, so make sure you're capitalizing on that by signing up for it. TraderTV30. I'm going to add to my QQQ position over here, and I see someone in the chat saying, are you still in the NVIDIA trade? Well, as you can see on the position board up there, right next to my name, NVIDIA is still on board as a short for me, and I'm planning to hold on to it all the way up to 142. It has been a little bit of a sour trade for me. The worst stock on board for me today is NVIDIA, but hopefully we get to work with this trade a little bit and make some profits on that, cut down the losses that we've incurred on that position. You look okay?
Yep.
Let's go to AMD at the moment. AMD still burning me. Well, not really burning me. Only 11 cents out of the money. Not sure where I got the burning me idea from. Probably because I was thinking about Burning Man for some reason. But here we go. AMD rejecting the 100 period EMA. NASDAQ exactly near the 100 period EMA / VWAP. But I could see the NASDAQ pumping up another 20 points over here to 10,900 before it truly rejects. So keep that in mind. If you are building into shorts at the moment, you might want to be a little careful because the market is clearly going up north. Very, very scary for the shorts unless you're doing it in the right way. Manage your risk, manage your emotional capital too, and hopefully it all pays us out at the end of the run. Shawn and Neil are back in their hot seats. Any new positions for you guys over there? Oh, let's go. Okay. Sounds like music to my ears because Shawn said he's short AMD right now, 6280s. We've been battling the shorts, and our buddy Neil is in NIO. You said long? Short NIO? Short NIO. I'm guessing that's the Tesla catalyst behind NIO that you're leaning on. He's shorting the VWAP area over here. I almost killed Neil because I made him talk while eating, so he's over there choking up a little bit. Hopefully you're good. Get some water in you maybe. And this is why you don't talk while you're eating, ladies and gentlemen. You always make sure that, it's not his fault though. I asked him a question, so it's my fault on that side. But yeah, nice little short on NIO. That's a call out from Neil. A nice little short on AMD. That's a call out from Shawn, the man himself. And as you guys see, I'm already in the short on AMD. 20 cents under. We're okay. You're already in the money on the AMD short. Let's go, Shawn. Shawn's trade's working out, so I can't wait for it to work out for me. You know it, baby. Bang! We got the bangs going. We got the money rolling. And the cash register stays ringing over here at TraderTV Live. So smash that like, smash that subscribe. And hopefully your cash register is also ringing with us over here. Shorts, come on. I need some more shorts to play off. I need the QQQ shorts to play off for me and the NVIDIA shorts to play off for me. In the meantime, let's go take a look at what the chat's looking at. Chat's talking about Coinbase. Coinbase at the moment. What is Coinbase looking like? Ooh, I could vibe with that. I could see myself shorting this $33 area, but also I would have to give it till the higher day up to $33.40. That's just the type of trader I am. So I think if we do get a pop up to $33.40, I would like to wait for that opportunity. But shorting 33, giving it a tight risk to reward trade is also something that's being offered right now on Coinbase. Man, Coinbase at $31. Is it the right time to start investing in Coinbase for long term? Shawn goes nope. So I'll stay away from it. I'll stay away from Coinbase. I'm already losing all my money on Bitcoin and Ethereum, so I think I'll stay away from Coinbase for the time being. Thank you, Shawn, for always watching my back, especially when it comes to my long-term account. All right. Spotify just now popped up on my Trade Ideas scanner. Let's go take a look at Spotify. Spotify double topping at the moment around $72.20. Part of me is thinking maybe is this a short here? Maybe not, but we'll keep watching. It's up 2% on the day when the markets are red. The S&P 500 was down 1 full percent, and now it's only down 0.4. NASDAQ was also down more than 1%. Now it's only down 0.3. So part of me is wondering maybe Spotify could use this move in the market to take out the double top. But if the double, you know what? The risk to reward is actually insane on this trade. So I'll jump in. I'll give it to the risk to reward up to the higher day, which is exactly where the stock is right now. So we'll give it a little bit more wiggle room past that because obviously I didn't take too much size on this trade. So I can give it that wiggle room. So we'll give it that wiggle room. Okay, it looks like we're about to get stopped out right now on it because my wiggle room was only 10-15 cents. We're about to see if this trade works out for us. If it doesn't, I'm fine with taking that quick little loss and moving away from it. QQQ seems to still want to go to the north side, so not sure what's going on over here with the QQQs. I guess we're waiting for the 10,900 test and the possible rejection of 10,900 on the QQQ futures in order to capitalize on the QQQ shorts, which is right now only down 0.27%. The market was down 1 full percent, and the market at this moment looking like it's getting ready to even turn positive. So be careful if you're shorts. Obviously, if you were watching us from the morning, we had to battle the shorts a little bit. It wasn't easy building into the shorts. We started off with a little bit losers, and then we turned those losers into winners, and now some of those winners are sadly getting ready to maybe take some of our money back over here. But you know, I'm not going to speak that move into existence. I'm going to play my system, play my playbook. That's right. Create a playbook, create a system, have a bunch of rules and a plan to your madness, a method to your madness. Create a plan, create a method, and follow it. It's when you break those rules and start bringing emotions into your trades is when you start making irrational decisions here and there. So little patience, make sure you have a system, follow your system, and track your system, because that will also tell you, you know, whether your system is paying you or whether your system is robbing you. And something that I do for that is I created my own journal in Google Sheets. So I created my own journal in Google Sheets. Some of the traders over here on the floor use it. Some of the traders on the floor actually created their own system completely using Python, which automatically grabs their reports for the week or for the month or for the day. So make sure that you have some sort of a system out there that helps you track exactly where you're making money and exactly where you're losing money. Without a journal, you're not going to be understanding what trades to cut away from your plan and what trades to take more size upon. So using a journal, there's actually tons of websites out there that you could use. I am a skeptic. I believe that those websites are actually stealing your data and selling your data. You know, if I made one of those journals and if I was selling it to people online and I saw millionaire traders uploading their data to their website, I would sell that data to somebody. You know, free money for me on top of the subscription-based tier system. So I know the type of person I am. So because of that, I don't use those systems. I create my own systems. It's up to you, obviously, how you want to go about it. I'm not going to suggest any websites either, because I'm not affiliated to any websites. But if any of those websites do want to knock on Trader TV's door and work with us on an affiliation, hey, you know where to contact marketing at tradertv.live.
Yeah, man. You know where to go, and we'll repeat it over and over and over again. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Hit that like button, 2.6K. Every time it comes, you know, how much time do we got left here? Like 45 minutes? Yeah, you know, every time we get 2.6, maybe 3, I'm like, there's a chance that Neil's going to eat this chip. But yeah, no, maybe we're kind of far from that. I don't know. I get excited, man. I get excited because I want to see it. And yeah, you know, I always give the look over and then I'm like, it's okay. No, all good. Neil eat the chip, 5K likes. So I'll bring it up every time, man. Just a friendly little reminder there. Somebody's saying ARC outflows are huge. Yeah, man, I feel bad for investors because this is the thing with these funds. You know, they do well. There's a lot of inflows. They just keep investing. I mean, when I found out that Kathy Wood's average was 108.30.
On what?
On Tesla. Like her average is 108.30. I was so surprised because I'm like, where did she buy at 108.30? Like she must have been buying like on the way up, averaging in, on the way down. But yeah, she must have bought so much. And again, I don't know. I don't like remember this stuff, but like, yeah, she must have been buying like the whole way before the rally up. And you know, obviously at the top, she's looking like a genius. Things are good. And yeah, here we are. You know, now obviously Tesla a little bit above 108.30 there, but back at the average. So it's kind of crazy. And there was actually a good comparison between Kathy Woods' fund and Warren Buffett. And you know, Warren Buffett, slow and steady. He was just, you know, hers is like all the way up, all the way down, and now he's just like outperforming, slow and steady. You know, life is good. Yeah, I don't know where we go from here. She obviously thinks the growth mindset is good, growth kind of investing is good. It'll be interesting, man, to see what happens. I see you, Adam. Have we talked about how good Luca Doncic was yesterday? He's good, man.
I heard.
When you're good, you're good, man. Like, goddamn, like he's good.
What was
like,
it, 62, 20, 10 or something?
He's like, I could watch highlights all day. He's like, if I'm not mistaken, he's like 7'2".
Yeah, he's not that
no,
tall.
he's like 6. What is it? How tall is he?
6'7".
6'9", yes,
6'7",
yes, 6'9",
6'9", something.
Yeah, 6'9". He's got handles. He's like slow, but you can't get the ball from him. Like he doesn't have that explosive speed, but it's like crazy. It's crazy to see, man. Just a heads up, guys. Kala is halting to the upside. 1432 looks like it's going to halt to the upside. This is basically what I was talking about. So it's like they make it look like the short is going to be good. So they're like, oh, this is going to be support. Then it kind of fades down, and then they make it look like the short is good. Then they rip it up into a halt, and now you can't get out. Maybe there's no liquidity. You're trying to get out on the halt. You can't. It's going to print up, and then boom, it's going to go for high day clear out. So again, I told myself, I'm like, look, I am not going to trade this. I'm not going to trade thinking that like I'm going to be right on this. But yeah, they do it every time, man. They dip it down, they make it look shorts are good, and then at the last second, boom, like into an up halt there. So yeah, just be cognizant of that. I'll just kind of point that out because now it's happening. And I'm not sitting here saying like, oh, I was right, because like, no, it doesn't mean it's going to go for high day clear out. I'm just like, I am not surprised that it's going to do the same thing over and over and over again there. Yeah, no, just a heads up there. And yeah, he's blessing the Luca name, Adam. Yeah, man. Hopefully, hey, Adam, hit the like button. Hopefully you're enjoying the show there. Yeah, man, I'm having a time over here, living life, going into the end of the year. We got how many days? What's today, Wednesday? We got Wednesday,
3 more days.
Thursday, Friday, and then going into next year. I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be crazy. R. Perez saying lift, yo. So we can have a look here at lift on New York. No, on NASDAQ. On NASDAQ, lift. With that many O's behind the yo, this thing better be up like 30, 40 cents, or it better have had a move here.
It did pop above 10.
Yeah, it's now okay. You know, maybe you could cut the O's in half. I'll say that much. But yeah, a little bit of a move to the upside here, and I want to bring up the daily. You know, Lyft, Uber, these names kind of all move the same. They look together. I mean, this sort of looks like a short-term potential bottom in the sense that it's like kind of dip, reclaim, dip, reclaim, dip, reclaim, dip, again, reclaim. You know, it has to break through 11 for this to actually have a chance to go to like 12, 13, I would say. But yeah, you know, you're going to get that overhead resistance coming in at, call it, you know, 1040 going into 1070 area. You're probably getting some resistance there. I mean, this already intraday does look like a top in the sense that, you know, call it a little bit of a head and shoulders, like not too crazy, but like, you know, has the up move. I mean, if it holds 1017, maybe it has another pop in it. But this, you know, you've seen this, I've seen this setup before where it has the run up. You know, it does some action, it reverses the whole move, and then it's just back into the range. So I would just be wary. I would be wary of that one. You know, just keep that in mind. Someone's saying Luca, ARC, Tesla, average price 127. Why did I say 108.30? I saw it on a tweet. Somebody was like 108.30, and 127 would be bad. But that sounds more accurate, to be honest. 127. That was the low. That was the what?
That was where it was when we left at 11. That's the morning low.
Are you talking about Tesla or?
Look at 11 o'clock.
Okay. Not 127.
Oh, I thought you said 108.30.
Oh, that's what I was saying. In terms of, no, somebody in the chat was saying average price 127 for ARC. Oh, 127. Oh, for ARC. Yes. Okay, sorry, I'm just going all over the place here. What's Cala gonna open at? We can have a look at that here quickly. 1435, so probably
Jesus Christ,
that's like
scared the crap
3
out of me.
cents up. Nothing crazy, but I would not. I mean, I don't really know what volume is the tell, right? Like this move, if it keeps going up, then like, you know, I would think that a high day clear out's coming. So 1750, I think 1748 is the high. If it breaks 1750, like fireworks, we'll see what happens. Luca gonna ball out at 2023 finals. Yeah, man, Luca, he's a character, man. He's great to watch. You know, I love the entertainment aspect of basketball too. I'm a huge fan. I love playing basketball. So, you know, seeing him play, I'm just like, man, this guy is good. If I was only half as good as him, even with my size, I'd be you know, a force to be reckoned with there. But better fadeaway, Luca or Trader Luca? Come on, me, man. You know, I got the no, I can't say that. I can't confidently say that. He's no, yeah, I got a fade. I got a nice jump shot, but yeah, you know, it's I'm not in the NBA, so we'll say that much.
Let me tell you what, I got the better fadeaway, and I'm talking about fading the market, baby. Right now, our shorts are working on Spotify and on QQQ, so I can't wait to keep fading this this pop that the market had right back to VWAP. VWAP rejecting, QQQ is going back down, S&P 500 going back down after rejecting 38.40. I told you about the Spotify short, right? I'll give it that wiggle room up to 78.30. We were so close to triggering that stop, but thankfully never happened. And now I'm about to take my first profit out for about 20 cents per share. Quick little scalp, right? You guys heard Luca talking about it. Scalping is so much easier, just way less stress-free. Hey, give me my fill. What? I have my order already sitting at 77.81. How can you go past 77.81? Thank you. Now I got my fill on Spotify. So we took our first little exit at 25 cents per share. QQQ is also 25 cents in the money. AMD absolutely flat, but with QQQ rolling back to the downside, that means AMD is getting ready to pay me some money. And NVIDIA, which was about 40 cents out of the money, is about to be absolutely flat for me, which also means more money to be rolling in NVIDIA right now. Obviously, I did mention NVIDIA, my worst stock of the day. Right next to NVIDIA being the worst stock of the day is Apple. Thankfully, all the other stocks that I have lost on today, I've barely even lost $1 on those positions. And Netflix has been heaven sent to me. Talking about Netflix being heaven sent, let's go take a look at how horrible I was with my Netflix long. Look at Netflix going up to 278. We caught that long at 274. We also caught the long at 275. So both of our longs and all of our shorts on Netflix, 100% accuracy on this trade today. Boy, you gotta love seeing things like that play out. Always entertaining and fun. Most importantly, it's good for the Twitter, right? When you take a screenshot of Netflix and you throw it up on Twitter, it makes you look a little bit better on that side. QQQ, 40 cents in the money for the short. Let's take some size out on that trade. Oh, I already had orders. No, why did I take some size out? I'm so dumb sometimes. Here, let me just fix this. What's the first order? 261.50. We'll remove that one. We'll have these orders sitting there to take more profits if the market does manage to go straight back to the downside. Now 50 cents in the money on that. Spotify, 40 cents in the money. NVIDIA, 10 cents in the money. AMD, 5 cents in the money. So profits rolling for all of our positions that we got on board. Let's go, baby. It's time to send it to Big C at the big desk for the energy update.
Thanks for that, Bradley. Yeah, Brent down. Brent and WTI both down. 1.36 for Brent, 1.11 for WTI, West Texas Intermediate. Some interesting headlines coming in here on the wire. Exxon looking to sue the EU in a move to block a windfall tax on oil companies that the EU set to institute later next year. So interesting how their stock will react to that and how that litigation will develop. Also, Russia Indian-bound oil basically set for new record as India takes on more of Russia's oil as the world becomes ready to start capping and restricting Russian oil, guys.
Sorry, I heard something about oil. I heard something about Russia. Sorry, I wasn't really paying too much attention. Was trying to manage my trades over here. You know, we got the same, around the same catalyst yesterday also. I did see that Russia is ramping up on attacks a little bit, so I'm not sure how that will play it into the market. I'm actually going to call me a paper-handed trader, but I'm the paper-handed trader making money, okay? So I'm going to exit over here on Spotify. Why are you laughing over there? You know, we're taking profits out of Spotify. A quick little scalp on it. You know, that's I'm trying to take the title away from my boy Luca. I want to be the scalp demon now.
The battle. The best.
But for that, you know, I'm going to have to make a lot of mistakes because Luca over here, we had a conversation back in the day about making mistakes and hopefully learning from said made mistakes. So Luca apparently got custom-made coffee mugs for everybody on the floor, and my coffee mug had to be "Mistakes make the trader great." Hey, trust me, I've made a lot of mistakes. I will continue to make a lot of mistakes, but the one thing that I hopefully continue to also do is learn from those mistakes and not repeat them and get better. Even if it's by 1% every single day, I hope to get better and do that in front of all of you amazing people over here on the show. Luca, thank you for this amazing Christmas present, my friend. You're awesome.
Anytime, brother, anytime. And to the person asking, Luca, when are you getting Scalp Demon Tattoo? Probably never. Probably never, but if I did, I would have to have like 5 million executions in a year, rotating like, I don't even know how many shares, like at least like 40 million or something. Like I would just have to get my numbers up. Right now, can't justify the tattoo, but if I actually, the day that Greg comes to me and says, Luca, you are a scalp demon, is the day that I'll actually be like, okay, maybe I'll consider this, right? Maybe I'll consider this. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he'll do it for 10,000 likes. No, there's no way. You can't buy my ability to get a tattoo. It's my way or the highway, that's for sure. Mike sounds far away. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, I'm doing my best to keep it up here. Yeah, hopefully it's doing well. First tattoo, then follow through. Go viral, bro. Yeah, maybe. I'm looking back at SFIX to see if this, I mean, this thing looked like it was potentially going back to 3, but it wasn't. I know this is one that I think it was Trader Gorno that was mentioning. Watch it. Yeah, it's pretty muted within range. So yeah, safe to say I'm taking that off my watch list for the rest of the day. Tesla back down now, going back down to below VWAP. Didn't really know what to expect. I was like, okay, long, kind of break even, whatever, long, and then sort of got myself out of that one. I was like, okay, it's not, there's no, I was hoping that we would squeeze through 114, continue to go, but yeah, to no avail. Sometimes you try and sometimes it doesn't work, is what it is. Cal is still hanging around that 1430-ish area. It's holding the halt price though, which is pretty interesting. So something to note is watch that 1430. It runs up, it holds that area, it opens up, right, 1460. Little bit of a run to the upside, breaks 15, kind of dancing around, but yes, holding the general vicinity of that 1430, which is kind of interesting. So I almost want to say that it's weird to see how it's in this general area, it's holding the support, it dips down, does a little bit of a W, goes back to the upside. Now do we get that next leg up, right? So volume is the tell. You definitely need volume for follow through, and I'm just kind of looking. Volume it feels like it's kind of dropping off very, very quickly. So yeah, something to note there. Somebody saying LUV low of day. LUV breaking the lows, so I guess 33, 33 support, which was there, is now no longer there. Moving to the downside, I kind of wonder if we do get back up, does it turn into resistance? It's sort of like, a little bit slower, but keep in mind this is the bottomish area, right? So, I mean, it's at the lows, making lows, but is there going to be follow through to the downside? I mean, like this daily chart is something else, just kind of falling off a cliff. I know Pratt had a banger on this yesterday. And if only you could swing that, because you were probably in what, 3450? Yesterday?
Yeah, I was pretty much at the top of that range.
Yeah, 3470-ish area, and like here we are, 3289.
Yeah.
Like that's just I mean, when you're good, you're good. When you're good, you're good. Obviously, volume is half today what it was yesterday, so just keep that in mind. But this thing just does feel like multiple red days. Like where do we get that bounce? Where does the support come into play? It doesn't feel like it's coming into play right now. It feels like we are going to close at the lows, and maybe this is actually going to 3130 again. 31 area, 30 area. That'd be interesting. Alan in the chat saying Tesla long or short at VWAP or no trade. I mean, for myself, no trade. I kind of like I'm expecting 130. Things are a little bit slower. I would almost say wait unless you feel like you have a very high conviction. Like this is a very kind of interesting move up considering. And let me just remove these fills just to kind of get a more clear picture here. It's, all the way up, all the way down, very robotic, nothing happening. And then what's going on? Buy program turned on or something? Just all the way up. And now it's like, is it going to just all the way back down and then just kind of barcode at 110? So, when you see this type of barcode action at the 110 area, when you see the closing price of yesterday, which was, I want to say, maybe yesterday's close was maybe 108.60. So it's almost as if that 108.50 to 110 area, it's going to take a lot to sell through that. Like this thing was at, keep in mind, it was at 160 on December 20th. We're at 150. And on December 16th, we're at 161. So here we are at 110. That was a very, very big move. And, you know, is it really going to break through 100, go to 90? Like, is this going to continue? And, guys, this is the daily, right? Like, look at this. It's like, is it just going to keep going down, down, down? So, you know, it's been multiple red days, and then this is the first, you know, if we close here, this will be a green day. And it sort of does look like a sort of like an indecision candle, you know, call it like a doji or whatever you want to call it. That sort of signals potential bottoming area. So not to say that we don't, you know, break the lows, but if we do break the lows and then reclaim and get another type of hammer candle, then that's like maybe a signal that yes, maybe we could actually get a relief bounce and go like 130, right? 130 would not be unreasonable considering how fast we go down. We could easily go back up, float to the upside. I mean, lots of people are short, right? So there's kind of that short squeeze rally that is very, very, very sharp. It'll always be very sharp, very, very quick. So yeah, definitely something to watch out for over there. Brian's saying I have a big V shape on my day chart. Yeah, man, it's, I mean, look at it. I thought like we were gonna go all the way back to the highs over here. And I was like, okay, V-shaped recovery. It'd be nice to know how many intraday V-shaped recoveries we had this year. I'd be curious to know that. I remember I was talking with some of the guys in the back, and like we were like, you know, making a joke, talking about like random patterns that we created, and we're like, oh yeah, this one is like the hockey stick pattern where it just falls off a cliff and then goes sideways and doesn't even give a bounce. You know, I've never seen that before. Then we had like the purge pattern where it's just like everything is just getting completely destroyed. Yeah, lots of fun kind of making our own patterns, but yeah, no, I don't know. But somebody's saying TGTX halt is in one. I didn't actually look at this one today. TGTX.
Woo, the market's going down, baby. We like that. Sorry, you were going to talk about TGTX. Go for it.
Yeah, no, market now going back down. Yeah, guys, TGTX halted 851 to the upside. But oh my God, is that showing a 757 open? Wow. $1 open. No. Yeah? No.
It's been halted at 851 for a while now.
Okay, and this is halted at 1250.
Yeah.
Is that accurate? Okay.
Check the chat. I'm guessing the work chat.
Yeah.
Don't see any messages in there, but oh, maybe I have to scroll up. Yeah, TGTX traders circulate FDA approval. Approval for I guess a buyout of some sort. Oh no, it's FDA approval, so for their drugs. So obviously something that you could use to track that, and just go to Google, type in FDA catalyst, a website will show up where you can track all the moves that are regarding biopharmaceutical companies and so on. The market is getting ready to go a little bit lower to the downside, so our shorts, I'm hoping they end up paying us a decent amount of chunk of money over here. We're now, once again, in the green side of the day, and actually at probably, I think, the highest that we've been on the P&L side. So if the market comes off over here with the trades that we have on board, we can add to that P&L and hopefully get to the level that we were yesterday. So awesome, awesome opportunities. We did have to start a little bit deep in the red today, but you know, never give up. You always sit down, look for opportunities. What's the next trade? What's the next trade? Something that I noticed in the chat earlier on, a comment that I want to address. The comment basically said, it's crazy how brokers can basically control the market. Look, don't worry about that. Don't worry about all the people who are out to get you, because you cannot control it. You simply cannot control when some stupid Zach Morris or whoever the heck, and thank God they're getting sued finally, and they're getting did you see the new picture he posted? He posted a picture of himself on a Bugatti scooter with his ankle bracelet, basically showing off that, hey, I don't care about what's going on. I'm still going to do what I do. So that type of arrogance doesn't sit well with me. I'm so glad that those pump and dump scammers are finally getting what's due to them. But coming back over here, don't worry about them, and don't you know, control what you can control. They could come in at any point and move the market around because they have that type of money. But what can you control? You can control where your stops are, how you manage your risk, how you manage your emotions. Are you getting in at the right spots? Your price is very, very important as a day trader. So thinking about where you're entering, where you're exiting, where you're taking profits, how can you improve? Logging all that information and controlling the variables that you can control will give you a better clarity on your trades, instead of worrying about, you know, how how that X market maker or that Y pump and dumper moved the stock in something that you're involved in way past the areas that you weren't expecting. So always worry about what you yourself could do. I actually thank the India trip a lot because it has changed my perspective on a lot of things in life over here. You know, I'm now planning to be a lot more grateful. So you will not hear me complaining about our lunches anymore. Instead, I'll be grateful that I have a salary to just go out there and buy a better lunch if I need be. So, you know, I'm just changing perspective. No more complaints, more gratitude for everything in life. Gratitude for friends, gratitude for family, gratitude that I get to wake up and talk live to 4,000, 5,000 of you viewers. Or just eat the free lunch. Fair. That's an option too.
Yeah, and oh man, there's something on the top of my mind. I wanted to say that it's funny because you're like, oh, do you know who Zach Morris is? Initially, remember you asked me like back in the day, maybe, like a couple months ago, and I was like, oh no, like I'm not too sure, I'm not like familiar or whatever. And you're like, that guy's a pump and dump. He's pumping to everyone, and I'm just like, yeah, man, they almost all are. It's like 90% of people just kind of like pump and dump, but yeah, they made money, man. They made serious money, and he's so arrogant. And you know, I'm never a guy to throw anybody under the bus. You know, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. That's kind of you know, what I live by. But man, when you're stealing people's money and then saying, oh, look at these guys, they're idiots for following me, it's like you're right to jail right away. Right to jail right away. You know, they're gonna sort that one out.
What's that Monopoly thing? Straight to jail or whatever?
Yeah,
do not pass go, straight to jail.
yeah, right to jail right away, straight to jail. Yeah, man, it's I mean, you know, like it's just not like trading is difficult. You know, you win, you lose, right? It's like today I was having an okay day, now I'm down, but at least I'm sitting here, I'm just like, yeah, guys, I'm like, you know, like it's it just didn't work out today, but yeah, don't like that's just like, I mean, you know, and then he's doing everything that he's doing, posting, whatever, all those guys. I don't know, man. Yeah, we'll let them figure out what's gonna happen. But whoever kind of deals with it. But yeah, no, that's a civil and a criminal suit, if I'm not mistaken. That's you know, going after him. And what did he tweet? He said the movie's gonna be crazy.
The movie's gonna be nuts. It's like insane. Like,
bro,
like, okay, come on.
It's like, all right, man. You know, but when the chickens come home to roost, like, yeah, enjoy your future there, bud.
Exactly.
But yeah, you know, I'm just kind of quickly looking at the chat here. If anybody's wondering, small position SNDL. I didn't look at it. Let me have a look here. SNDL. It's oh yeah, they did that reverse split. I was like, I think this is going to be like 20 cents if I'm not. It's very very kind of sideways. I guess I kind of see what you're saying. Maybe I'm going to assume you're long just because of this bottoming area. Like it's in the kind of, you know, this general support area. You know, if it breaks, it's pretty clear. I mean, I guess you got to define out, right? If it breaks that 190, then yeah, maybe we're just going to go down and fade to the downside. Yeah, man, market, what that bounce was, you know, maybe like a little bit of a short-lived bounce. Going to VWAP, rejecting VWAP. Now do we just kind of go to the lows? Just make sure you guys are watching volume. Volume is the tell. Somebody in the chat before was like, oh yeah, don't listen. Don't listen. Volume is there. The thing is this. It's all about relative volume, right? So you want to understand like time of day, you know, the stock. For example, Tesla has been doing crazy amounts of volume. That's why I have like 500 fills on it today, like insane. Because when does Tesla do 200 million shares, right? Like let's run this like, you know, 3 months into the future, 4 months into the future, like Tesla's not going to be doing 200 million, 300 million shares. Like I'll bet on that, right? So yeah, it has its time when it does do volume. So be in the names that are doing volume and stay away from the names that are kind of like extra slow there. Private company, Luca and Pratty are awesome on their pep talk on Trader TV community. Yeah, man, straight to the point, just being straight up. It's so much easier to just be honest. Like let's just keep life easy. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say, somebody in the chat was like, says keep it stress-free, proceeds to stress out. That's me. That's literally me. I'm like, yeah, guys, keep it stress-free, blah, 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 blah. And then it's just like, and I'm just like, damn it. Oh my God. You guys hear the hot mic, you start laughing. And I'm just like, yeah, guys, it's just a product of emotions. And like, you know, it happens to the best. It'll happen to the worst. It happens to the best. It's just, trading is trading. You try to get better every day. It's funny, and I love when people laugh at me, honestly, because I laugh at myself a lot. I'm just like, whatever, you know? Live and learn, try to get better every single day. That is the life, man. That is the life. And Luca, don't put the head out on live. Yeah, no, I don't care. Again, I don't even know. Like, I didn't even know the guy like 2 months ago, and then I heard this whole situation. Everybody always has an opinion, you know? And so I'm just like, yeah, I got my opinions, but who am I? Who cares about my opinion?
I
You can
care
ride
about
the
your
Bugatti
opinion, bud.
scooter right to jail. That's funny.
Yeah.
I always, just trying to look at these things. Anyways, back to the market, guys. Tesla sort of bouncing off VWAP, now moving to the north side. I'm not too sure what to think with this one. I think just respect that 114 level, and it did do that type of, it was kind of weird. It went like, I think it triggered 114.04 and then failed. So another good example, I'll repeat the same thing I always do, but it's like it runs up, right? And you kind of feel like, okay, if we break 114, maybe the long will be good. But essentially what happens is it breaks 114, it triggers stops that are there, and then the reversal happens, right? So this is like twofold. You're long, you think, okay, if we break 114, we're really gonna go. Or maybe you put a stop to get long, like 114.01. The problem with that is you get triggered into the stop and then it goes down. On the flip side, let's say you're like, okay, I'm short. You short this, you put a stop 114.01 because you're like, oh, well, 114.01 makes sense. There's a reserve there, there's size, it's not breaking. And then you put your stop there, and what does it do? It just triggers your stop, you get stopped out, and then it goes down anyway. So guys, make sure, understand where the real stops should be placed, and then put them there. You'll see me trade, and from time to time, I switch it up. Sometimes I put the stops in the right spot. Sometimes I put them in a place that I'm like, I'm okay to get stopped out and lose on this trade just because I would rather take more size, take my shot. I'll run it, 200 times and I'll probably be ahead. So that's kind of the strategy. But I think like a good learning lesson is, look, it's like small caps do it, large caps do it. It's just savage, right? The algos are savage. So you got to keep that in mind. Somebody's saying you guys day trade bat. Yeah, it's a work in progress. I'm trying to get better every single day. It's nice because Trader TV, we basically try to show you different types of styles, different types of traders. I'm not sitting here saying I'm the best, I make money all the time. No, I'm sitting here saying I think this short it could be a banger. Let's see what happens and continue to trade my playbook. It's a great time coming on here. I always enjoy myself, and I think people appreciate transparency. It's there's traders that are all different types of levels. Like Neil and Shawn, 20 plus years of experience. They're obviously going to trade much different than the way I trade. I've been day trading for like less than 2 years here, right? So it's kind of for myself. You guys are witnessing me like in real time do my stuff, make mistakes, and that's why I was like to Prad. I'm like, yo, Prad, like I got to get you this mug here. Mistakes make the trader great. I tell myself this too. Mistakes make the trader great. Like you want to get better as a trader. Well, guess what? You're in for pain. So no pain, no gain. I got myself that mug. And just a nice reminder to have at the desk because it's a painful life, man. It's a painful life if you're actually trading, trying to get better. It's all about improvement every single day. You're trying to improve little by little. 1% rule. Get 1% better every single day. And then where do you stand after 500 days? Like you're probably way ahead, right? So yeah, guys, just try to, I know there's people in the chat that are down. I know there's people in the chat that are up. Just stay positive, keep a positive mindset, and stick to the plan, and good things happen for sure.
Oh my God, I'm a genius. So for some reason I said screw it. AMD and NVIDIA are not doing what I want them to do. So I punched out of my position, and now they're all moving to the north side in tandem. So sometimes you make some right calls, and you should thank whoever it is above up there, whatever is up there, for giving us the intuition to just get out of Dodge and take those profits. So we're in the positive, absolutely flat for the first time of the day. The whole day I've been trading nonstop, absolutely flat right now. But I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be looking for opportunities. I think I'm gonna move my gym time to 4 o'clock. I want to take part in the trading over here past 2 o'clock too. So you'll see me around, probably floating around in the background when the closing show starts at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock. So in about 15, 20 minutes or so, the closing show starts. Keep in mind that show is a brand new show. The like counter starts all over again. It's a fresh new like counter. So please make sure that you're hitting the like count or hitting the like button on that show too. It would help us all out on the YouTube algorithm. And for those of you who do it every single day, I cannot thank you enough, obviously. I cannot thank you enough on that. What you working out today, Prad? I'm just doing cardio for the most part, man. I still got a lot of belly fat that I got to get rid of. I'm not sure what the right method to get rid of belly fat is. I might have to ask the Greek Adonis next to me, the Italian Adonis next to me on how to get rid of belly fat. But that's something that I'm focusing on, and then I'll worry about putting muscle on and getting to Cherif's level of being big and whatnot, right? But that's a 10-year road. That's a 10-year road.
Man, building muscle is so difficult. In your first year, you can put on probably 20, 30 pounds of muscle. Second year, maybe 15, 12 pounds. And then after that, it's just maintenance. You're going to put on maybe 7, 5, 3, and then it's going to be difficult after that. But man, don't discredit the high intensity workouts. Everybody thinks, oh, I want to burn belly fat. I'm going to do cardio. No. High intensity workouts, weights, try to go like 5, 6 times a week. Get into that routine, eat healthy. You know the rules, man. You cannot out-train a bad diet. It's similar to trading, man. That's why you have to stick to good habits. You cannot out-train a bad diet. You just want to hit your macros, so make sure you're, mapping your macros. And yeah, man, to be like Big C is not easy, man. It's not easy. I was.
There's only one Big C.
There's only one Big C around here, and yeah, man. No, it's very, very difficult to put on muscle. I was before COVID, like peak Luca. If you guys saw me in action, I was playing ball. I was working out 3-4 hours a day, training, eating good, lifting heavy. Life was good, man. I was like, this is the life. Like, this is the life. Like, everybody should be able to feel the way that I felt. Because once you do it, you'll never want to, eat unhealthy.
Shall we share the picture, Luca?
Never. No, that's for your eyes only, man. That's for your eyes only. Somebody saying, I'm on vacation, smashing a like. Yeah, exactly. No excuses. Who was that? Crypto Gangsta. Yeah, man, just hit that like button if you're enjoying it. It's a nice combination. We got trading, we got lifestyle, we got, stay healthy, guys. This is what you want to do. Yeah, man, it's somebody saying, if abort the diet, the gym has no sin. That's pretty funny, man. Yeah, I'm 5'7" for who's asking there, which is kind of interesting because, I play ball, I'm 5'7", and I'm Allen Iverson, man, but without the handles. I just fadeaways. I think I have. Yeah, that's the face that everybody gives when I say that. Maybe a little bit more of a Steve Nash, to be honest. But yeah, no, man, it's really good. You got to stay healthy. You got to kind of, eat right, eat. People say eat light, feel right. I just say train heavy, and good things happen. You want to stay sharp. My sauna opened back at the gym. I was there yesterday, 40 minutes. I did 40 minutes. I
did 40 minutes yesterday. Yeah? That was my first day back in the sauna too. It felt so heaven sent. It felt so good. Man, it feels good to be back in that routine, obviously. Funny comment over here from the chat. Not in one setting, though. Wait, you did 40 in one? You're insane.
Straight. So context. My sauna broke at my gym.
Yeah.
And it was because somebody poured some oil on the rocks and then it caught on fire.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so it took 2 weeks. So I had 2 weeks no sauna, and I was just doing steam, whatever.
Yeah.
And I go there yesterday. It's open. It's at sitting at 180 Fahrenheit, which is a nice temperature. You don't want it too hot. Personally, I like 220, but 180 is good. And yeah, man, I sat there for 40 minutes. Nice conversations with everybody. And I'm just I am not leaving until everyone leaves so that I'm the winner.
220, this man's taking a low temp dab in there. What do you need 220 for? I think my sauna is 79 to 85 at best.
No, this is Fahrenheit. So
okay.
I don't know. Do the math to Celsius, but yeah, guys, 220 is a little bit high.
This guy's
I know
taking
it is.
low temp dabs
but
in there. What?
You start to crave it. 220, you go in there 15 minutes, in and out. Oh, it's the best. It's the best. Yeah, man. It's, they put eucalyptus oil on the rocks, but you want to put it on the walls or do it in the steam room, not in the sun. I don't understand. If you're watching this and you're the guy that put it on fire, I'm sorry, but don't ever do that again. If I catch you doing that, you're losing the membership. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, whatever, Fahad. No one's buying what you have to say. Apparently, he's done 300 hours in 300-degree temperatures. Yeah, whatever.
Okay,
Mr. 92%er over there, always filling my ears with lies. But I like this comment over here from Lou Becker. I bet Trader Prad got giraffe money, enough money to buy giraffes. That's when you know you got money. I hope I do one day, but I don't right now. Now, right now, I got Brampton Transit money, and hence I'm taking Brampton Transit every day to work. I'm glad that we got 52 votes. But as we only have about 10 minutes left on the show, I'm going to spam the link real quick. For those of you who have not voted, please go out there, vote for this Twitter poll. I would love for you viewers to pick what type of look you guys want me to come back with. You want the beard back? You want the clean shave to continue going forward? So go out there, click on that Twitter link, and please vote. Make your voice heard. And as Elon Musk did previously about being a CEO, I will also abide abide by the polls rules or polls results, sorry. I jumped back into the AMD short because, hey, if it's going to give me the same entry as my last entry, I'm going to take that entry on the short side. I tried to do that on NVIDIA too, but NVIDIA didn't pop up as much as AMD did, so no entry on NVIDIA, but a nice little entry on AMD for me to rinse, repeat, recycle, reuse the same level and hopefully scalp it again for 20-30 cents and then hold it for the move to the $62 if that ends up being a potential trade being offered to me at this time of moment. S&P 500 once again down, being 0.5% or slightly more than 0.5%, down 0.6% at the moment. NASDAQ, which was down 1% at one point, came back to the north side and was around 0.4% only to the downside, but now once again down 0.8% for NASDAQ. Clear weakness in the market, sadly, yesterday and today, the first 2 days of the short week of this last few days of the year, the last few trading days of the year. We still got 2 more days. We got Thursday and we got hopefully Free Fall Friday coming in, something that I would love to be a part of. We still got 10 minutes over here, so in those last few 10 minutes, if you guys have any stocks you want us to take a look at, or if you want to talk about anything else that you guys have going, feel free to throw it in the chat, and you know we got you covered. Bowl cut for Pred. Fun fact, I had that when I was a kid, and ever since then I said, we're never doing this stupid cut ever again. This market's actually getting ready to come back down, looks like, so that fill on AMD short is now looking good once again, and we're looking to take some profits around 62.50 or maybe even 62.20 if that comes into play. I can't wait to take those profits. People in chat talking about Piton, American Airlines. Let's actually go talk about American Airlines real quick because I feel like some of the weakness in the airline sector might be coming because of the obvious storm, but also Southwest, LUV, which has been canceling flights again apparently today and causing more pain on the stock value for that stock. And obviously, if Southwest is getting beat up, there's a good chance that the overall ETF that holds all airliners are also getting beat up. That's going to be your Jets ETF on the Amex side. Jets ETF today down 1.7% at the lower day, and we already saw that LUV gave up that 33 bottom being taken out, and a new lower day coming in at $32.64 for Southwest Airlines or Jet? Airlines? Okay, Southwest Airlines. Still, Southwest Air still getting beat up today, down 3.5% as the market keeps on pulling back down. AMD reload is now only 6 cents in the money, so nothing ready to take profits on that one, but let's take some profits when the opportunity shows up.
Yeah, you know, people, crypto in the chat is saying, yeah, Brad, bring back the beard and the honeys will come, and the honeys will come. And somebody else was like, Luca,
the only honey I want in my life is this money, baby.
The money, honey, goddamn.
Money.
It's somebody in the chat was like, hey, Luca, can you show me your hair? So that's such a weird request, but you know what, guys, I'm all for the people, so here you go. My hair is an absolute disaster. But yeah, you know, I got hair. It's not really done. It's kind of, you know, 50-50. Yeah, because the white's behind, but it's like, you know, it's whatever. It'll look better if I do it. But yeah, man, it's you know, support the Trader TV. Get the hat. The hat is great. I love it. Get the sweater. I'd rather be trading. Ian was actually in the back today, and he was like, I don't know, man, if I should have came in today. Maybe I could have taken another vacation. And I was like, dude, you came in. You got the sweater on that says I'd rather be trading. It's pretty self-explanatory. You'd rather be trading. You know, yeah, man, it's kind of funny. Yeah, no, I need to. My hair is just a disaster right now. But it's like, you know what? My trading today, disaster. My hair, disaster. But I'm always smiling, man. I'm always having a good time. Yeah, hair fetish, maybe somebody. I don't know. Maybe I just made somebody's day. You know, that's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, man. If there's anything else moving, guys, let us know. I know. Kala is now 12.30, so kind of fell off a cliff. Yeah, no high day clear out on that one. Volume is always the tell. Volume is kind of dropping, sort of muted there. So yeah, not really nothing kind of special on that one. Apple, is it going to go to the lows? Not too sure. I know you had that banger AMD cover that you were mentioning.
Something that I noticed actually, AMD Banger, you said, nah, it's not really doing anything. Something that I did notice was, you said what? Your boy MVP? The Green Bay Packers, Aaron Rodgers? MVP? I was surprised by that. I was surprised. I didn't expect him to win MVP off of the games that I watched this year. Oh, I thought you were talking about this year. I was like, how does he win MVP this year? That's true. That's what I was wondering. I was like, how did that happen? Okay, so it doesn't matter. But how about that third QB for San Francisco? Yo, that guy's apparently doing big things. Purdy gang. Yeah, that's gonna be my boy right now. You know, Purdy gang all day. Whoever's popping, I'll just jump on their bandwagon. You know me. So as long as I keep cashing out on those parlays, I'm happy. Something that I haven't done actually in a while. So time to go lose some money on the parlay side. Let's bring it back to the market as we only have 5 minutes left. Real quick, shout out once again to Trade Ideas. Use code TraderTV30 to get 30% off on Trade Ideas. The link will be in chat if you do !Trade Ideas. Based off of that scanner, a stock that pops out right now is Lululemon. Lulu apparently a little weak on the day, down 1.6%, $5 from yesterday's close. It's not down $5 from yesterday's close, but it's down 1.5% over here. Oh no, it is down 5% from yesterday's close. Sorry, so I did get it correctly. With only 800,000 shares traded today, what is the relative volume? Probably less than 1. Yeah, 0.85 for this Canadian company. Still bleeding a little bit. Not too long ago, we were at $400 on the stock, and now we're at $300. Let's pull it up on the long-term chart real quick. LU. Here's your long-term chart. 400 all the way down to 300. I'm expecting a little bit of a support to show up all the way from 280s up to 300s. We'll see if the stock is able to stay above 300. If it does break 300 to the downside, I think I want to be part of the short whenever that happens. The only downside for this trade, honestly, that I see is the spread. It's an expensive stock. The spread opens up, which kind of messes with my risk to reward ratios that I would like to put my trades in. So besides that, I think that 300 level is something to for sure keep a watch on. Look at that big spike in volume though. Whatever day that was, that the stock had a big spike in volume. I need to go see what caused that big spike and that big drop from 380 to 330 and then from 350 to 320. So something clearly happened here. Not sure if it was earnings day. I can go confirm right now actually. LU, was it earnings day? It was. So look at that big drop off on the earnings day, December 8th or so. Even though the earnings came out good, they might have said something in their report after on, which caused this aftermath. Luca, you looking at anything?
No, I was just looking back at TGTX. Someone's like, oh, it's ready to explode, but yeah, no, it's still halted. Not really. I guess when they announce a resumption, then you can look at the kind of indicated open. Where's it going to open? It's obviously positive news. So I was just talking to Neil and saying like, no, 757 on positive news on this up move. That's not right. But yeah, so when they do announce the resumption, we'll obviously have that information for you guys, and we'll bring it to you and show you. For now, there's just no update on that. So it's just kind of put that one on ice and just be patient and wait to see when that comes through. Not really too sure when that's going to be, but yes, again, we will bring it to you live for sure. And having a great time, man. 2 minutes left here. Time flies when you're having fun. Just a heads up, Amazon now approaching 82. And yeah, maybe this wants to actually dip back, guys. Keep in mind the low 81.65. Not really too sure what to think going into the end of today. But yeah, maybe this market wants to test the lows again, or if it holds here, maybe we get another run back to VWAP. Not too sure. I know somebody was at 220. So yeah, 220 would be, is that resumption time or indicated open time? Just keep that in mind for TGXT. TGXT indicated open, or 220 would be the time to watch that one there. And somebody else was asking Luca, why do you think the VIX, and I don't know if this is VXX, why do you think the VIX is not really, above 20 or going higher when markets are going down? And I almost want to say that it is a sort of inverse to the market. So when the market goes up, the VIX goes down. When the VIX goes up, the market goes down. But it is basically a measure of volatility, right? It's a measure of volatility, sort of a measure of panic. And this is the daily, right? On the on futures on the overall market. you know, when we tank like this, that's when the VIX will be pushing highs. When we go sideways and we're not breaking lows and there's not a lot of panic, like, you know, like you're watching Tesla and like Apple, like they're going down, but you know, the overall market's still above 3,800, right? So if we actually break 3,800, 3,700, make new lows, then you best believe that the VIX will just be skyrocketing upwards. So that's kind of my thoughts over there in terms of, you know, we're not really in that panic mode yet. And maybe, you know, January, February, things change. Maybe we go to the downside. And then, yeah, it'll just be all hands on deck. It'll be a lot of fun, man. I'm super excited to see what next year has to offer. But for the time being, flat and chilling.
As we are coming to the end over here, it is 2 o'clock. Make sure you're hitting that like button for the closing show because it starts fresh all over. And a quick shout out as it is my last few seconds over here on the show today to my mom. It's my mom's birthday. Sadly, I don't get to celebrate it with her. She's in India still. She gets to celebrate with her father and the rest of my family who are all in India having fun with all the cheap food and the great weather. So I hope you guys are having great fun. I will celebrate with you when you're back. Happy birthday, Mom. Love you. I will catch all of you chat tomorrow, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Bye.
Ciao for now.
Welcome to the closing show, guys. We have a nice day of volatility today. Upside, downside, we had it all. Let's get to these markets here. S&P down 0.7%, followed closely by the NASDAQ 0.82 and the Dow about half a percentage point to the downside. Canadian markets also red 0.87. Brazil, that's the only one up in the day in this side of the world, up a percent.